let's go.
To make something happen. She's throwing swings out. Dina running around. She's got to be more gassed than any other.
Oh, that's it.
I also discovered XQC because of you.
I just don't understand all this language. Frog dances at the end, you know, it's like...
Checkmate! 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 Oh! Oh!
Very smooth baiting technique, by the way. Good job by Sonic.
For sure.
Nicely done.
There we go.
Stalemate, by the way.
I did. That's why.
I've played a long time, ever since I was a kid. I really appreciate the great players. Just like, you know, in basketball, people come to watch the best players in the world.
No! Oh, no, 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 no!
He still has really good chances here.
Oh,
He just resigned, Hikaru.
no, it choked its game. No. I can't believe it choked.
But now King.
Oh, you put 32 minute one. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yes! Yeah! Oh, no.
What is going on? I hope you guys are feeling super today because it's SuperPog Champs. I am excited. I'm James Canty III here, joined by Lambo in the Lambo, aka Amon Hamilton, my buddy. What's going on, man? SuperPog Champs. I'm excited, bro. Hey, take us through what happened. How was yesterday?
Hey, what's up, James? Good to be back with the chat. And obviously, we only saw half of the action, James, yesterday. The Group A, I could convince people that that was the whole event, and that would have been exciting. But we got double the trouble. We got a whole other half of the group to bring in. This was Group A from yesterday. I was calling with Alexandra and James. We saw amazing chess from one person in particular, Masioka, up at the top, undefeated. That's what we're talking about from Group A. You know, that's a tough score to beat. 15 is a perfect score, getting 3 points per match.
What was he doing? Like, I went through the games a little bit of mine, and I'm checking, and I'm like, this is the guy from Heroes, like the show. Like, where did he come from? Who knew that he was playing chess like this? I had to go check the games.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking to him in an interview, and you could tell it's something that he's been working on for a while. Got Andrea and Linda also 10 points, moving on to that championship bracket, and then Voyboy, Sonic Fox, and Spargo down at the bottom in the consolation, and of course Voyboy and Masioka earning that bye in the quarterfinals. So, you know, even if you're in the consolation bracket, being on top does get you that bye, moves you on in the competition. So there's always something to play for, James.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, as the top three go through the next bracket, and then the bottom do the constellation thing. So it's a lot on the line. You got the reputation. You got haven't been playing. In fact, Voyboy, meaning I remember he won before in a PogChamps, and he's now in a constellation bracket. I think the competition has changed a little bit, huh? Amon, what do you think?
Exactly
about that?
right. Exactly right. I mean, this is the SuperPog Champs for a reason, right? The winners from previous events, they don't get an easy pass to the finals, James.
Yeah, of course, as we know, guys, the SuperPog Champs is a little bit stronger, a little bit better. These are all winners here. You're a winner too here. You're watching from home. I see you over there, chat. Love all of you guys. Let's take a look at what we have today. Who's playing who? What is going on? This I'm very hype about here. I'm actually really Excited to see all of these matchups. Definitely want to see some Daryl Morey and Sardoche there. Daryl, I've actually played in some simos at Sloan. Shout out to him. But in Tyler1 and Wirtual there, that's going to be exciting. Tyler1 is going to be screaming and he's streaming at the same time there. And then Samay was very funny. Met him in person. He's very cool. And Will Benson, I don't have a lot on him. I know he's a baseball player there, but Aman, do you have anything on his chess game?
Well, the thing is, Will Benson is, someone that I know from sports. I love watching sports. Pro baseball player, been with the Cincinnati Reds, and I'm excited to see what he can do on the board, because coming into this event, I would say most people kind of have that like maybe 15 to 2,000 type of rating. Will is coming in 1,600 rapid.
Beefy.
That's exactly. You know what I'm talking about. He can score upsets, and I'm excited to see what that 1,600 represents.
I'm not gonna lie, this is all like, I don't know. I can't give it to anyone on any side here. Maybe Tyler1, I'd say. Tyler1's probably a favorite here, just because we know that he had that recent just run in chess where his rapid went, a few hundred points from like 1,500 to maybe 2K-ish, something like that. He just was going hard. So Tyler1, who is streaming too as well, we'll be happy to see him play. But anyone that you're looking forward to seeing today?
Well, Daryl Morey's going to have his work cut out for him. He's coming in at 1,400, and definitely one of the front runners in the event is a 2,100 rapid rating, Sardoche. And that's his opponent.
Really?
To start
Sardoche?
things off. Yeah, that's. I thought I'd let you know. I thought I'd let you know.
They are. I'm not gonna lie. This is SuperPog for a reason. I knew, but I didn't know really. Like now, I really know. They didn't really put me on game here, guys. This is incredible. I'm actually very impressed by the players here and the ratings by some of these players. This is incredible.
Exactly right. We have all the games up right now. Got Daryl and Sardoche top left on the blue board, Wirtual and Tyler1 on the red board top right, and of course Samay and Will Benson on the bottom in the purple. What's tickling your fancy, James? Any of those games look exciting early on to you?
In fact, one thing I love about Chat is either 500 or 5,500, and today they are 5,500. Indeed, what I saw here was actually a lot of cows in chat. It's cow this, cow that, and I'm looking at Tyler1's board, and there is a cow opening on the board there. I know Wirtual and also, of course, Anna Cramley are very happy about that one when it comes to the cow variation. I don't know about Wirtual. Wirtual's like, he's into GM, he's in the GM family now, and like, it's he's I'm sure he's used to seeing a lot of cows, but at the same time here, he's not to face it. So I wonder how that makes him feel. It's kind of like a troll thing in a way from Tyler1.
And I'll just take us a step back. For those that are uninitiated, I'll go back to the start and just say what exactly we're talking about. And it's this exact opening. Tyler1, he had a meteoric rise. I mean, truly, what a grinder when it comes to chess. He just played nonstop, and he used the same opening every single game. It is D3, E3. You can play with black as well. Obviously, just copy these moves. The knight comes out like this. The other one to B3. So developing those knights kind of where you shouldn't, and then go from there. And then the bishops come out in front of the queen and king. So easy gameplay for Tyler1, who is fully set up here with his opening. And what do you think? I mean, black's obviously got an advantage according to the engine. The reason I think this is an interesting matchup is you got Tyler1, who's probably played this opening the most, and then you got Wirtual, who's obviously learning from Anna Cramley, probably how to play against it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably, there's a lot of psych there. There's a lot of psych of like, oh, you're playing this opening, and I played this against a lot, and like you're playing the cow, and like, so he's kind of psyching him out, I believe, here. I actually love this choice from Tyler, but at the same time, Tyler also just plays this opening. So it's kind of like a win-win for Tyler in a way. He has played a lot, but we can't just let Wirtual, obviously, he's not going to just back down here. You see, he's going to make him fight for it here. I like how fast Tyler is playing, and he does have some serious, I guess, play here. If he can end up getting F4 in, maybe after bishop takes F4 and try to open up that side of the board. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. Do not try this at home. The cow is not the greatest opening to play, but it doesn't matter. You can actually, if you got to fight and all you got is a plastic spoon, well, you're going to make it work, okay? You're going to make it work here, Amon. So I think Tyler is one that's going to do exactly that. He's just got to make it work because he has a lot of.
You're giving some appropriate caution for the people, but if anyone's going to convince you that this is the greatest opening, it's probably Tyler himself. So maybe we can jump in and listen to his stream. I'm sure he's talking. What's
doesn't
Tyler
take, I think
thinking
it's
about
good.
this position?
I think I'm gonna castle. Push this pawn.
Okay, knight g4 hits the bishop twice. Knight 6, he's gonna play bishop g4.
Can I go
There it is.
take? Take?
He's calculating
take?
something right here, and I like what he's looking at. Bishop
Take?
takes knight.
Takes castling gonna be a problem because of queen h4. I think he might castle right into that.
Ooh, got to be careful, right? That's a good call out. He was talking about castling. Got to make sure you don't do that one.
So takes.
Okay, that's a better
Okay.
move.
Yep. And then maybe go f4.
Yep, you can tell that, you know, this is like the hover, right? The mouse is
Yeah,
on the
fucked up
F
to
pawn.
learn
He's
that,
thinking
but-
about it. And I think Wirtual is also streaming. Maybe we can catch the flip side of this exact same position. Because the deep in thought from Tyler here is telling me, you know, maybe he's not that as confident as you might expect.
It prevents the knight from having any activity. He wants to castle queenside. Can I?
Whoa.
I can almost. I can go there. Well, he can't quite actually. What is this move? He wants to go there. So maybe now this is unwanted. Can I reroute somehow? No. I could play a5. I mean, he can. So he wants to block with the knight here and castle queenside, yeah? I could also soon play this. I think. Okay, let's go a5. Gain space.
My goodness. That's amazing, Aman. You know, we're playing a
Yup.
cow.
And if I can
and
kick
he's like,
the
you know
knight,
what?
I mean, he's
We're gonna make some beef today.
he's
How
really
about
in
that?
the mud.
What you having for
He has
lunch?
to
I'm
play-
having beef burgers today, Aman. How about you?
I thought we'd bring the people back to the board just for a sec to talk about this move. James, you were impressed by it, and I just want to take a slight moment to say why. These knights right here are notoriously poorly placed. That's why you gave that caution about this opening, the cow, and that's because of g6 h5 and b6 a5. That completely restricts the knight, has nowhere to go. And you can see on both sides of the board, I would say Wirtual is very well prepared against this specific opening. That's something to watch out for, as Tyler is probably pretty predictable playing this one. But James, should we jump around to one of the other games?
Sure. Let's definitely move over to Sardoche and Daryl Morey over there. Let's take a look at what's going on. I see lots of moves being quickly played. I saw a queen. Oh, hold on. There's like the E. Yeah, we definitely got to hop over. The eval bar jumped up quickly, but wondering
There's
why.
a
Is the
big
queen
move here.
trapped? Oh, it is.
Yep,
Queen is
you
trapped.
calling it. Let's jump right on that board. Sardoche against Daryl, and I think that he can find this one if he takes his time here, because double question mark awarded. Your immediately Spidey senses went up like, wait a minute, what am I missing here? This knight jumping into the center of the board not only hits the queen, but also covers the retreat as well. And that queen has nowhere to go.
And I don't see any reaction from Daryl. He's a very awesome player. I played him a lot. And Simos, actually. We talked a lot of chess out there at Zone. So shout out to him. But Sardoche here, locked and loaded, leaning into the screen, feeling good. It seems like he's streaming too as well. Daryl Morey, I think he realizes, and he head shake there. My queen is trapped. What am I going to do about this one? This one is already basically over.
Yep, this should be a win, but honestly, one of the bigger mismatches in terms of rating. You can see the 1400 versus 2100. Obviously, 2100, you don't get that rating accidentally. You know, you can't be talking about luck. That is pure grind, study, and just dedication to chess over time.
Absolutely. And Sardoche with a very impressive rating, 2100 rapid here. So he is the one to beat. I mean, this is impressive to see. Sardoche with probably just a huge big win here. Of course, he pumps his fist a little bit and lean back in the chair. He's like, okay, I got this one, right, with the white pieces. But he has to convert. It's a 2-game match, 10+5. Every win is 3 points. So see what happens. Rook takes h3. Yeah, he's just going to go in without whatever he got. He lost the queen. He got his pre-move down. Daryl definitely got
I was going to say.
Pre-move down. Like, some bullet, he might be pretty nasty.
Yeah, in when the time gets low, it's pretty important. And also, if there's tie breaks, the time control shrinks and goes down, gets even shorter. Maybe we can jump in and just briefly listen to Sardoche. I mean, it's probably nothing but good vibes after he won that queen anyway.
Sure.
Bon, après, j'allais dans une finale gagnante. Tête dame là, tranquillement. Bon, l'idée c'est cavalier,
Okay, I'll be translating for everybody.
Et puis on prend tout simplement.
Okay, yeah, simply pawn takes e5.
Yeah.
Threatening queen f7 as well.
Okay.
So he's planning knight e5, knight takes, pawn takes, and queen f7 checkmate.
Oh man, that was,
attends, mais j'ai pas
nice.
D5 d'abord.
That was nice. Okay.
Attends, on va commencer par cavalier là. Mon cavalier prend, il y a option prend, je peux pas tout de suite prendre le cavalier contrôle.
Okay, wants to quickly take on f7 after knight takes e5. It's a shame after knight e5 that it covers f7.
C'est du coup la prise en f7, mais regardez, mon pion il contrôle f6. Donc s'il pousse pour se sortir des problèmes.
Pawn controls f6, so you know the can't play f6 for black.
Chat over here speaking French. That's amazing. What's up, chat? I speak Spanish in English.
Ouais, en plus, à la fin de la ligne, j'ai échec, tour prend, roi prend et tour prend dame. Et je vais gagner le fou. Donc, normalement, ouais, non, mais il n'y a rien à faire. Il doit pousser, donner le pion et se mettre derrière, mais je sais pas comment il va faire.
So one of the lines he's mentioning is rook d7, rook d1, and rook takes on d1. He can actually take on f7. I think we might see that on the board. Let's wait and see.
Complexe, là. Je pense qu'il pousse. Je vais prendre. Ok, il a pas poussé.
D7, rook d1.
Let's wait and see. A big in-between move could happen here. Let's see.
Very strong.
Attends, j'ai pas mieux là.
Oh.
Vas-y, tour D1.
Rook e7.
Faut faire gaffe à fou C5 quand même. J'avoue, je regarde pas depuis tout à l'heure. Et s'il cloue madame, c'est chiant. Ah, c'est très chiant. Bah, c'est simple, ça fait finale de tour, hein, où je suis pas forcément mieux. Donc c'est vraiment, faut être quand même au taquet. Bon, sa tour peut que aller là.
There we go. We're back. We're back. Everyone understood that, right? You know, all you have to do is just nod to confirm. Yep.
I mean, easy work. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's very, very easy. He actually just took back the rook here, but it's all good.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I was just gonna say. He even mentioned that he could grab f7 and take f8. He missed his own idea.
Yeah.
And you can actually see on the cam, James. He's like, "What the heck was I thinking? I swear I just said that."
It does happen here, of course. Sometimes you just like, you know what, it's whatever. Right? You forget your own idea. That's kind of what happened here. But he's still winning, clearly winning here as Daryl's just kind of going through the motions. This one's over here. So there he is. Let's go. I was just going to say, bring up Samay's game, who is cleanly winning here. Samay, I think, is underrated. What's his rapid rating coming in at here?
Yeah, they're both coming in 1600, but I agree. Definitely might not represent the level for either of these players. I'm trying to just see where that piece disappeared to, whether it was, right in the middle here. So it was a pretty even game, actually, but it was a very sneaky in-between move. Knight jumped into the middle, knight takes, and then boom, bishop takes on f4, and there was just no saving that knight. So really clever tactic that I think Will just didn't expect that other bishop move. He was just, expecting the knight to get recaptured.
Caught him with a little tween, aka Zug, or an in-between move there. Caught him with an in-between move here. And winning a piece, very nice. One thing I remember from Samay is he is tricky. He likes tricks, as I do as well. I'm sure some of you guys in chat love tricks too as well. And tactics. Caught him with a tactic there. Should be able to win this one and being one game away from clinching the match. It's a 2-game match, guys. 10+5. Get that increment too as well. If there is a tie, then you have 5+3. So,
yeah, making the pass pawn. This is just good chess right here, converting, and also Will. Got to give him some credit for rook e8. It might not be the best move, but I think that he's demonstrating that he understands that principle, James. When you have less material, you're not looking to trade.
Okay, that's all good and all on here, but we need to go over the Tyler1 game again. I'm curious who actually is Tyler1 lower rated or higher rated? Is Tyler1 is actually cleanly losing? Look at the eval bar. Look at the position in itself too as well. What's the material
Yep.
count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But apparently, it's just really, really bad for
But
Tyler1.
I'm thinking that Wirtual, not only does he has the ability to, receive coaching well, he's probably also getting some very good advice, but look at the way he's implementing it. I can just see the way that knight's anchored in, the bishop bringing all the pieces in. This is just gorgeous. When you think about it, you just can tell that these pieces got to good squares because of some strong understanding.
You know, we're cooking. What we say we have. Hey, anybody want some burgers today? Cow's going down. Apparently, I'm having some burgers and beef. Says Wirtual. Wow.
Oh
that
my
cow,
goodness!
man, you gotta be careful playing that cow.
Yeah, and the knight could have gone into the middle, but instead knight e2. This is going to be game over. Maybe we can jump into Wirtual stream and just see the finale here. Oh, it's already over.
I can play here and trade everything.
Boom. Huh.
And he can't even get close. It's actually so toxic. We win the first game! Alright, let's go, guys. Let's go. We win the first game. Gained 14 points of rating. Thank you very much. And now all we need is a draw and we beat Tyler. That was a very clean game.
I agree, James. We're gonna stick with the live games that are on, but I gotta say, really clean game. Like, it's not just because he won that you say that, it's the way that he won. It really looked like he dealt with that cow opening and was very well prepared for it.
Wow, he was very well prepared. It just played normal chess here, and it worked out. He's also, I guess when you get, play against the cow so much, in fact, you probably already know what to do. And in fact, he's already cooking, as you see him up there in the top right-hand corner of the board, snatching a pawn on the H-file. He has some confidence right now. Obviously, the eval bar is up. It's always going to be there like that when you play the cow, but so don't worry so much about the eval bar. But at the same time here, a pawn has already been grabbed. Tyler1 not looking the happiest. So that one's really tough for him.
Yeah, maybe we can drop in just briefly on that game between Wirtual and Tyler, just to talk about the cow. The reason I say that is not only will we see it from Tyler, but we could see it from other participants as well. We talked about the way to deal with the knights, and we're seeing it again. Wirtual is clearly very well prepared. We see G3 and H4, and take a look at how the knight just does not function with a pawn on G3 like that. And on top of that, there comes H4. H5 is the threat, which kicks the knight back. But you don't want to move the knight back because you need to develop your bishop. So that's why Tyler plays H5. But then all of a sudden, bishop E2. And, if you want to defend that, you have to bring your knight up. But remember, Tyler knows that setup. The knight wants to go to the other side. So he's kind of torn between all these ideas.
Yeah, it's really rough here too now because now I'm down to pawn. The space is terrible. I mean, you could just take on G6. I have weaknesses around the king, which he's going for right now here. Really rough position here. You could try queen G4 and knight F8. Could be a slight trick here. It does attack the queen in a weird way, but he just goes with the simple development of knight to F3. Get out of the way. Develop piece.
Yeah. This is a pretty nice way to do things. I was thinking of a funny move after knight to F3, pawn to G5. And, you take it, you're happy, you think, oh, Tyler's made a mistake. And then out of nowhere, queen takes G5. Hello, on the H file. That would be a real shocker.
Nice.
I don't know if we're going to see that, James, but just floating the idea, just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there. Could be possible. It is possible. Bishop E3 is probably better. Maybe just queen out of the way. Bishop G4 is annoying. Bishop G5 is still there. It's still there. Come on, he called
I'm saying, I don't know if he's going to play it, but there's a huge moment for Tyler. No, he plays too quick.
Too fast, too furious. Oh, my goodness. Dang.
But let's be honest, James. That would be probably the move of the tournament. To sack your queen like that would be absolutely crazy.
That is bonkers here. I mean, and what else is bonkers is this pin. This is a very nasty pin with bishop to G4. It's really hard to get out of it with moves like rook F8 coming. I mean, how do you actually get out of this pin is gross. It's just so good for black. Wait a second. Do I even have a move?
I mean, knight c5 also covering queen d3, so you can't even get out that way. You're seeing the basically g3 h4 is working well against the cow, but I was never a huge fan of giving up that bishop. That's so important when you put all your pawns on dark squares like that. So, you know, we know Tyler1, he'll make this opening work no matter what. It didn't work game 1. He says, run it back. Run it back. Let me
Run
do
it
this
back, bro.
properly. Let's go.
Put it all on cow. Put it all on cow. Yeah, all right, cool. Perfect. Run it back. Double or nothing. And here it is. He is in a better position here. I think even seems a little bit more relaxed as well. Tyler1, that is.
You want to check in on Tyler? You
I was
know,
going to say, let's go check in and
up.
see his thoughts. Yeah, see how he's feeling right now. He seems a little more calm.
You're thinking of a crazy fucking play? What are we thinking of here, bro?
He's a quick player, right? He's over 10 minutes. He trusts his instincts.
He's
not going to wait around. We'll see if he's going to find the big time move here.
Wait, it has to be good for me. I take. He has to take.
Oh.
I guess I could go.
He
just going to take first.
Oh, he just messed it all up. Dang.
Oh no, playing way too fast.
Yeah, playing way too fast.
Take this first.
It's a lesson for all of us,
He
chat.
can't take this back.
You watch it too as well. Take your time, guys.
Then he loses his
Take your time.
Oh no, because he has this queen here. 5 head. I get a pawn though. Ooh, but if I get this pawn.
Ooh, that's really unfortunate. Tyler had a free piece there. If he took the bishop first, just did it in the wrong order.
And think about this too, guys. Look at his time. We started with 10 minutes. You get 5-second increment, and he's above the time he started with. Incredibly too fast.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, this game is now kind of, getting closer and closer to just Wirtual being better, but now that there's not that much material on the board, I do think there are some more drawing chances. But missed a free piece. That was a big chance for Tyler to try to tie this match. Shall we jump around here? I'm looking at the game between Samay and Benson, and this one is pretty much dead even. I mean, this looks like a game that you could play, James. Like, this is solid as heck. I mean,
oh yeah, we ain't going over there
then.
Two. Oh no, we won't even go over there. Of course, you know what? Wake me up when something exciting happens. No.
Yeah. One quick look. Yep. This is what we're dealing with, James. You proclaim this a draw.
100% a draw. 100%.
Okay, and we're moving on.
No other result.
No other result, says James.
When they see these players playing, of course, anything can happen anywhere too. But as we switch around, I did want to go to both and look at both games. In this one, I was actually impressed by Daryl, and I'm not going to lie. He has a slight, I guess I would say, attacking type of position, but he's not losing out of the opening like he was in the previous game against Sardoche here. Sardoche being hundreds of points higher rated here. He has some threats maybe with G5. So, I think he's very impressive in this game. So we will see what happens here. I think he might be. Is he down a pawn? 3-6. Yeah, he's down a pawn, but we do have the 2 bishops, which can compensate and try to attack.
Yeah, you're talking about bishop g5. That's a great way to make a threat. I mean, you can see the queen and bishop eyeballing the h7 pawn, but black has a defender. You identify where the defender is, suddenly bishop g5 to get rid of that piece. That's how you start to formulate a little plan, set up a tactic. That's how the middle game works.
Yeah, and bishop g5, or you could just go h6. g6 might run into like queen h4, which is super annoying. But h6, maybe even sack, just because sack. He likes to play aggressive chess like that. Knowing Daryl, he could actually sacrifice and try to get a rook lift going. That takes a lot of calculation there, and we'll see what happens. Queen c5 like the move. Injit doesn't, but likes stops bishop to g5, which was his threat.
Yeah, and there's also an idea if you're a bit scared to play queen h5 and say, okay, let's trade the queens. I'm not going to lose now. So I think it walks into bishop e3, which is a nice tempo. Maybe take that one while you can. But I do expect that he might be thinking about trading queens with queen to h5. I'm a bit concerned. Okay, nice move here for Daryl. Take the tempo, James.
And there it is. And queen h5. And you just got to wiggle around with the queen here. Queen g3, queen g4, queen e5. It's just like move the queen around. Like, oh no, queen trades, we don't do that. Sorry.
Yeah, this is what we like. This is definitely not the best idea. But when you think about the danger, I mean, he's got an extra pawn who's trading the queens. Pretty smart to do when you have an extra pawn. Now, the reality is if you trade, the knight goes so offside that I think you can play bishop into e4. You can then bring the rook over. Rook's coming into d7. There's a few good things that you can do. So Daryl is actually right back in this game, but it won't feel like it because he knows he's down that pawn.
That's correct. And he also has to find the very accurate moves is keeping the pressure up with the bishops, as you pointed out, with bishop to e4. And then if, rook c7, there may be bishop b6 there. And just lots of moves that could actually require some accuracy from Sardoche here. At the same time, impressive, very much better game for Daryl than his first game where he lost his queen quite early with the black pieces. He also chose a Scandinavian. Careful with that opening, of course, very provocative, and you can get in trouble. He did get in trouble. He lost his queen. But in this game, much better from Daryl here. He has to figure out, do I trade queens or do I avoid the queen trade? But I also need to be aware of my time. He plays queen g3. Idea, I don't totally understand. You don't want to really trade queens and not. You got to figure everything else out from it.
Yeah, completely agree. This is the right decision overall. You're faced with a queen trade when you're down a pawn. You don't take it because you gotta have some threats on the board. I would say h3, h6, these kind of moves, escape squares, always useful. Now would be a great time to make those. And otherwise, Daryl's not in an amazing position. He is down that pawn, but you know what? This has been a much better game overall, and he has those bishops. The bishop pair can always bring you back into the game.
It is very possible. Anything can happen. I got to watch out here. I feel like he's going to blunder for some reason his bishop moving away. Actually, bishop f1. Exactly a rook. It's long range.
Yeah,
the bishop doesn't have any squares to go to.
You're almost setting up as black the move knight e4. Just trying to bait bishop takes knight, and then oops, there is big problems on d1. So James is picking up the potential tactics. Maybe we can listen into Sardoche, and even if we can't understand the French, we'll see those arrows. See if he's eyeballing any tactics here.
En fait, ça me fait chier, fou d6, fou f4, ça me fait vraiment chier. Ça me fait vraiment chier.
James.
94 immediately.
Yeah, okay. We were talking about it. Let's see because this is now even better.
On peut faire h6,
This will be
ça me libère pas vraiment de
big
plus.
time tactic if he sees it.
He's reaching for it.
Pour là, peut-être juste en double.
Oh yeah, rook d5. He's going more for it. That looks like a solid move. It's very
Yeah,
solid.
that is a very good
He also
move.
can double. Yeah, I think he'll go for that.
Ça.
But he's definitely playing a good move anyway, rook d5, so he's not looking for a better one.
Ouais, vas-y. Hein. En fait, échanger les fous, ça m'arrange. Parce que j'attaque directement le pion, je vais pouvoir doubler enfin mes tours.
Yeah, that's a very
J'attaque le
solid
fou
move.
2 fois. Donc prise, ça m'arrange.
All right, well, he hasn't gone for the tactic, but he's obviously well
Il y a
ahead.
toujours ce
He's
truc
won
de
that
son
first
fou-prend.
game.
Oh, attends, c'est
Let's
bizarre.
jump back. I'm seeing
Ouais, ça-
Tyler1 and Wirtual are battling in an endgame here, James. It's kind of what I expected, that Tyler would have a bit more chances, even though he was down maybe like one pawn, maybe it was even two at some point. He was going to have chances because the knights are so tricky, and actually White's king is more exposed than Black. So what do you think here for Tyler's chances to win and tie this up?
Yeah, in fact, one thing I never forgot from Gary Kasparov is what he's always saying, piece activity trumps material most times. And I'm just a fan of active pieces, and I love to be the player with the active pieces. I would even sacrifice material for that just to be very active. So I like his position, Black's position. Tyler here seems to be very active, where, of course, now he's attacking the pawn. The king is cut off on the second rank here. My pieces don't have a lot of coordination that good with the knight on c3 and a rook on f1. So definitely feels like Wirtual is in a little bit under some pressure here, but he has to create something. I think Tyler made a great point and did a great job from where he was out of the opening for sure.
Yeah, and if knight captures the pawn here, I think that Wirtual is planning e5, and then we'll really get into it. If the pawn takes, the rook's going to take with a fork, although the king can keep everything defended. So this is going to be interesting to see the follow-up, whether he's going to capture, or maybe if the knight is going to come in looking for a fork there. Maybe we can just listen into Wirtual's stream and see how he's going to handle this knight fork, which just showed up on the board.
If he lets me push one more square. Ooh, he kind of does. I can go here. Is there a check? No, he wants to win the
Oh, he's completely
pawn.
missing
Can I trade this? Double G pawns. It looks so ugly for an endgame. Oh,
He's
there is
missing the
some
move here, James.
He's missing a pawn takes
some
pawn.
check
Double
there.
check.
I have to step up here, and then there's a knight fork. So there is trickiness, guys.
Wow, that was a good calculation.
Yeah. I can take with check. Wait. Oh, but then he takes my rook. Wait, no, it's double check. He has to move the king.
He found it. He found it, Chad. Oh,
That's a
my
big
goodness.
find.
Oh, that's big.
That's a big find. Getting there in the end.
Does the same fork work there? It kind of does,
But
actually.
This is scary though, because the king can run into the center of the board, and there's.
So I'm going to move my rook over here now.
Yep. You're right. If that king comes up the board, will Tyler have that confidence?
Yes, this fork still, if check. But now I've freed up the square. I can go here. Oh, if I go there, it's the same fork. Sorry. Yeah.
Those are some good
So I have to
calculations,
not
though.
blunder my rook
Thinking a
next move.
couple moves ahead, anticipating ideas from the opponent. Love to see that.
Absolutely, got to get these guys some COE merch. This is 100%.
That double check was very crucial.
Very nice. Now it's up to Tyler1. Will he go backward or will he go forward? You always go forward in life. So
I mean, regardless of
Tyler
where he
looks
stops,
like
I think I'm just going to
automatic.
take the G pawn.
even if it's
Tyler looks like he's
And then
thinking
the other
about
one?
that. I want to bring us back to Samay and Will, who are deep in an endgame here. And I can say that the decision was made. Love to see it from Tyler going forward. Samay has a chance to put this game away with even a draw. And it looks like he's probably going to earn more than that. Night end games, James, are actually the trickiest ones you can have in chess, period. When it comes to end games, I mean, there's hardly any rules. But I got to say, Samay is making this look like light work right now.
Yeah, he's played so many games too as well. He's also been around a lot of the strong chess players and just a chess player, chess enthusiast himself here. So definitely loves the game and loves to learn here. He's doing well here. And of course, as you mentioned, no rules here. I remember one rule that I always remember about the knight in games is knight in games are pawn in games per Botvinnik. So it is good to understand. Try to get those knights off or treat it as a pawn in game. But having an extra pawn and a non-double pawn in Samay actually is a great position. I'm also up top.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he's looking to close this out. It's game over.
And the knight e4 hitting that double pawn, this is the thing. If that pawn was on h2, you could just play g3, everything would be defended. But now there's no way to defend the g pawn. You have to just keep moving it. So that's why those double pawns are never that good. And maybe the king can start to think about coming in this way or maybe venturing over here to take that a pawn. You can play on both sides of the board. Endgames are tricky, but gotta say, Samay is doing a pretty good job right now. And Will, I mean, he played this whole game in what? He's only down one pawn. It's not a bad game at all, but sometimes those small advantages, that's it. It's all that you can find between two players.
That's all it is. It's all it takes sometimes here, as it looks like will be knocked down in this one. Actually, just no points yet. Just no points. Yeah, no points. It's tough.
Yeah, this
And evenly matched too, at least rating wise. What's the ratings on them? They're both 16.
pretty much, yeah, 1,600 apiece. Obviously, Samay with that win is kind of inching further up, and Will inching further down. And big time move here, if he sees it, that is a fork, and that's why those double pawns do not work out. Brilliantly spotted, and Samay, honestly, kind of a head bob there, nod of the head. He's loving it. He knows he's probably got this in the bag now, winning another pawn. And I can say that also Daryl Morey has lost the second game to Sardoche as well. So Sardoche cleans up nicely that first round with a victory in the match.
So it's looking like we have, of course, Samay is going to most likely win this one. So it's really that last game there, Wirtual and Tyler. which is crucial for Tyler to get on the board here.
Absolutely right. Tyler has got that decision made, right? King up, then the rook captured. Tyler plays so quick at the beginning, but you know what? He's pretty thoughtful when it comes to those critical moments near the end of the game. He's really spending the time here. He has less time than Wirtual. Let's jump in and listen to Tyler's thoughts in this critical position here.
Nothing at all. No, because if he moves it here, fuck me. Okay, what do we do? I do not want to defend this pawn, I'll be honest.
Relatable, honestly. James, would you defend that pawn?
No, in fact, not. No, best defense is offense over here. So, yeah, we're always going to go right towards your king. I got 3 pieces, king, knight, and rook. I'm going king d4, king d3, and I'm going to stare uncomfortably into the camera and wait to see if you respond correctly.
I love it.
Pawn up, take,
I love it.
Pawns are shit, though.
Remember, Tyler, every pawn is a potential queen.
I'm gonna be honest, I guys have to go up, see if he fucks something up.
King b4, he's going for it in a way. He probably should have went the other way. Maybe he's going king a3 and wants to gobble those pawns on the other side.
If he goes here or here, I think something's good. I think if he goes here, it's just I can't do anything. I think it actually blocks my rook.
All right, let's see what move is going to happen here, because Tyler has a plan. Whether he's happy with it or not, it's really good to be playing with a plan, and I think his plan is to rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn will make it very interesting. Rook takes. There's a lot of captures there. We do have a pawn.
Exactly.
A pawn available.
Take. He takes. Take. He takes.
Shout out to the producers calling it like it is. Time is ticking. Let's not forget, you know, that 1 minute is
really bad.
Starting to get down there.
So he can just push this.
That's right. Good count.
Take.
Is he going to hear that time warning? That's probably going to kick him into gear, right?
Let's just send it.
That's usually what happens. Yeah, that time warning.
Can you relate to that? Can you relate to that, James? You spend ages and ages thinking, and then your final conclusion is like, just send it.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, sometimes you just got to send it, guys. Sometimes you just don't think, you just do, okay? That's okay. Nothing wrong with that, you know.
I got to bring the people back to the board for a sec. Moves.
Uh-oh. Oh, he found a nice E3, get him off the board. Wirtual with the dub.
Oh, man. And the resignation. That is nasty. Maybe we can get a live reaction from Wirtual. He is on a roll right now.
Oh, rating difference don't matter when you play a bad opening. That's the one opening he knows, and we prepped against it, got good positions both times. Not bad at all. 2-0 against Tyler1. Holy.
Hey guys, everyone's done.
There you go.
That was incredible.
Really deserved, James, right? It's really impressive to take out Tyler1 like that, but in a tough game, finding that big tactic at the end to take the 2-0.
But he also said, one thing that I really love here is he actually prepped. He prepped for it, right? Which is incredible. Like he said, oh, I prepped, you know, 2-0 Tyler1. He's flexing real hard. Look like being hitting the gym, the chess gym, and he's hype about it. And I would be too, of course. That's a big win for Wirtual and very impressive. Looks like 2-0s all across the board as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there. We saw Sardoche handily take care of that, you know, big rating mismatch as well, about 600 points difference. But Samay Raina, I think that's the one that, looking back, is one of the most impressive results. There was two 1600s battling, but Samay did it in, you know, kind of really classy fashion. He won a knight endgame, you know, slight advantage, extra pawn. Looked like he played some solid chess as well. So I think Samay could be one of those sleeper picks in this tournament based on what we saw in that first match, James.
I believe so too as well. Samay actually, I remember playing blitz games with him. He was much stronger than I expected him to be. He was so closer to 2K, I believe, strength wise, and then also I'm beating some stronger players that I saw before when we were in I think it was London or something like that. But I was out there hanging out with him, and he was just playing better than I expected him to be based off of his ratings. So of course, you know, you never underestimate these players, especially at ratings that they have and etc. So really cool stuff. Now we have the new games are up.
Yes, they are. We got our bird's eye view here, so you can see all the action. You know, as usual, it feels like the action is always most interesting in Tyler1's games because he's playing a provocative opening and also one that I think a lot of people are expecting. So maybe we can start with that one. And I mean, James, it's like that feels like the same story. The people understand how to deal with these knights, and we see another pawn being pushed up the side of the board. This could be a rough day for Tyler if he's not prepared for these pawn moves.
Everybody just eating beef today. It's just beef turkey, beef this, beef that, beef Wellingtons, burgers, steak, whatever you want. Okay, we're eating the cow today. Got to be careful with this, Tyler1, especially as he's playing against Sardoche here with a very beefy rating there, 2100 plus, and he's trying to definitely win again here. Already a better position. Obviously, that's what you get in the cow too as well. But there's tactics that are in the cow. So hopefully, Tyler1 gets something he's looking for, but so far not good for him.
Yeah, the real problem is because that pawn actually got here first, the knight can't go there. And Tyler's probably feeling cramped because the bishop needs the knight to move before it can move at all. And that's why I do think this pawn move makes sense. Hopefully Tyler is thinking to himself, okay, now I can move my knight somewhere and then my bishop can develop. But I mean, guess what, James? After you do that, are you really going to castle into a potential attack? I mean, good luck.
Yeah, that's actually quite incredible. The castle on that side of the board. So you have to get your queen out too. I do like the pawn capture from Tyler. So if he's able to place his knight on d5, which one is the question? Probably the e7 knight because the f8 bishop can finally get out. But you can be kicked back a lot of times, or at least Scandinavian-ish. I see here. With knight e to d5, you play c4, knight takes e3 happens. You try bishop e7, and you try maybe to break with c5 and bring a rook to c8 because the king's already on the c file. So it's important to understand here. Black needs to develop his pieces and get something going before Sardoche just steamrolls him on usually the king side of the board.
Exactly. Well, let's jump over to Samay's game against Wirtual because I see a tactic there that just happened, and actually maybe we can jump into Wirtual's perspective and just hear the raw thoughts because I think this is a huge blunder. I did not think about
this.
Ouch.
Oy, oy, oy.
Free piece, James. Okay. That hurts.
Samay already.
Yeah, that's a bit cooked.
Lose games, guys.
He even prevents castling. You know, that's the problem. After the queen goes here, I can't castle. No, I overstayed my welcome with this. I should take there and then take the pawn, and then the check does nothing. That's a bit of a shame. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, that is the reality. We all get hit with these tactics.
See if we can make the most of this.
And show everyone on the analysis board here just what happened. But you know, it was unsuspecting, James. It was the bishop out here perfectly safe. Although queen a4 could be played, it's not a check. And then what happens is pawn takes, and after the pawn recaptures, I mean, you could take the other way, and definitely you should have. But you'd have to see that queen a4 was coming. So it's sort of sneaky the way Samay set that up. And we were just talking about how Samay Raina, that's the person to watch, I think, in this event. Sneaky talent that he's got. Dominating so far. And he's up a full piece. And with knight d6 threatened, no, this could be real bad. Knight takes knight in the center, and I'm just gonna say, you know, I've done this a few times myself. You castle, thinking, okay, yeah, let me get the heck out of there, and then you get the heck into checkmate.
Right, like wake up and like, what happened? What happened exactly? Yeah, really tough game here. Of course, as you choose in Sicilian, you will get a combative game. Knight d6 anyway is very possible. Runs into king f8. We do have a nice pin, and he probably could try to use actually knight d6, king f8, and knight e8 is a possible move here. But he always can get out of it with a queen b7, weirdly enough. So kind of still difficult for Wirtual here, but impressive for Samay. I did know Samay is kind of a dark horse here or a wild card. No one that really knows, but I know Samay is definitely underrated. We will see how he fares in the rest of the games of today. But so far, so good. Looks like he's going to be able to win this one.
Yeah, there's a nice pin here as well. So even though White's up a piece, it's not as obvious. Like, for example, a couple of moves ago, I would have just traded the queens and then traded the knights, right? Just trade absolutely everything because you have an extra piece. Instead, keeping the knight on the board, probably ill-advised, but of course, White is still better in that game. James, we're flipping all the way over to Will Benson and Daryl Morey, and it's because there is a big-time move on the board. If Daryl can find
Daryl,
knight
look at
e5.
knight. Wait, was this a Jar Jar Binks London? There's a knight on c3.
Let me just say that I think the answer is absolutely yes.
He played it wrong. Why didn't he get with me? Will, you should have got with me, Will. What are you doing? Will, somebody I gotta get his agent on the call.
Somebody get him in contact with James immediately.
How did he get in this position from a Jar Jar Binks London? What is he doing?
I can see it's a personal offense, James.
Yeah,
it really hits you hard.
I felt that one. I feel that completely. That one hurt, man. Come on, a3. At least he got the queen out of the way now.
Yeah, now Will is safe again. Probably still want to get that king to safety. You could bring the rook over and then slowly tuck the king back. But something tells me we're not going to see that, James.
Yeah, hand castle by here. Castle by hand. Castle queenside or king here by hand. It's very possible to do. Also pushing in the center. Queen goes back to b6, though. Daryl definitely missed his chance with the knight d5. So Will was able to get away. But it is a unraveling of the pieces here as the rooks are connected now, but the king's on d2, so you need to maybe rook a to e, and then king tucks back to c1, maybe trying to push e4, but the d4 pawn falls right now, so got to be a little bit careful here. It's some unraveling to do.
Yeah, I think Daryl has a solid position. I prefer Will's position, but I can understand why maybe Will himself is thinking, oh, my king's in the middle, like I'm not castled like I know I should be, kind of breaking some opening principles. So it's not a position that you feel that confident in, but the bishop pair and the fact that you can control the center, that's pretty nice. And this move right here, James, that tells me he's probably thinking tuck the king back, which is a great sign for him.
It's nice. He's like, you know what? King getting a workout here. Go to d2, e2, rook back, rook over, and king f1 to g1, right? And make sure you work your king's working out, guys. Make sure you work out your king, get those king reps in, as Will is doing here right now. Now, at the same time, though, he has a nice development of his pieces. I mean, everything is off of the back rank. So he does have good development. This king's just weird.
Both sides actually with good development. Daryl has to make the decision, and if you castle one way or the other, you kind of allow White to decide, okay, I'm going to start the attack. So maybe Daryl's kind of waiting to see where the White king is going to go to match it. James, I'm gonna take this back. Sardoche, Tyler1. In fact, we can just jump into Tyler's POV because the position has changed since we were last there. Let's take a look.
Oof.
What do you think? Positive developments here, James?
You should get half my time.
If I can castle queenside, okay, he's letting me get away. Queen e7, and I'm running for the hills. Queen e7, castle queenside, and this feels like some type of Scandi, or some type of Scandi where I like a queen d8 type of Scandi vibe here. I get, but the f pawn's gone. But okay, queen e7, I'm getting castle as fast as humanly possible. Right, exactly. See, knight d6 is annoying, but knight d6, knight takes
not quite what you had in mind.
Yeah, not quite here. Knight d6, you're gonna get a ring around the rosy with the knight here. Knight d6, king e7, knight takes b7, and then knight back to c5, or even knight f7, whatever you like.
I feel like uh-oh is the best way to describe this situation.
Yeah, uh-oh. Where do we put the king first, though?
Yeah, the king does
Is this
not
really
have
that
many
bad,
places
though?
to
Because
go.
maybe I can threaten some shit on this square.
Yo, is there a rook takes
Can I go
h7
here?
here, bro? Rook takes, knight takes g6, king f6,
I
g5,
hear
king
you.
takes queen d3 check. Bro, do you see that? That is disgusting.
I see where you're coming from there.
Oh my goodness. And then he goes king h5, queen takes h7 is mate. That's tactic of the day. I'm not even
Fucking
gonna lie, that was
pussy.
vicious.
Now, there's a funny thing. If the king takes the knight, then you actually get forked on
He
f7.
did that for no
So-
fun
Oh,
business.
jeez.
He's got to be careful not to get active with the king here.
Better that I just take, though. If I just put my king here and just fucking took it.
Don't do it. Tyler, think about this,
It didn't
man.
take back
Breathe.
with this, because if I take back with this, then he gets this. Which I wanted to go take, then here.
He's taking his time.
Now
Okay,
it's all
It's a
that's
good.
critical move, though.
Better. Tyler, think about this, man. You have a family.
Yeah, big decision here.
And if I take with this,
Tyler, please. Tyler.
he has this.
Oh,
He thought about the
Well
kids.
done.
There it is. He did it for
Well
the kids. That's
done.
what I'm
Be a
talking about,
fucking
Tyler.
triple fork.
That's what I'm talking about. He remembered
Double.
the kids.
that was
Amazing.
good. Honestly, took his time, evaluated everything, eventually saw the trick, and now I suspect Tyler is going to just take that bishop one way or another, which is, I believe, the right decision to make. I'm not saying he's going to survive, James. I'm just saying
That's true.
it's the right
That's
decision.
true. That's true.
Because,
Exactly.
yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to bring the people back to the board here
So I think I
and
can
just
do
show a
this.
couple variations on d5. Then we'll probably be looking at queen b4. And that's what Sardoche plays. 2100, James. He's got things worked out. He's hunting that king down. And let me tell you, there are a lot of potential checkmates involved here. If Tyler doesn't make the right move, I mean, what move are you liking? Which checkmate would you prefer?
Oh yeah, this is force mate 9 immediately. Force mate 9. And this is just off the head. Like, you know, hopefully you
You're
can
just
make
making up a
9 moves.
number.
It's just force. It's force. Whatever it is force. It doesn't matter. This is force.
All right, chat. Count 9 moves to keep James honest here. 9 moves from now.
Force. It's literally force. It's literally force.
Okay. Well, we got 9 moves there. We'll remember to check to see if you're right. I also want to take us back to some of the other boards. On my mind is Will Benson and Daryl Morey, because that one has changed and in Will's favor. This is a matchup between 1400 and then high 1500. So really, really close one here. Both of these players lost their first round, so they're looking to bounce back in the group.
Well, sometimes one thing about the Joe Bible London is you can't always count it out. You know, there is some times where things get a little bit crazy. I am a little bit happier here as Moda. I'm a little bit happier for our fellow Jobovians in chat, or Jobovians, however you want to call us, whatever you want to call us. We are together here as we finally have a good position here. It was tough.
And look at that.
Finds the
Tactic
bishop move.
spotted immediately.
He takes d7 next here. Definitely.
Yeah, didn't hesitate. I think he was kind of queuing that up, hoping that no matter what he does, if he leaves it there, I'm going to play bishop c4. He does it immediately. And he could even cash in more material than just the rook. The knight could fall afterwards. So this is definitely a big moment.
There, I think he's going to go all in here. He might miss queen takes d7. Only reason being is because he feels that the king, which is weak on e2. So he's going to maybe try to press through, missing the knight being hanging. Maybe he sees it and goes knight f6 too, though.
Yeah, I wonder if with his last move, rook e8, is he spying some crazy tactic like taking on d4, which is possible due to the pin? I'm just wondering, was rook e8 for that type of idea or just a general good developing move? We'll see in a second.
Let's see.
1 minute. So if we don't see in a second, we'll definitely see in a minute.
We'll definitely see in a minute here, guys. Hopefully he survives a minute here. And on that board with Sardoche and Tyler1, I'm just checking the bird's eye view on our end here. There's a knight f5. Yeah, that's like mate at 2 or 3 there. So in fact, it actually yeah, it's made in 9 if you do all the engine moves. But here it's
Yeah,
made in 1.
exactly. I think he finished off that checkmate a little quicker with some assistance there from the opponent. And that is checkmate in game number 1. A really tough start for Tyler1 as he hasn't won any of his first 3 games. But to be fair, he's been playing some well-prepared competition for his cow opening.
Yeah, the cow here was defeated again. He might have to try something else, but the problem is he doesn't
James,
play anything
top
else.
left of the screen. Look at that move from Will Benson. He just took the rook. It was, it was a move played by Daryl. He thought it was safe. I'm just going to go 1 move back. I mean, this shows your chess understanding. Rook e7, he says, that's not defended. Give me that. Queen takes e7. He's probably going to grab another rook with check. Oh my goodness. The house is falling. There's checkmate in 1. Wow.
Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, Will Benson hit him with a curveball real quick. That's a strike. Get him out of here, says Will Benson. 1 more game. Daryl Morey is going to have to bounce back on that one.
Oh my God, you could never have convinced me that that game was just going to end in a couple of seconds. All right, James, what are we looking at here? We got Wirtual, Samay. Samay has just been dominant so far, but if the queens stay on the board here, especially with this next really tricky move, e5, things could get scary. The white king is in trouble if the queen manages to maybe get to f3, get to the back rank, find its way to g2, and there's also 2 pieces currently hanging. So tough stuff here.
Yeah, this is tricky. I love what Wirtual is doing here. He's making it very difficult, but I think that was the best move there from Samay. Found the move, bishop c5, defending the knight. Now queen f3 is not possible either, and defending his knight and attacking d5, like all at the same time. What a move.
Very good move. Let's jump in with Wirtual's stream in these tense final moments here, and there's a massive threat in the position. Queen to c1, idea.
Here. Looking at this.
Tricky. He tricky today. Twicky.
1 minute only. Okay.
Yeah, that one's not going to do it, though.
This is getting dicey.
Let's wait and see, though. Maybe the queen can slide into e2.
No,
what do you think
it
about
doesn't
that?
work. Wait.
He's going for it.
Curious.
Riggs.
Who do you have here? This is
oh
still
my
a bit
goodness,
tricky.
queen e2, queen f3.
Yes.
Don't get checked. Is there a check here? There is after he takes the pawn. Maybe it's fine. There's also bishop check. We're going to take this. No check from the bishop to win my queen.
No, this is really, really
Okay,
scary.
I can't stop
for
on a
white.
dark square. That's the most important thing.
He might have a draw somehow. Ooh, he needs to go back to g8.
Let's go here.
Yep.
King.
Yeah, if I'm black,
This is very dicey.
I put my king back
No
towards
dark
my
square?
pawn, I think is the plan.
Oh, yeah, he's going into the middle of the street here. That's what
James,
we like
queen
to say.
d2, queen f3. I'm really counting
No dark
on,
square.
you mentioned that idea earlier, it's always a big threat. Let's see what
Like,
happens
how can he
here.
even trade queens, just realistically? There is no point he can place his queen, I can see. Oh, he could play this check. If he could play that check, he would be very happy.
First game draw.
I don't think he can.
Wow, is he going to take that pawn? That's really well played.
Oh, that's good by him.
So impressed by
Do we
that
have
technique.
perpetual?
Wait, does no? He has f3. Pawn f3 gets out of it.
No perpetual, wow. So I didn't see that as an idea, unfortunately, guys.
You got to hand it to Samay. That was great technique, James. Not easy. Like, you know, when you're in those winning positions, it's so scary. I got to say, he really kept his composure and thought critically, how can I take that h3 pawn that's causing all these problems? You know, the level we're seeing, I think, is a lot higher than 1600 from Samay in this tournament so far.
I remember this. I actually, I beat Samay every game that we played, but at the same time, I knew he was like, oh, he got to be like at least, you know, in a range from like 18 to 2K. I think it was a very nice range. I felt strength wise, he was spotting some things. It's like, oh, you see that? Okay, very nice. You know, it was actually very underrated from him. So I think we're seeing that now. I think he is one to watch out for, as he's going to look like trying to checkmate the king here. He takes G6, wins the queen. He can hit the button.
Oh my goodness, he did it again.
You can hit the button.
Same type of tactic, but wow. And that is going to be a win for Samay in game number 1. I got to say, James, the matches are moving really, really quickly because they just finished their first game. Meanwhile, Daryl, Will, Tyler1, Sardoche, they've been in game 2 this whole time. Let's jump to Sardoche and Tyler1.
Okay, and we can leave now. Didn't know that was quick.
Yep, that hurts. Let's see where that piece went here. Counting them up, it looks like we're down 1. And looking at the position, the real issue, which is always the issue with these knights, look at these pawns. If you're going to learn one thing today, guys, maybe about the cow, but also just about chess in general, is that these knights are dominated, absolutely dominated by pawns. I like the double listening. That was particularly challenging. It's like double listening, double language. Got to really, really pay attention there. But it seemed like Sardoche was saying the A pawn is the real problem. You know, he's trying to play C3 if the pawn gets to A6 so that the bishop can get involved. Meanwhile, Tyler is rightfully worried about back rank mate, which would probably lead me towards the move H3. But I'm looking at Rook A4, and I love it. It's a fantastic move. The move I'm just cautious about is Rook D1. I'm scared for Tyler. Don't play it. That long-range bishop will make you pay for trying to use that open file.
It's tough here because you are just down a clean bishop here. Bishop is gone. We got doubled E pawns, which isn't the most impressive either. Really tough here. Obviously facing a strong opponent in Sardoche here, but he's going to try to make it work. Maybe double the rooks, try to push the A pawn, bring the king around. Lots of ideas here, but not enough time. Or I mean, sorry, too much time, I should say. If it was like 2 minutes, okay, you know, anything can happen maybe. It's too much time.
Yeah, agreed. That extra piece is going to tell the tale. Can't hand a 2100 an extra piece and expect to survive in this tournament. However, missed a free piece, which was hilarious from Tyler. He's like, you know, the move was so bad, 2100, couldn't expect it. And I think that honestly has some truth to it. I think Sardoche truly was like, okay, bishop d2, yeah, that makes sense. Let me respond. Didn't even think that Tyler was making a mistake.
He didn't even think of it. He's up a piece too. He's like, I'm already up. Like, okay, it is what it is. This is just a matter of time here. H3, G4 can be played. Try from Tyler here. He's looking very frustrated here but makes total sense, right? He's down a piece. Playing a strong player. Trying to figure out what to do. How do I even survive here? H3, G4 is one idea. Even trying to get the king over the C file, even winning some pawns. If I could grab some pawns here, which is one idea, you're down a pawn or down a piece, try to get as many pawns as you can. Bishop G6, easy move. Got to move the rook away.
Yeah, let's jump around. Will Benson, Daryl Morey. These guys have a habit, and it's not a good habit. I see Daryl now with the king on D2. Someone remind these gentlemen how important it is to castle in chess.
Oh, man. Guys. Gotta be better than that. Gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah, the king on D2 is just never acceptable, right? If you have a choice. Now, if you're, forced to move, we get it. But in this case, I'd be surprised if this was a forced move. And I bet that white could have probably castled instead.
Was this a King's Indian?
I think so. Yep. This is looking King's Indian territory. Daryl can still launch a little bit of an attack, but the issue is truly the most important piece, especially when you have your pawns all in light squares, is your dark squared bishop. And Daryl has the light squared bishop.
Yeah, how did this king get on D2? Is he just randomly king D2, guys? No, could he have castled and played king D2? I'm curious here, actually.
let's back up, and I'll give you the official. This is like a video review in sports. Okay, let's see. Bishop takes King D2, the most voluntary King D2 on earth. The call on the field stands.
King D2, boys and girls. Listen, don't try this at home, guys. Don't try this at home. We highly recommend that you castle your king if you can.
Yeah, no, that one really should have been long castle 100% of the time.
That was
3 minutes ticking down as well. You know, the time's getting away, and it's so difficult to start attacking because he's probably worried about his own king at this point.
It's always good, guys, to to try to take advantage of obviously the king placement here. This king is like, I'm gonna do it myself, and that's what he's doing here. You know, sometimes the king got to get it done himself. Where that can
lead
be really
from the
good or
front,
really bad. Lead from the front. That's it. It's gonna
be
very good or very bad. No in between. No in between.
Right.
Daryl definitely having a long time too, so it's gonna be tough for Daryl.
Exactly. Daryl is a thinker, which, you know, it's good to see. I always think that there's probably a higher ceiling for players that do spend their time, but obviously there's an excess, right? Is it too much of anything is a bad thing, and thinking too much here, being too thoughtful, got to trust your instincts. And 2 minutes compared to 9 minutes for Will is just probably not going to be enough when it gets down to that end game and the king in the middle of the board, position getting open, looking like Will is poised to at least not lose this game and therefore win the matchup.
I'm taking with the king here. I don't care about none of that. You know what? He took with the queen. But, like, you know, if you're going to use the king then. King takes D3.
Yep, I agree with you. Queen takes H4, snagging another pawn. Also, queen takes F2 is a threat with check. I imagine we might see maybe the knight move, and then that could happen again. So let's keep moving around here. Samay and Wirtual are in there. But the engine does not like this move, James. Maybe that knight move.
Nice C2, yeah, and he finds it. Yeah, this is going to be very tough. It's going to be a really hard way to play against Samay here. Samay is definitely showing the tactics. I mean, he's winning a second, another pawn here, actually, sorry. Winning E3 and G4 is what I mean here, which is very possible to win G4 too. So really strong here. Samay is showing out. Wirtual is definitely in trouble in this one too as well.
Exactly, yeah. It's really difficult to come back from this, especially knight takes E3. Knight G4 is going to be with a check now, so really tough to play this one. It's going to be another knight endgame. Samay has already shown just how good he is in those knight endgames, especially up small bits of material, and all he needs is a draw to secure this match victory. So looking good for Samay, looking great for Will Benson. And what about rook takes E3? I mean, just as good. He wants to trade more pieces. I was gonna say, why don't we take a listen in on Wirtual and see if he's at least maintaining some optimism, because he's got to win this game.
Okay, rook takes. Oh, if rook takes, knight takes with check. At least if I march my king up now, it won't come with check the next move, and I can... Well, takes king, check, king, here. No, better yet is here again. Check. King has to go. I still think that's preferable to losing this pawn. It's not good. Of course it's not, but... Have to take if he takes.
I like the approach, James. Sounds like a real chess player thoughts here. Not too down on the position, knows you can still make a comeback down a
If
few
he doubles,
pawns,
I have to
just
take.
taking it move by move.
Yeah, taking it move by move here. Calculation seems calm, right? No emotion. I think he's doing well here. This is very well to
This time I'm playing slower.
approach a situation like this. He's playing a little
Yeah,
slower.
I think if he doubles, I have to
Follow the
take
ropes.
because otherwise it's too weak. I mean, I can't double either myself.
And Samay has not
go.
been making too many mistakes this event, so really solid
If
play.
he takes with the knight now,
So
I'll
far.
push this pawn. That's what I'll do. If he takes with the rook, perhaps the same. The knight is a little bit awkwardly placed to address this square, and if, you know, yeah, I think I have to push now. I'm not allowing anything crazy, right? There's a check. No, there's also a check here. No, there's not. I think we do this.
Nice move. Yeah, this looks
Stopping
pretty
the
good.
Eventually, we'll also want to get this move in.
3-6,
I think my king is
3-6,
really
7
well
down
placed
the
because
pawn.
this is the open file. And we want to keep an eye on it. If here...
Well, thinking about all the games
No more
here
checks either,
for
so
a
I can
second,
stop
James,
here.
as Hunt here, he's hunting that king down. The time pressure has been really pronounced for Daryl in this event so far. 5 seconds is just not enough, James.
Not enough here, and of course, we're winning on a position, and we're winning on time. So it's just a matter of time for this one is over here. Daryl Morey maybe going down 2-0, unless we see some catastrophic blunder here. There is a 5-second increment. It's got to move. Wow, made that move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Yep. You can hardly survive. The bishops are just terrorizing the king. Wide open, but 7 minutes to 10 seconds. This would be an absolute miracle to survive.
82. I brought the other rook. He's just swinging on him here. Back and forth punches. King F3.
Yep.
Running for the hills. He's running for the hills. Rook D3 check. King to G2. F3 check. It's just check, check, check everywhere. King G3. Finally evading some checks.
H5 is great. Where can that knight go?
Okay.
Knight
Let's
B2.
see who's
Fianchetto the knights, right?
Hey, best way to defend is to attack, but it is check.
Thought maybe you would move the other knight in that case, but you know what? When time's that low, you don't have the time to think about absolutely everything, and that check, you're right, means you can't take that bishop.
Listen, Daryl is one thing I like about Daryl is he's like, I'm gonna get it done with my king. Obviously not the greatest idea, but he's getting it done with the king. Move the king around, lead with the king first. Will he go King G5?
Putting the finishing touches on this game. It's always hard to orchestrate that final checkmate, but you know what? He doesn't need to, go all in. He can just take that pawn in the center. No issues. Also uncovers an attack on the knight.
Rook D3 would be mating, but didn't have to go for it. Daryl hanging on by a thread here, by time that is.
Ooh,
So
and there it is.
left.
Yeah, and Will already has the advantage, meaning if he just ties this game, he wins the match. I think he's done more than enough to do that. And let's move on to one of the other games in progress. Sardoche has beaten Tyler1, so a 2-0 in that one. Let's check out Samay. We can say that I think Will Benson has definitely got the win in that one. Wirtual somehow needs to win this game. That's a tough ask.
What's the time situation? Yeah, usually anything can happen when time gets lower, but that's not going to happen. It's not too low. I mean, it's just a lot of time. It's like
It really
the
is.
beginning of a Blitz game. Not
Yeah,
working.
honestly, James, I was going to point out, and you just highlighted this, it reminds me, we're almost going to be done round 2. And, we've been live for just over an hour. Like, these games are absolutely zooming through. Like, every single game. This is a very fast group. I'll put it that way.
Why are they moving so fast? What they
really
got
are.
to do? They trying to get the lunch? Everybody trying to get the lunch all fast. They hungry out here. Well, of course, a lot of times, a lot of cow has been eaten today. From
That's
from
true.
Tyler's point of view, a lot of beef
That's
been going
true.
around. Pretty tough. But hey, playing fast, guys. Don't try it at home. Obviously, we are playing rapid here. Use your time. But players here have been showing some very good chess today, especially from Samay here, Sardoche, and Samay being an underdog too. I think.
Yeah, I'm starting to just call I'm call that as a bluff at this point. There's no way I can be calling Samay an underdog from the performance we've seen thus far. Another endgame grind here. He's got one extra pawn, and I just haven't really seen a big mistake from him.
Yeah, no like one move blunders. This looks like an incredible endgame, which we had against Will as well. He takes, now he doubles the pawn. He has a much better endgame here. Knight comes to the center of the board, attacks G4 too. Just have a very clean way to play this.
Yeah. Let's maybe let's listen in on Wirtual stream. This is the last game in progress at the moment. It's all down to this.
I have to go here. Okay.
By the way, I think he calculated something, which is why he didn't take that pawn. Otherwise, you would assume he would have taken back on G5.
I have no square to defend the pawn with. Check does nothing. What can I even argue? Nothing? I don't know if I have anything good now. Very well played by him. Like, I can go here, but he's going to take the pawn, of course, not the knight. This feels like the best try.
I'll be honest with you, James. I would take that knight.
As fast as humanly possible. Oh, as soon as you put it there, pre-move.
Yep. Snap.
Yeah, there's no way to keep my queenside pawns, and that's my win condition, so we are going to get cooked here, I think. If he plays this, maybe there's hope.
So the reason that
but I need
James
one pawn alive.
Knight,
that's the main problem.
Two hanging pawns. It's because black already has.
And I don't see a way to keep one pawn alive.
So a king and pawn endgame is 100% winning.
Very easy. Take the knight. You can pawn on F5.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that we messed up in the Budapest gambit. F4 before castles is something I'll. Oh, there's a sliver of hope. I don't think you're supposed to do this in pawn endgames.
Oh no, we're gonna have to send him the book.
Maybe you are.
Page
17. You can force.
Yeah, this Daryl said page 17.
If I don't go there, he's gonna push him.
Redirect
he's
him,
never
James.
gonna move his king for the rest of the game, I think.
We'll get it to him.
He's just never gonna move his king, guys. He's just gonna push. He can win it outright, which is the correct thing to do, probably.
So impressed by the technique from Samay.
Wow, okay. Yeah.
Really well done. This is just a walk. You know, the king's kind of escorting that pawn down. So thanks very much. What a great game. And just another endgame converted by Samay. The technique has been amazing, like pretty much flawless in many of the different situations we've seen him in. And this looks like another 2-0 and a victory in this round.
That's it. Samay wins again. 2-0. That is incredible. I mean, wow. And incredible from everyone today. I love to see all the games. It was actually 2-0s all across the board. There was nothing even, like nothing 1-1 today. Nothing, no draws, like just all, hey, you hit me, and then they don't hit back. That's really, really tough stuff here. Wow. What do you think about that, Mark?
Well, I think we just saw, two of the quickest rounds in PogChamps, and you can tell because they've been 2-0s. Will Benson and Daryl, they both lost that first round, bounced back. This was going to be an important one for them to get their first wins. Daryl using too much time on the clock. Will Benson capitalizing, taking the 2-0 victory, and we just saw Samay put away some great end games, great conversion against Wirtual and Sardoche. Just too much of a challenge for Tyler1 to overcome. And I'm starting to think, Tyler, maybe, James, you think he's too predictable with that cow? Because everyone is super well prepared for it.
100%. You got to play something else. Get the team in there, talk to your corner. Want to know what we got to do here at mine, but we got to stop playing the cow, and it has to happen now. Now, at the same time, no, of course, there's still a lot of chess to be played.
That's a bar.
Listen, yeah, of course, a mixtape coming out soon. But at the same time here, guys, stick around with us, guys. We love all of you, and we're proud to be partnered with Lide Haiti here, a nonprofit focused on supporting Haitian girls from undeserved communities in health, learning, and art. Supporting over 1,000 girls and young women between 10 to 24 each year, SuperPog Champs couldn't be happier to support Lide's mission of positive transformation change. Be sure to use the command Lide in chat to learn more or to get involved. Guys, we're going to take a break here. We're going to say goodbye to Amon, but Nemo is going to take over. Amon, what you doing for the rest of the day, man? You out?
I'm getting ready to jump in Arena Kings with my community, but it's bittersweet that I say goodbye for the rest of the PogChamps day. I'm not gonna lie, I got 3 monitors for a reason. I got a full PogChamps screen guaranteed to watch the rest of these games, and I'll be back tomorrow and the day after to obviously conclude the show and call more of the action, James. But I mean, 2 great rounds of chess, setting things up, I think, with all these 2-0s for some big clashes when the winners start to play each other in these coming games.
It's going to be great to see. Good luck in Arena Kings. We'll see you soon. We'll be back with Nemo, guys.
Bye, guys.
Non pa mi se Jena Alekti. Mwen gen 16 ans. Ane pase, madame nan te travay avek ou. M'bat telman pono paske se pweme fwa ke mte rejet sa, paske se madame nan ki te montre ni. Se a pos de madame nan, mwen te ni pon sa rele jote che. Li fe m'apran, li fe m'fokis, nepot jot ke m'ba konen dwe fokis, m'ba dwe toujou timide. Pour m'apprendre, de focus, malgré que je ne sais pas, c'est la première fois, je dois toujours essayer. Je peux jouer, et puis madame n'a pas patience avec moi pour me montrer. Je ne peux pas attendre que je gagne Jenny, je ne joue à Jenny, je gagne, je saisi. C'est ça. Que Samna me dit, je souhaite retourner commencer avec l'échec là pour me plus fort. Quand ça tout, je peux participer dans n'importe quoi.
Plusieurs Manaïka, on a 14 ans. Commencer à jouer échec, je vais convertir bien parce que jusqu'à présent, je joue échec sur tablette. Moi, j'aime pour me venir qui jouer. Et en plus, pour me jouer avec l'autre monde qui est plus fort passer. Et je me dis, plus toujours continuer avec l'échec là, et puis tu as plus aider Timonio. Pour plus faire concours avec l'autre participant pour on te plus élevé dans l'échec.
Welcome back. We're feeling super. Today is SuperPog Champs. I am James Cantor III here, and I'm joined with Nemo, aka Nimsco. How are you, Nemo?
I'm doing really well. It's been super exciting watching all of the games. You and Amon had great synergy. I've been loving everything. Decisive games, crazy games.
Yeah, actually, in fact, we have Sardoche, who's actually been on a tear, winning his games flawlessly, no real problems here. And Samay Reina, actually, who actually is not known to be as strong as he is in this tournament here. I think he's actually a wild card, as me and Amon talked about before. But what do you think of the matchups and the pairings here in this match, in this round?
Well, we do have Sardoche versus Samay coming up, which is going to be one of the more exciting matches, I would imagine. We have seen a lot of 2-0s, so this one might become a little bit more even-footed. But obviously, there have been some crazy games, crazy tactics, interesting end games too. You know, this is the SuperPog Champs, so the skill level here is relatively high. We do have some people pushing 2,000, and it's been really cool to see.
In fact, Daryl, Morey, and Tyler1, I'll be paying attention to that game too as well, or that match, because they have yet to win yet. So sometimes, you know, when you're losing games and you're just losing multiple games or matches in a row, you just need to get on the board, stop the bleeding, as they say here. So still time to try to make it, but it's difficult, you know. So Tyler1 and Daryl Morey, that one's going to be just like, I got to get a game up. I got to win a game there. Will and Wirtual, I don't know who's the better there. Maybe a slight edge to Wirtual, but definitely I think the match of the round here will be Sardoche versus Samay, who's underrated, Samay being underrated, and Sardoche here being the highest rated. Very strong, 2,100. So we'll see how he does and how they fare as games. Looks like they've already started.
Yep, we do have a game. Sardoche comes in. Whoa, some aggressive openings.
Yeah, some theory here. This is actually the Shieldman variation of the Roy here, where this gets a little bit funky, you know. In fact, Bragg used it, I think, in, I don't remember, was it Candidates? Something where he used this this F5 early opening. Very fun opening, I should say. I'm a fan of fun openings myself, but that pawn on F5 is now been captured. Knight comes into D4. It could be C5. It could probably fizzle out quite quickly, actually. C5, 96, trade everything out.
Yeah, that would go into an endgame, but how deep theory do you think both players know in this?
Definitely Sardoche, I think, probably knows a little bit more. Samay, if he's going to play this weird stuff, he might know some theory, but not as much here. I think they might be already out of theory. Already out of theory thinking.
Does take a moment to think, but the idea that you had laid out there with C5, 96 does make a lot of sense, trading off the knight, which is pretty strong in the center right now. However, I'm not sure we want to be going into endgame so quickly, so we'll see what Samay does as we... Oh! Wow, Sardoche had instantly decided that they were going to play knight b3, which is not a great move, actually. As you can see, the Chess.com evaluation does give it the double question mark, which is a lot worse than the double exclamation mark. So after knight to b3, what do you think here?
Yeah, in fact, the problem is he can just take on F5. Like, bishop takes F5 with no resistance. So now you got this bishop and the knight comes to F6. You can't really challenge the center. Pawns on E4 and C5 control literally, even though it's weird, they're kind of a file off. They control so much of the center. So E4, C5, really strong. You can't go D. I mean, you could go D4 and D3, but that would create a huge weakness on the D file with one of your pawns here. So May with the confident sip is what I like to call it there, is he feels confident. He drinks, you know, he's like, I'm good to go. I'm feeling great. He's got castle queenside coming. I think he got everything he wanted out of this opening already here. I think it's Sardoche who needs to actually get better and figure out what he wants to do now.
Yeah, and as you guys know, controlling the center is one of the most important concepts in chess because from the center, everything else around it becomes a lot easier to play in. So over here, we do see Samay bringing out that knight to f6, defending the d5 square, reinforcing the e4 pawn. It's looking like a pretty solid opening for Samay.
And castle queenside should be coming up next. From White's standpoint, what do you even do? Like, you can't go D3, drops a pawn, babe, believe it or not, actually. D3 you could take twice on D3 because of the pin on the E file. So it looks like you probably should castle and maybe rook E1 and then try to get D3 off. That's going to take a few moves.
Well, we do see eval bar sliding up dramatically in the favor of Wirtual over here between Will Benson and Wirtual. So we'll take a look over here. Ooh.
Actually, some type of London, it looks like. What happened? Why is it sliding? Oh, takes bishop a3. Wow, that is an idea.
Takes bishop a3.
That's really
so the
strong.
reason this is so strong is because the bishop's going to come straight to b2, which is a fork, hitting that c3 pawn. And I think Wirtual has seen it.
Takes bishop a3. That is a very advanced move. He finds it. Oh, Wirtual, big fella over here swinging. In fact, we can actually listen in, Nemo. Let's see what Wirtual has to say over here about this idea if he's really hyped up about it.
And then castle next move. I think before I start doing all this stuff, I should castle. There is a dependency down here. Yeah. Ooh, okay.
I mean, you can't reject it.
I think I should defend this way, right?
What is he doing? Take the rook!
Then there's a check on the back rank.
You
yeah, okay, time to castle now, actually.
What is
maybe
he
even
doing?
Before. Can I come back?
Oh my goodness.
I think he's a little too worried about
I can defend
White
here,
having
but this
a good position.
this rook is not defended after
Whereas his position
knight
is
takes. And
so
if I
strong
take, he's
right
gonna
now.
take back.
He can just take that rook. It's totally fine.
There's that.
Lord, everybody breathe. Okay, everybody hold your breath. Wow, it's hanging.
No,
oh, okay.
What am I saying?
Okay.
Breathe.
Wait, he's just
Wirtual.
Oh,
I'm so stupid.
Okay,
of course.
Everybody calm down.
Bro, I was losing my mind.
Oh my goodness. Breathe.
Had us there for a moment.
Good.
Oh,
if I take, he gets a tempo. Let's castle while we can, and then we just try to trade things, I think.
That was crazy.
Castle while you can.
That from his coach, I'm sure. You know, getting that king into safety, making sure that, you know, we don't have anything to worry about once we're already up the material. And now he can probably exchange a knight and then exchange a rook or something along those lines for a pretty good position. All right, let's take a look over here at the game between Tyler1 and Daryl Morey.
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know, that was a crazy one with there. And what is this? Oh, this is a cow. Yeah, I don't know if you have been seeing all the cow games, Nemo?
Yeah, of course. I mean, what else is he going to play? It's the only opening, you know.
Yeah, we've been talking about, you know, we've been making like, you know, cooked beef today.
Yeah.
We've been saying, you know, hamburgers and like beef Wellingtons.
Perhaps a
and
little
steaks have been made
overdone,
today.
a little overdone beef right now. We got to bring it back down to a medium rare level or a medium level, medium rare.
We need anything. The cow got to fight back somehow, like anything, because it's just been very bad for his cow today.
Yeah. Do you think that the cow is perhaps performing not too well in the SuperPog Champs format because a lot of the other players here are so high rated, as in Sardoche's 2110, which is crazy.
Yeah, I actually thought that. I was like, well, that boy is swinging. But yeah, I think it's just it's two things. Is he's playing it too much. Sometimes you just need to get away from it, and also fix the holes that might be in the repertoire there, as you are probably playing lower rated players in the cow, not taking advantage of the problems that may be in his position. But also at the same time here playing strong players too. So playing stronger players. This is super Pog, right? It's not like just regular PogChamps. You're gonna get some lower rated, much lower rated. But here, this is all the big dogs. You know, these are much stronger players in PogChamps here. So I think he's having problems with both of those, and he looks really disinterested right now in his position.
I mean, that's an excellent breakdown, James. I will say I was snooping in on Tyler1's PogChamps preparation yesterday, and I saw he was playing Arc Raiders. So there is also the slight possibility that he hasn't been doing as much theory prep in the cow. But the cow is not great for SuperPog Champs because you are kind of playing this down a tempo as the white pieces, which, you know, he played e3, he played e4, and now he's taken on d5, and this might look like he currently has the opportunity for a pawn here, but this is just so awkward if black just swarmed that rook over to e8, because your queen and your king are on the same file, which means what? Pins, right? You might accidentally lose your queen here. So Tyler has to tread very carefully.
In fact, let's actually go take a look at Tyler's stream as he has added a heart rate monitor. As we just got word, he has added a heart rate monitor where he's very calm. I mean, this is incredible. He's so calm and the position is so bad. I mean, I gotta figure that out. I gotta learn from.
But
Tyler.
he doesn't know that the position is necessarily that bad.
Okay. You just don't know. Okay.
Just don't know exactly.
Just don't know.
That,
okay, got it.
Go here. The way that works.
Heart rate going up.
I can hear Kayla upstairs RPing a ghost.
That's the type of chess commentary we want to hear from our PogChamps participants.
Yeah, right. It's just, not interested too much. He chilling. He chilling. I'd love to see it. Having a good time.
I mean, I also want to say that, yes, while we have, the eval bar and we can see that this position is not so great, everyone here can also take a look at White's position and recognize that most of Tyler's pieces are still on the back rank.
Look at these pieces.
Which...
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, I think if he's feeling good about his position and he has 7 minutes on the clock, that honestly might matter a lot more than what the eval bar is saying, right? Because you don't have the eval bar, you don't have the engine or anything like that in your game. So it's really just about how he approaches this position from here on out. And what I've realized is that Daryl is also getting into quite a lot of time trouble. And Tyler has amassed himself a little 3-minute advantage, 3-minute, time advantage.
Yeah, Daryl has been putting himself in some situations due to his time where he's had some good positions, but time and thinking so much, which he is a thinker. He thinks a lot. I definitely like that about his game. He does play longer rapid from what I'm familiar with. I've played him in some simuls before out in Sloan in Massachusetts, I think. So, very great to talk to, loves chess, but he does think a lot. And it's totally normal. Chess is a thinking game, but he does use a little bit too much time, which causes him to make mistakes in time pressure, as that would be with anyone making mistakes in time pressure here. Queen e5 is that now a slight mistake or inaccuracy, as bishop d2 probably. Engine says queen d2. I definitely like bishop d2 myself, taking the bishop pair after knight takes d6, trying knight c3, getting castled quickly. But, I mean, so many ways to get out of this, I guess. Maybe he could develop knight b to c3, try to get castled queenside too as well. As you mentioned, get the pieces off the back rank.
Yeah, getting those pieces off the back rank is really going to be Tyler's, well, he's not even worse in this position anymore. So maybe his ticket to winning. Because to, play the game of chess, you do kind of need your pieces to eventually execute the task for you. But it's getting towards a little bit more of equilibrium, both on time and position. As we'll hop on over to Sardoche versus Samay.
Whoa, look at that bar.
What?
Nemo,
Whoa.
Is he cooking? Samay is over here. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Let him breathe. Let Samay rook. He's up right now. Knight f3 is incoming.
Knight f3 is incoming, and we see a similar issue here with the previous game we just hopped from, because White's pieces are kind of on that back rank, and it's feeling a little cramped. And also, I want to say this fianchetto, which doesn't have a light square bishop in it, leaving White's king a little exposed. Yeah.
Absolutely, of course. What g3 with the light square bishop gone? What is this? Where is your light square bishop, bro?
Yeah, and Black hasn't even had to give up their light square bishop to have this sort of weakened fianchetto structure. If this pawn was here, this would be a very different story. But since the pawn is on g3, White has a lot of issues to tackle over here.
Look at my development on the back rank. The light squares are bad. My king's under attack. Why is my queen on a5? I don't even know how it got over there. How did that even happen?
I'm trying to map out how it possibly got there, because we left the game around when Samay played c5 and then bishop takes f5. So I'm not really sure how it might have gotten there.
Yeah, it's funny because you got castled, you moved the rook to e1, the knight stayed on c3 and b3, and somehow you just picked up the queen and put it on a5. And he goes for the exchange sacrifice here, but this one is really tough. In fact, Samay is just winning.
In fact, Samay is just winning.
It's just winning. There's no way to put it. He's just
Yeah,
winning.
that is very, very true. This is going to be a free exchange for Samay if Samay does choose to take it. Well, I guess exchange on a pawn, but not just that. He will get to take the rook. The knight will probably capture back. You know, you have to take it back. And then something along the lines of queen d5 I can see happening, which just aligns your queen against your opponent's weak king side. And this is all types of scary with a wayward queen. Very little development. Sardoche is in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, this is tough here. I do like the fact that he can play d3. So, you know, he did choose, okay, you know what? I'm going to attack your queen, grab a tempo, and play d3 and hope for the best. His idea here, as you're pointing out, queen d5, d3, and he's okay. You know, he's definitely losing, but he's like, okay, you know what? You gotta prove it. What he's saying. Maybe I go for queen e6 though, with the idea of queen h3.
Oh, wow. A
Yeah,
little
queen check.
in-between move here. Not worried about the queen capture because the king is in check. So once the king moves, what do you think Samay's plan here is?
That's a good question. After king g2, I think there's some weird stuff with like even knight e1. But
I was even looking at queen c6, but maybe that's a
queen
little
c6
too
is
much.
strong too. Yeah, queen c6. I mean, they all work here. I think queen c6, queen d5. Maybe ideas of he can't go knight g5 after d3, so he's gonna have to get out of there. Knight e1, yeah, weird
I like
move,
knight
but
e1.
it makes sense. I get it. You know, he's going around the back way. Knight takes c2, but his queen's hanging, so he's still gonna have to move his queen.
So after king f1 to keep that knight under attack, Samay has all types of options here. There's probably queen d5, queen e6, queen c6. I can't see a move that basically doesn't work here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a very comfortable position here for Sardoche. For Samay, which is also kind of interesting considering, you know, Sardoche has been on an absolute roll. They're both, you know, they've won every single game. And there's a 432 point rating gap between them. I hope I did that math right.
Yeah, in fact, as Sardoche here was not expecting, I believe, for Samay to be playing as strong as he is here, and I know that he's, you know, feeling it. He's like, oh man, you know, you see, I think he's biting the nails there, showing a little bit nervousness. You can see it as Samay looks very chill, very calm. He's like sleep, meditation, looking down. He's just chill, arms folded, feeling great. He's like, this is my game. Who is this Sardoche 2100 guy?
Yeah, Samay called me last night and I was like, Nemo, why am I in the SuperPogChamps? Everybody is so strong. And I was like, nah, you got this. And I'm really glad to see that he really does have this, you know, taking down Sardoche with the black pieces in their best of two here is going to be crazy because, yeah.
So it's your fault, Nemo. You unlocked his confidence. You unlocked his confidence.
Unlocked his confidence. I had nothing to do with that confidence. I was just like, yeah, you know, there's Andrea Botes in the tournament. It's going to be tough, but hey, you got this. At least you don't have to play her today. Yeah. So it'll be really interesting to see how the rest of this match between them plays out, as this is just a beautiful position for black. The white king is kind of weak. We've got all.
It's actually a mate. Is that just mate? Queen h3 check. King takes rook check and mating.
Yes.
My goodness, he's made it.
Yes, there is only some desperados, and Samay just finds it. So
even
if you try to hide with king to e2 and then followed by rook to e8 and then king to d1, there's still just queen g4. It's just mate.
Everything's just mate here. King e2, it doesn't matter. We're going to see Samay take down Sardoche here. King e2 played. He's probably going to bring the rook because it's more practical. It's just a very easy move to play. Rook check, it played. King d1, queen g4 check.
Wow, playing until a checkmate. I would definitely spite resign in this position.
Spite resign, punch the air real hard, turn my camera off, punch the air, and then turn it back on.
Exactly. But playing until checkmate. Very noble. And beautifully played by Samay.
Wow. Sardoche is visibly frustrated after that game. Samay swinging.
Yeah, tough loss. Felt like Black had the game from the start. And speaking of, Black has been in the lead in all of these games today. Sorry, well, this round. Over here, we
should be a
do have a
winner.
little bit, a little bit of a rook endgame. Wirtual does have 2 extra pawns, so a little general heuristic for rook endgames. Specifically, rook pawn king endgames is that if you're up 2 pawns, it is typically winning for the side that's up the 2 pawns. But if you're only up 1, it can oftentimes be a draw. And the idea behind this is that rooks are actually not the worst at defending against passed pawns. So here, obviously, this pawn's going to promote. Now he has 2 very, very strong pass pawns, and these will both push simultaneously. And there's nothing that white can do to really stop that from happening.
Yeah, 2 pawns. You can't do both. In fact, the principle of 2 weaknesses in a way, as we have 2 pawns being ready to queen. If the king was maybe, wait, what? Did he just? That was a mouse slip. It had to be, right? That's a glitch. That was a glitch.
No.
Oh my goodness, guys. Here we go. Oh man, that's tough.
Benson just snapped that pawn right up and was like,
oh my goodness. He probably could still draw it. I mean, like, or still lose it. That's what I mean.
Will?
Yeah, well, it's possible if Will doesn't just like check into oblivion and stuff.
I agree. This is not exactly the easiest endgame to draw. But usually if you put your rook behind your opponent's pass pawn, that's kind of the first step. And it looks like Will understands that. Which is why we talked about the rule of 2 weaknesses, right? Because if Wirtual still kept his other pawn, he could have pushed it down, and the rook wouldn't have been able to split time between those 2 pawns. It would be too busy trying to stop one from promoting. Ooh.
Welcome to SuperPog Champs chat. Welcome. This should be like the ad. And welcome to SuperPog Champs.
And welcome.
Yeah. Man, dang.
So I think the way to draw there, though, was really unintuitive. They had to swing their rook over here, right? And then go for checks along the long side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a difficult endgame to draw. I think Wirtual also, did not think about that concept, which is a really difficult concept if you haven't literally like read every page of some endgame manual.
Yeah.
It's not the most intuitive.
Daryl in-game manual, the 3rd rook in-game chapter on page 246.
Exactly. It's really when the king gets in opposition. And then here, unfortunately, for Will, this will be just a lost endgame, but he had a chance. He did tell me that endgames are not his strong suit. So I'm really happy for him that he did manage to get to this part, at least, and have a fighting chance for that draw.
Is he or will he convert here? Okay, he's doing well. Okay, king up. Got to throw in that extra rook move. He's got it. He's got it, boys and girls. He's got it. Very nice. And the pre-move.
Nice. Wirtual's just pausing here for a moment. I see the stretch coming in.
Making sure. Okay, if rook goes here, it is checkmate, right? He's thinking about it.
Just quadruple checking. All right, well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
Whoa, what is going on here? He down a whole rook. This cow, he's got to stop. We got to tell him, Tyler, you have to stop. You got to stop.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. We missed a little part of the middle game. And Daryl is completely winning. In fact, if he just moves really rook to d2 and threaten checkmate, how are you going to stop that? But of course, king g6 is really secure. This is actually much better. So you don't risk losing your bishop.
Yeah, there it is. He won't ever stop. Yeah. I can see chat. He doesn't care. He's gonna keep playing this cow into oblivion. But he's running with his king.
He is running with his king.
He's trying to flag Daryl.
There is a 5-second increment, so it does alleviate a little bit of pressure that Daryl has when it comes to time pressure. But 5 seconds is also not an insane amount.
That's true. And Daryl thinks. Daryl is a thinker. He's managing his time pretty well, but he does think. Okay, that was a very good move, actually. Eliminating the rook.
Oh.
Oh, that's a check.
It's a check. King will just have to move somewhere. Maybe here. Probably to f7, actually.
Is it 5 blocking with the pawn?
Just needs to move. Really, anything in this position is going to be quite good for black. So there's even ideas of...
Daryl's got to move, though. 3.
Yeah,
2. Oh, my goodness. 1. He made it with 2 seconds on the clock there.
Can go for the e-pawn.
Real flagging chances. He doesn't play a lot of blitz or bullet. I do know that about Daryl.
Yeah, being up the rook here does mean that he has a little leeway. However, white is not completely without ideas, you know, like Tyler has gotten himself now 4 pass pawns.
He got 4 extra pawns.
He got 4 pass pawns. I'm just saying that's almost worth as much as a rook, right? If you do
I'll
the
be
mental
1 away,
math.
right? Yeah, that's so
exactly.
funny. One pawn
However,
away.
obviously, 2 rooks is a lot stronger synergy-wise than a rook and 4 pawns. But considering how little time Daryl has, it can be a little difficult. So his idea here should really just be to first pick up the b3 one. His king's already sort of on the king side, so you know it's around to stop any of these pawns really from pushing too much. So you pick up this one, and then you start picking off the other ones. You just want to slowly capture every single one of your opponent's pawns, because if you just sit and you idle, not too much is going to happen out of the position.
Here we go. Check. I'm so intrigued in this game. I know chat's like, yo, is Samay winning? And I think he is. He does have a better position, but it's like we have to stay here for a second to see what happens here, because it's like Daryl could lose. Like, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible because Daryl's time, he's not converting as well. It's possible, but I mean, is he? You know, it's a lot going on with this game.
Yeah. We can take a quick peek at the second game between Samay and Sardoche over here, as this is the Benko Gambit gone slightly wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've seen the Benko Gambit played with the fianchetto with bishop to g7, putting pressure on this long diagonal. I don't believe I've seen it play with a bishop e7. But I could also be extremely wrong. I have not a Benko Gambit expert by any means, but what I am an expert on is that if you know you're up a pawn and you have it on a file where there's no pawn in front of it, it is a pass pawn. So I'm saying Samay's position is looking pretty good here.
Yes, Samay has an incredible position. Yeah, and you're right about the bishop being on g7. In fact, it's sort of Benoni-ish too, with the bishop on a long diagonal. And you get b5 in. Sometimes you have chances here. One of the key ideas against these Benkos and Benonis is covering or actually having control over the b5 square, which it looks like we have already. So moves like a4 make a lot of sense, which is really nice and etc. So it's important to understand. But at the same time here, I think Samay is doing quite well. He's up time, feeling good. Position's a little bit better. Got that extra pawn too.
Cool. All right, we'll jump back over to Tyler1's game. We'll watch it until the end.
Okay, let's go to that T1 game. And this is, he's got it. He's got the pawn. Is he winning both immediately? Takes. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
He found the idea, and once you get the idea, this position becomes a lot more simple. That's 2 pawns down instantly for white, and now it's only a rook and 2 pawns. And with 2 rooks, you know, if you ever trade this off, this is going to be a pretty simple endgame to just sort of defend against. You do want to really make sure, though, that these 2 pawns don't reach the 6th rank together, because 2 rooks on the 3rd or the 6th, 2 pawns on the 6th or the 3rd can be as strong as a rook.
Yeah, and that should be it there. Should be it.
Yeah. This last rook trade, if the rook moves aside, the g pawn will hang, the rook captures. Obviously, this is going to be a lost endgame.
Take push. Hoping for the best.
Hope for the best.
Daryl.
Very well. Very clean. Very
That
clean.
was clean. Look at Daryl. Can he mate? He made the night. Look at the under promo.
Look at that. You should get bonus points for moves like that.
That's true. Look how fast he pre-moving to here. Yeah. Yeah, Tyler has to stop playing the cow. I think this is just, he has to somebody in his corner is like, stop playing the cow. You gotta stop. It's not working.
It is unfortunately not working for Tyler in this event. I would say most of the other players have very trained openings. Openings played with intention. Not necessarily always good, but definitely with good principles. And the cow just sort of slips on that aspect when it comes out of the opening because of its lack of control in the center. Tyler did manage to pull back in the middle game, but we missed that little portion into how he got into a much worse endgame down a rook. And that is going to be a win for Daryl.
Look at the little dance move. Tyler is done and mad about that one. Was totally understandable. Daryl with the little, stick and move. Get your groove there, okay? After the win, he's absolutely ecstatic about that, as I will be too. That's the first win after losing games before.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, James, for being with us here today. I understand you also have to run, and we're going to have Anna Rudolph joining us really soon. So thank you so much, James.
It's been a pleasure. See you. Fist bump. All right, chat. I'll be watching. I'll see you guys in chat, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Take care, James. Awesome. We will be here with Samay against Sardoche. This is going to be a slightly tough position for Black to defend. We have the same issue as we had talked about the previous game that they played, where Sardoche's pieces were very much on that back rank, a little bit passive. Perhaps over here, it is going to be, a little bit more active. At least we have a horsey on f6, and there's a knight on c7 and bishop on b7, but relatively still very passive. But we'll take a look. We'll also get our expert Anna Rudolph's opinion, as Anna Rudolph is joining us on broadcast right now. How are you doing today, Anna?
Thank you so much, Nemo. I am so thrilled to be here. PogChamps has always been one of my favorite events in history. It's such a treat. And this is the strongest ever PogChamps, the 7th edition already, SuperPogChamps. I'm super pumped to be here hosting it together with you, Nemo. And the games, goodness me, I think we need to drive back into the action because, oh boy, there's so much going on.
There is so much going on, and I have personally been a fan of International Master Anna Rudolph's commentary since day one of PogChamps. PogChamps 1 all the way back, and it's so great being here with you together.
Sweet. Can I also fangirl here? I follow you on all social platforms, and I absolutely love everything you do, including the modeling, the poker, all sorts of content creation, and you are just absolutely the best. Sorry, guys, I needed to get my fangirl moment, and now we will go back to SuperPogChamps.
Thank you, Anna. I mean, we're also fangirling over how these games are being played because they are so strong. We're seeing some absolutely amazing thought process, some gameplay. Okay, not every thought process is but there are also a lot of good ones, and it wouldn't be PogChamps if there weren't moments that were all right. We thought about this position, that decision was come to, that's fine. But yeah, we're here looking at Samay versus Sardoche, as Samay is down to 3 minutes in what is a very complicated middle game, but he is up a pawn, so
He's up a pawn and up in the match. I was really impressed with his previous games. Sardoche, so much higher rated, a very experienced player, PogChamps 3 winner. And Samay, as you mentioned, he called you being nervous that he doesn't belong here. Maybe the field is too strong for him. He's proving it wrong. You told him, no, you belong here. You're here for a reason. And now he might be taking down the highest rated and top favorite of the field, Sardoche. It's looking very good for Samay.
Yeah, not just taking down in 2-0, which would be crazy. Obviously, there's still a whole game, or at least half of this game that's going to be played, as Sardoche defends, reinforces that f6 knight with knight c2 e8. Not a move you would love to play in a position. Relatively passive, but it does stop, this idea with knight e4, which Samay was obviously going for. The engine, however, doesn't love this.
Yeah, it's a very tempting move, so it's understandable that Samay goes for it. And the reason why it's being criticized by the computer is not a very easy move to find. The computer wants to take this knight. That's a move that players of PogChamps level usually wouldn't look at, because if you move the black knight away, the queen is hanging. So that's a Botas gambit, and they know that they should try not to do that. But here, it's actually a good move because the white queen is hanging too, so both queens would be in the air.
So this actually helps Sardoche get rid of one of his pieces that was not doing so well for one of Samay's pieces that was doing pretty well. That horsey was also defending the d5 pawn as well as the a2 pawn. So now Samay has lost a key defender in his position, which gives, Sardoche a couple more chances to perhaps attack the pawns and regain one of the ones on the queen side.
Yes, I think this is a moment that he needs to take. He needs to grab this opportunity, and also the fact that he's got more time on the clock. I think if he manages to now get a couple of good moves in and put pressure on Samay, he might have a chance of making a comeback in this match, and then that would lead to tie breaks.
Yeah, for sure. I don't love this knight to f6 move. It's not the biggest eval bar swing. We'll have to jump to Wirtual versus Benson because the eval bar just moved completely there.
Oof,
Here,
let's
however, we'll go over there. This is going back into the pin, right? This is the pin that we tried to get out of, and now we're back here.
No one likes to be in a pin, so this is voluntarily stepping back into it. That's why the computer was questioning that move. But as you said, we gotta go straight into the action here on what has just happened in the game of Wirtual. We see this massive swing of the evaluation bar. Nemo, can we break down what has just happened?
Well, I don't know what just happened, but Will is up a rook. that much I do know. Typically, being up a rook in a game, I know this is my expert opinion, is very good for you. So I can imagine that from what I can garner from this position is that Wirtual was attacking on the king side, perhaps with a really strong one, and perhaps sacrifice a rook, perhaps preemptively.
Yeah, if we can do an action recap, just the last two moves. That was a rook on h5, and Wirtual was attacking, as you said, but then he forgot that after his bishop check attacking the black king, he forgot that his rook was still hanging. He had to move the rook away.
The rook anywhere would have been fine.
Anywhere.
Yeah, he found this in-between move with bishop to e6. Pushing that king onto the same file as rook, but then promptly the next move, forgot about it.
That's such a painful blunder, because he knew that the rook was attacked the move before, but then he forgot. He was just so much in the heat of the moment with the check and the attack. He was bringing even more attacking pieces, very logical, but he had to move the rook away first. So he went from having a somewhat better position to having a rook down. And as you said, Nemo, that's not good news.
That's not good news. And it's not a sack the rook in a Gotham chess impression that I can't do. This is unfortunately just
the rook!
The rook.
I spent way too much time with Levy.
I love that. Okay, we're gonna have a button that we press, and you'll give us the rook impression anytime a rook is hung.
I'm gonna try my best.
I'm
gonna try. Looking good for Will Benson though, and that's unfortunately for Wirtual could change who is going to be likely to qualify to the championship bracket. The top 3 players will go to the championship bracket, and both Wirtual and Will Benson are on the same amount of points at the moment. So this is a crucial match for the qualification. Of course, the game is not over, the match is not over, but so far looking good for Will.
For sure. We'll jump over here to Daryl against Tyler1. As I'll give you one guess, Anna, to what opening Tyler1 played.
Does it start with a C?
Yeah, it does, and it's an animal too, in case that helps.
Ooh, oh gosh, what could it be? A cat.
Yeah, I really wonder.
I
Capybara.
admire the dedication that Tyler1 has to Anna Kramling's opening, the cow opening, but this opening has cost him a lot of difficult games here in SuperPogChamps because his opponents are very well prepared. Everyone came here with very strong trainers, and Tyler1 still believes in the cow opening, which is great, and shout out to Anna. But Anna also showed Wirtual how to play against the cow among other opponents of Tyler1, so he has been struggling playing the cow, but he still sticks to it.
He does still stick to it. I mean, for better or for worse. Unfortunately, in this iteration of playing the cow with the black pieces, he has a pretty awkward backwards pawn on d6, which is severely impacting the way his bishop would be able to develop. And this ensures that it's also going to be an outpost for white in the future. And he's also just going to have this weakness for essentially the rest of his game, which is not great. He is coming in here to throw a little bit of a curveball into Daryl's position, hopefully, attacking this B pawn, but he can't even take it because there is knight to f7. So, yeah it's a little awkward.
Unfortunately, a lot of issues, as you highlighted, Nemo, a lot of problems in the position and also the match situation.
I love this b4 move, though, coming in by Daryl. If c takes b4, bishop takes b6 would give Tyler tripled pawns, not just double, tripled.
Very strong attacking move, and Daryl senses that this is the moment to hit on the queen side. That's where the black king castled. So you're launching pawns bravely. You don't mind sacrificing a pawn or two in order to open up the position and get access to the black king. Beautiful attack. Very well done by Daryl.
Very well done by Daryl. Seems like everyone in SuperPogChamps, I know this is just reiterating this, but SuperPogChamps, these players are playing so extremely well. It's crazy. It's good to see. And I do believe Wirtual is unfortunately still losing against Will, but I just I saw Sardoche's game get taken off the active game, so it might be that Samay just won. We'll hop over there really quick.
Let's take a look. Indeed, you are right that that match has finished, that game. I think we have a bit of a mix-up with the cameras. It happens when we are trying to switch too quickly. So that is not Samay. Will has been teleporting to both matches, it feels like. But Sardoche, you can see the disappointment on his face, shaking his head. The match didn't go his way against Samay Reina. He still is, of course, in a very good position to qualify to the championship bracket, but losing a game is hard. It hurts. It's painful. And he needs to recover because the games keep going, the rounds keep going, and he needs to perform well. Oh boy, you can see the emotions on his face. This is really a heartbreak for Sardoche.
Absolutely. I mean, this is probably a very painful way to lose a match. 2-0 is never fun. And I was just going to bring him back to this position when we had talked about how getting yourself pinned was perhaps not the best idea. And Samay actually hit Sardoche with a double exclamation mark, with a brilliancy, as it's known. And I don't think Sardoche can feel too bad about losing this game. Unfortunately, the opening didn't go his way. But Samay also just has been punching well above his. I believe he started at 1650, and now he's 1693 just from playing today's games.
Yeah, that is very impressive. I think Levi will be super happy as a trainer for Samay, how well his boy is performing. And this has been a really impressive match. Again, the rating difference between the two is huge. That's a very significant rating difference. So Samay being the underdog, winning the match 2-0 is incredibly impressive. And Samay is now the sole leader of Group B today. There's still more rounds to go for Samay as well, and for Sardoche, of course. But this so far is looking great for the Indian comedian, and Sardoche will need to bounce back because it's really hard to recover from such a defeat emotionally and psychologically.
Absolutely. But I'm sure he knows he's a competitor. He understands that being the top 3 is what matters. So I'm sure he will fight as hard as he has been in the upcoming match. But we're coming back here to Daryl versus Tyler1, as Daryl once again is running a little bit lower on time compared to Tyler. A 5-minute time difference. Daryl is a thinker. And
he is, and the time management for him has been one of the biggest issues today in SuperPogChamps. So we hope that he can speed up. The increment is not much in PogChamps, so he will have to use his time better. The computer sometimes gives question marks to developing moves like the rook coming to the open file as Daryl did. It looks like a very logical move, but now Tyler has this strong bishop on the long diagonal and gets an exclamation mark for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the exclamation mark is fully deserved. This feels like a very natural move. However, it is a very good move, because one of the issues we have been mentioning about Tyler's position is that he always gets into these really cramped situations coming out of the cow. Obviously, you just don't have as much of a center. So a move like bishop c6 just lets him open up the rook and take control of this diagonal. And with a pair of bishops, Tyler is absolutely looking for those diagonals, looking for that open position. So this is good news for Tyler.
It's good news, and it's what he needs. After losing the first game, he badly needs to bounce back and grab this opportunity where he has advantage on time, and he is starting to take the initiative now on the board as well. The position earlier was looking very promising for Daryl. He went for a brave, aggressive attack, but now it looks like it's going to be black who might have a chance at attacking the white king on the other side of the board.
Yeah, king b8, also a very logical move, just hiding your king a little bit, tucking it away from all the openness that's on this position.
The computer is so tough. It's so criticizing every logical developing or prophylactic move in this case. Usually we say if you castle queenside, king to b1 or king to b8, one step aside, closer to the corner, is helpful. It gets your king to more safety. Now you have your bodyguards, the pawns fully in front of the king. And the game keeps going. It's a very complex game. I would say, yeah, just ignore the computer.
Yeah, the computer's not enjoying any of these moves, but we very much are.
We are, and I think this is a 3 possible result game. It's so complex, it's so messy, anyone can win this.
And I do believe we also have an update on the game between Will Benson and Wirtual. Will has won, presumably from being upper rook.
That's a heartbreak for Wirtual for not having moved the rook that he originally saw was attacked and hanging. Oh, a big swing here. Oh, and Tyler celebrating?
It's not celebrating a little too early, because that is unfortunately not a free exchange, because there is this in-between move.
Fucking forgot about that. Son of a bitch! Daryl? God damn it!
We appreciate the commentary of Tyler1, and of course all the emotions and the surprise effect of that intermediate move that saves the rook for Daryl by trading on d8 with a check, and only then he will move his queen. By the way, I love the heart rate monitor on Tyler1's stream. It went up when he saw the rook check as an intermediate move, and now it's slowly going lower as he's calming himself down.
Not just calming himself down. I think they are going to be playing rook d3, right? Tyler will be playing rook d3. There's not much that white can do to stop it. And this queen is currently hanging on to c4. But after rook d3, you might be pushed back to c1. That looks very, very uncomfortable.
It does look very uncomfortable, but we do have a tiebreak between Will Benson and Wirtual that's going to be super exciting. The two of them head-to-head now need to fight it out in this very particular format. Nemo, we have a draw between the two players to see who's going to start with which color, and the time control is much shorter, 5 minutes, with only a 3-second bonus.
And they play until there is a decisive result.
Yeah, sudden death. It is absolutely brutal, but this is going to be Will Benson actually, by the way, has the higher accuracy, 84.9% accuracy for Will Benson and 81.25 for Wirtual. Both of them have played really well in this match, so Will have the white pieces in the first game of the tiebreaks that's starting soon here. But we still have Tyler1 here trying to make a comeback against Daryl Morey to also earn a tiebreaker in this match.
I was just about to say, the Evo bar keeps swinging up and down, but Tyler has managed to take an exchange, the actual exchange this time. No in-between move for Daryl this time around. And is now going to basically take on c4, potentially trade off on e3, probably trade off one of these knights and then take the e6 pawn and go into a much better endgame. Also, once again, being up 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the time advantage definitely is very important here. With only 30 seconds left for Daryl, they exchange down, meaning that he only has a knight against a rook. They are not worth the same. The rook is, of course, the higher value piece. And here, the problem for Daryl is also that his minor pieces, the knights and the bishop, are not that active. They are not able to attack Black's king.
All right, we'll take a look at Benson versus Wirtual going into their third game, as Will is actually repeating an opening that he has played earlier, making a slight adjustment over here with a3, just making sure that there's no b5, b4 ideas. He did lose the very first game because Wirtual found this idea with e6, b5, b4, b takes c3, and then after b takes c3, played bishop to a3. So I love that Will is adjusting during the match. It's amazing. He recognizes where he went wrong in the first game against Wirtual with the white pieces and has made an adjustment accordingly for game 3.
Very impressive, and there was not much time in between the games, so this is really great work by Will. And let's take a look and let's listen in actually to both of their streams. Both Wirtual and Will are live on their channels. Oh, I love the board choices, the piece choices. There's a lot of character here and personality.
None. I mean, everything's locked. You can play f3 in those positions. f6 rather.
I also really enjoy how Wirtual
can just
like,
lock the
talks
square,
through every single thought process.
Yes, very good student of Anna Crumling, of course. Shout out to Anna for coaching well. Her boyfriend, her partner, and Wirtual definitely channeling his inner Anna Crumling, explaining every move. Very educational, very instructive stream.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to castle.
Maybe you could bring in the bishop here as like some
arrow.
smart move. Because it could get pushed out at some point. But I kind of want to maybe refocus here. And go like this, take, take. And try to win this middle trade. Just my bishop doesn't have a lot of squares, to be honest. This was a very good move by him. Credit. Where credit is due. Cast.
Giving credit to his opponent, and he has shown some really deep ideas trying to prepare a pawn break in the middle of the board. It's gonna be a little bit hard to prepare for it, as he mentioned, because his bishop is not supporting that pawn push, but he's got the right ideas. And Will, as you mentioned, because of adjusting, changing slightly how he's handling this position, he's preventing Wirtual from pushing the b pawn. There's doubled pawns for Black on the left side of the board, and he's preventing that pawn push that could get rid of one of those pawns.
Yeah, for sure. Interestingly enough, Wirtual trying to push up that e5 pawn would actually work in this position because Will has moved the knight over to d2.
Yes, and that's a great moment for Wirtual to notice, to feel that this could be it. But he moves also his knight away,
to
I think, toward the left side of the board, or the queen side. It makes
maybe
sense
to
too,
a4.
Yeah, he wants to attack the base of the pawn chain of white and put pressure on that pawn. So it makes sense, and it's not so easy for white to defend that pawn because of the bishop of black targeting the square that could guard the pawn from b1. So you can only defend it with the rook from the other square that is one square up, rook to a2. That would be a very strange location for the rook, and maybe this is when Wirtual would try to bring his bishop in, because he was explaining that earlier. Remember, Nemo? He wanted to go for that plan, the bishop coming in.
Yep. This could be an opportunity for Wirtual to really, execute everything he does want. Will's only idea in this position is e4, pawn to e4. He's been setting this up with the knight to d2, with the f3, and Wirtual does recognize that, prophylactically plays bishop to g6. And this might actually be in Wirtual's favor. So interestingly enough, I feel a little responsible for this pawn push, because I did tell Will that he needs to be a little bit more attentive to pawn breaks in the middle game, because I feel like that was a weakness he had.
Well. Proud coach.
I don't know if I did. This one was
very well.
the right one. I think it's an interesting position, though. I like e5 for Wirtual. So
yeah, counterattacking now in the center, the middle of the board. That pawn of white is hanging. It's attacked. So a push could be potentially the idea of Will, and he goes for it. He doesn't want to drop that pawn. That's a passed pawn for white, by the way. It's not easy to push it further for now, but it is a passed pawn, potential queen.
It is a potential queen. However, this also does leave the light squares pretty weak, as well as the e4 pawn relatively weak. And Will is going to have to be very careful for the rest of the game to not fall into a fork or accidentally lose the b pawn, or this might be a little tough to defend some of these pawns. But we also do have a decisive result in the game between Tyler and Daryl. Tyler has won his game, and there will be going into a game 3. So the accuracies were Tyler won 77.35, and Daryl really close with 75.45.
Very impressive there too, and Tyler1 making a comeback in that match. So we will see yet another tiebreaker there after this match between Will Benson and Wirtual. Sudden death. So the player that wins will be winning the tiebreaks. In case of a draw, they keep playing, and the time control is shorter. It's 5 minutes with a 3-second increment for the tiebreaks. Look at that pawn push. This game is going wild, but we also have kickoff in the game between Tyler1 and Daryl, and of course the opening. What could it be by Tyler?
What could it possibly? It could be the cow. It has to be the cow. This is also we're also here celebrating.
His back. Yeah, I've done my work here.
Exactly. We are also here celebrating Tyler's first win in SuperPog Champs. So
True.
This is an exciting moment.
First win before that, so this match is crucial for the two of them. Also for that confidence boost, they can still make it closer to the championship bracket and try to qualify, depending on who wins this match.
I'm confident that we're going to continue seeing the cow here. We'll probably see knight e2, knight g3, bishop e2 coming up next. So we're actually going to jump back into Will versus Wirtual. I'm sorry for all the jumping around, guys. But with so many games, so many interesting moments going on, it's actually quite difficult to keep an eye out on every moment. Here, this is the issue that I just mentioned a little earlier. Anna's enthusiasm at f5 from Wirtual was justified, because now look at where that f pawn has ended up, all the way over on d3.
Absolutely crazy path. You wouldn't think that started out as an f pawn. Now it's a pass pawn two files away, and pawns don't go diagonally other than capturing. So that's impressive.
It is very impressive. Wirtual has a really solid position here with that d pawn being an being a pass pawn, also being a protected pass pawn. This is going to be a huge pain for Will to defend against the entire game. Luckily for Will, he does have a knight, which is one of the better defenders against pass pawns.
Very true. It's it's making a blockade on the square right in front of the pass pawn. And he's pushing his a-pawn. That was a blue arrow, meaning that that's the only okay move for white to get some counter chances here. He's freeing his rook because that rook, the white rook, was sitting there so sad. It was on the bench. It wasn't playing. It wasn't part of the team. But now it's out. It's going to be out because the position is opening up for the rook.
The position is opening up for the rook. However, gotta be really careful here too, because this. Doing a little listen in here.
Honestly,
I was gonna say you can't take the c pawn because the pawn is gonna push, but this. Oh my gosh! There's back rank. Oh.
I think the bishop goes here.
He might forget about his king. The bishop is blocking the square where the king could go. He has just blocked his own way out.
We're in no rush, really.
Oh my gosh, that is, I mean...
We're in no rush. And we do have the passed pawn.
If Will realizes that he can give
really
a check
this.
on the backrank, the white can go all the way down. If he notices it, Wirtual is in trouble. He has to give up his bishop. That's the only way he sees it. Too late, unfortunately. He has to give up the bishop to run with the king. What a turn of events now. Will Benson up a piece.
Oh my gosh, that must be so painful for Wirtual.
Okay,
that's not something you think about. You can get back rank mate in that position because, you know, it's a bishop, right? It's not a pawn. You had that f7 escape square for your king the whole game.
I have no incentive. Yeah, I can't.
And Will is looking great now after the pawn has been captured by the rook, undermining the pawn of Wirtual.
That is a tilter.
Oh gosh, that's a hard
I don't
break.
even have time to take his knight. Guys,
we're losing this game. That
what
hurts.
a turn of events, and that was because of that bishop move blocking the king. It looked like a good move, but it was indeed what gave the chances to Will for that back rank check, and the only way out of that was giving up the bishop for Wirtual. He's still trying, he's still fighting, he's bringing the king closer, but now Will is also bringing his king into the middle of the board, attacking the only chance, the last remaining hope of black, which is this passed pawn on d3.
Yeah, I mean, that was really rough. That felt like one of those situations where you see the rook on a4, right? And you see the king on g8, and alarm bells are going off my head like, oh my gosh, there could be back rank. Will here still needs to finish off the rest of this endgame, and he's actually going to choose to take the b7 pawn instead of defending the g pawn, which is probably okay. But this does still give Wirtual a couple of chances over here on the king side with his potential upcoming pass pawns. However, he is going to be a tad slow with the pass pawns. They're still on g7 and h7.
Yeah, and at the same time, he will have to try to stop this white pass pawn that's already only 2 squares away from promotion. 1 square to go. How do you stop this pawn? The only piece that can stop it is the black rook, but the white knight is helping the pawn. You're gonna have to give up your rook for it.
Wow. This is an interesting idea as well. However, the king can just move if the rook gets traded off. There's nothing to stop this pawn from promoting. Nothing.
Nothing, unfortunately. The knight has been won, but the pawn has promoted, so it is now a queen up for Will. The only thing he'll need to be careful about is stalemate, and that has happened a lot of times in PogChamps. SuperPogChamps is higher level, stronger players, but stalemate is still a thing, so he'll need to be careful about that.
Stalemate can always happen. This is why I've told everybody to never resign, right? You just don't want to resign because you never know. That 0.01% opportunity to score that draw would be so massive in a spot like this. But Will very well might be hitting a home run with this game as he needs to
the
find.
baseball references and the double queen checkmate. Well done. Will Benson takes it home and wins the match on tie breaks.
Get him out of there.
And the smile, the celebration. It was a very focused Will earlier, but now we do get to see him smile and cherish this victory. We do have, at the same time, the other tie-break match going on between Tyler1 and Daryl Morey. What a messy, chaotic position. Look at this check now, trying to force black to move the king, but I think Daryl will block. Will try to block with the bishop or the knight.
I'm just trying to figure out how this knight ended up on f1, but it must have been because of knight e2, knight g3, knight f1, so... This is a slightly sus position, as I like to call it, for the white pieces. We've seen Tyler get into these issues. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but all of his pieces are once again on the back rank. We have also discovered, though, that it perhaps doesn't matter that much, because if your piece is on the back rank, your opponent needs to punish you by putting pressure on your king or putting pressure on making sure you never are able to develop, attacking weaknesses. And in this situation, trading off pieces would potentially be in Tyler's advantage just because he's taking off something that his opponent does have developed.
That's very true, and he will need to try to move that knight away somehow and get his pieces into action. There's very cramped, there's not much space, so the knight cannot move because the bishop and the pawns are in the way. He might have to move the bishop, but where do you move the bishop? It's all very cluttered and clumsy for white's pieces. He's pushing a pawn, which seems like an active move, but it's not helping the situation that you mentioned, Nemo, that everything is on the back rank, and the white king is stuck in the middle of the board. It cannot be safe there.
It cannot be safe here, and I think Daryl's doing a very good job of like adding little threats every single move that Tyler has to respond to. And Tyler this turn has to actually defend the B pawn, because if he loses the B pawn, well, first of all, you lose a pawn, and then secondly, you're getting hit by the knight. You're getting hit on the knight and the king by the queen. So queen to B1 makes a lot of logical sense, just making sure that B pawn does not drop this turn. However, there is knight takes a4, but Daryl isn't even worried about that. He's just like, your king is in the middle of the board, I'm going to go for checkmate.
I love the idea. He's not looking at the pawn on the left side of the board. He's looking where the white king is. And by bringing the knight closer, his next idea could be also to bring the queen closer and try to get close to that pawn that's right next to the white king. And that could be soon leading to checkmate if he gets the queen in right next to the white king.
A little delayed scholar's mate, anyone? And this, queen, ladies and gentlemen, is why we want to castle.
Yeah. It's a good idea what Tyler has just done. I like it because he's bringing the queen onto the second rank if the pawn will be attacked, and it's happening. Daryl is going for it, going for the attack. Now, Tyler needs to find a bishop move, and he does. He retreats onto the back rank, but it was needed to move the bishop out so that the queen can happen to be helping with this pawn. I can't even express myself anymore because I'm looking at the position like, why are all
we're just happy that Tyler moved a bishop at this point, but we can also maybe try to go up every now and then.
Yeah, there was the option of going up, but he goes back. He does protect the pawn. I wonder if Daryl will now use his other knight to capture the pawn. Let's listen to Tyler's thoughts, and his heart rate actually is pretty stable. Not too bad for how the position is looking pretty bad.
Calculating it?
The pawn is now captured. The queen is attacked. He needs to keep it on the second rank to keep guarding the pawn.
I like queen e2. We're threatening the knight over here on g4, and with 17 seconds left on the clock for Daryl and only a 3-second increment this time, you really do want to be throwing in attacks and these little tricks and everything whenever you can, because your opponent just might miss it.
I don't go here.
Yeah, he did find it, and he's ready to also develop the knight. So Daryl is guarding the knight by going queen to e6, and finally the knight from the back rank has been moved. The black knight is now attacking the queen, though. It's almost trapped. There's barely any squares, only one square left for the queen.
And the queen joins the back rank.
Oh, oh, just what we needed. Just when Tyler was ready to castle, maybe. I think that's a very accurate description of the position here, Tyler. Thank you for helping us with the explanations here. Unfortunately, it's true. It's a very cramped position, and white's pieces cannot breathe.
He's
Will
making
Daryl
a little
find that
progress
he can
here.
take the pawn? I wonder. Will he see it? He moves the knight away. The bishop can take the white pawn and attack the knights of Tyler. He finally managed to castle. He managed to castle! Okay, the king is out of danger, at least for now. The heart rate is going up. It's over 100 already for Tyler because the position is really critical. Only 8 seconds left for Daryl. Only 8 seconds.
Only 8 seconds is crazy. And Tyler is making a comeback here with pawn on b5. You know, he's still down a whole piece, but it could be anybody's game. While Daryl only has 5 seconds left on the clock, as Daryl does threaten checkmate once again. But now that, oh,
he's going for it. Oh my god, and the rook is blocking. The rook is blocking the square where the queen could go. Daryl is about to checkmate Tyler1 because there is no defense. Let's listen in.
God!
I think he will see it. He did see it.
Oh. These people play like Jesus with no time! Oh my god, bro. Fuck my life. Oh, it's over.
The disappointment is obvious and there is no escape for Tyler. He sees the checkmate threat, but he can do nothing about it. That is a heartbreak. Daryl Morey takes the win and wins this tiebreaker. He wins the match against Tyler. What a relief for Daryl. He only had 6 seconds in the moment when he gives the checkmate. And
I
as for
do
Tyler,
agree with, yeah. I do agree
the
with Tyler,
rage,
though.
the anger. Yeah, very well played by Daryl with no time on the clock.
Yeah, no time. 6 seconds on the clock, and Daryl is just punching left and right with all of these checkmate threats. It's crazy stuff. That's really, really tough loss for Tyler.
Very tough. That
huge
leads us to the
congratulations to
following
Daryl.
cross table. Let's take a look at how is everyone doing with 2 rounds to go. Samay Reina has won all of his matches 2-0. Very impressive. And his last remaining opponents are Daryl and Tyler. We are still seeing such a big fight for the qualification spots. Of course, with 2 rounds to go, anything can still happen. Nemo, the top 3 will qualify to the championship bracket and the bottom 3 to the consolation bracket. This was the first win for Daryl, and maybe this will give him that confidence boost that he needs for the last 2 rounds, because he can still fight for the qualification. And Will Benson Wirtual, very close matchup there that was decided in tie breaks.
Absolutely. I mean, this can still be anybody's chance to get into the champions bracket. And it's also important to remember the scoring. The win in the regulation matches are 3 points, and the win in tie breaks are 2 points. And if you lose in the tie break, you still get a point. So it is almost advantageous to get it to make it into the tie breaks.
Yeah, very important that winning the match clean and clear in the original 2 games is what gives you the highest amount of points. And the tie breaks, all of the players that made it to the tie breaks, they are rewarded with a point at least, of course. And then if you win, that's the extra point, as you mentioned, Nemo. So 3 points for a win in rapid and 2 points if you win in the tie breaks. Will Benson with the stretches. He's ready to go. I love to see that. You know, at chess tournaments, we don't usually get to see the players getting ready for the game by stretching, but it's necessary. You sit there for hours. I love it. I think this is inspirational. We would all need to be a bit more like Will Benson.
Absolutely. I think, as an athlete, he's very much ready to go with his physical stretches. So I'm glad to see it.
He is ready to go against Sardoche, who needs to put the previous match against Samay behind him. He lost 2-0. Very disappointing for him, being the higher rated player, the favorite in this group. So he needs to leave that behind him, focus on the present, and see if he can win this match against Will. We also see the openings developing in the other 2 matches as well. Of course, Tyler1 again with the cow opening, and Samay pushing 3 pawns against the cow, trying to grab as much space as he can. I love also the choice of Wirtual, by the way. Going out with the queen early is something we usually don't recommend, but this move has a very specific idea. It's targeting the pawn that has been left behind by the bishop of black. It's now a pawn that is attacked, and it's not that simple to guard it. The queen has to go, and that's exactly what he does. He moves the queen to guard the pawn and will then develop the rest of his pieces.
There's amazing games coming through by all the players over here. To no one's surprise, we do have, a cow, but I think that in SuperPogChamps, everyone has fully learned how to counter it. You control that center, you put pressure on whoever is playing the cow, you make sure they can't develop their pieces, and then at some point, it's going to be too much. It's going to be way too difficult to defend that position, especially when your pieces aren't in the game.
Yeah, very true. I still admire the dedication of Tyler1 that is just constant cow opening, whether it's white or black, he always plays the cow opening. And that's how he got to nearly 2,000 rating. Very impressive that he went from having 200 rating points and in only 9 months of time, 9 months, he went all the way up to nearly 2,000. That's like the biggest climb ever that I have seen in PogChamps and outside PogChamps, and that has been with the cow opening. I think he needs extra rating point just for the cow opening.
I agree. He should get bonus points. Yeah, he should get bonus points for playing the cow every single game. You should be allowed to, score, like have your wins count for more if you're choosing to put yourself in a disadvantage every single opening. But we do have a much more normal opening over here coming in by Wirtual against Daryl. This is going to be a really close fight. Both players are fairly equally rated. And Wirtual does have this c5 pawn push, which is kind of interesting because there's no d takes c5 in the spot. So Daryl does need to figure out a way to develop this dark squared bishop and get castled.
Yes, I wonder if he will try to push the pawn in front of his king to free the bishop, but he might be somewhat concerned that then his pawn on d6 will be a bit soft, a bit weaker. I love the idea you're showing, Nemo, with the arrow, that he could take this moment as opportunity to push the pawn 2 squares up, attack the white bishop. And there's so many of black's pieces and the pawn on d6 supporting this push. So it's the moment, this is the time. He chooses a different approach, knight to the edge of the board, attacking the bishop.
I also wanted to add, I just saw the producer's note, we will not be adding points to people who play the cow. Instead, we will deduct. Thank you. Thank you, producer, for making sure that in case anybody here in the chat heard that and was like, you know what, I should try next time. We'll see if Chess.com gives us extra points. It will not happen. In fact, it might make they might remove points. So yeah, I do think this is going to be a crazy game though. This will be fun. I love the opening choice. This is like a London, but Daryl doesn't have a London setup, so curious to see where it's going to go from here.
Yeah, and now that he has captured the bishop of Wirtual, Daryl is the one with 2 bishops. We call this the bishop pair. It can often be somewhat advantageous, especially in open positions, because bishops love an open position with open diagonals and lots of activity. Bishops are a long-range piece, while the knights are short-range piece. So they are worth the same value, the same amount of points. If we say that the knight is 3 points, bishop is 3 points, but they are very different pieces and they enjoy different types of positions. So for Daryl to use his bishops, he needs to develop that bishop, first of all, the one on the back rank, and then use the open diagonals for activity of those pieces.
And Daryl has played the move you suggested, Anna, with e5, and perhaps in this position, it feels more safe because he doesn't have to do the whole calculation about whether or not this is not a free pawn. This is going to be absolutely fine for Daryl. He's going to be opening up that position, as you mentioned, and it should look pretty good once everything gets traded off.
I do like this position more for black, as you mentioned, with those trades helping the position for the bishops. What I think is going to be crucial is who will get to have a safer king, because for now, both of them have their kings in the middle of the board, and that's the objective of the game, to checkmate the opponent. So who's going to be safer could decide the game, because it's not that simple to castle. Where do you go if you're playing this as Wirtual? He might have to try to prepare castle kingside, but the bishop is still in the back rank, and the pawn structure is not the usual one you would see.
Yeah. We'll hop on over to Sardoche versus Benson. We haven't seen this game yet, and it's once again, whoa, this pawn on h6. This doesn't look too good for black's kingside. As the eval bar creeps up with bishop to b7.
Oh, yes. Doubled pawns, especially in front of the king, can be really, really tough to handle. The pawns, as they cannot go backwards, they cannot go sideways. So this is it. Those pawns are as they are, and it makes the king a lot weaker, a lot easier to access. And that's what we see by Sardoche moving the knight away. Very smart move that gives way to the white queen to get closer to the black king.
The queen is going to be coming out, and one of the only ways you can really defend against this queen coming out is queen to g5. But you know, you don't necessarily want to have your queen on g5 either, in case there's moves like f4. As Will does play queen to g5, it does at least hit the d2 knight, so it comes with a threat. But you're also helping white with their attack, because now after f4, or even, I was going to suggest f4, rook to f3, but knight to f3 also makes sense. And then you can even put another knight on the king side.
He's bringing his other knight toward the king as well, and I think he might be going for that knight jump that you mentioned. Both knights are heading toward the king's side, so the more pieces you can bring to the attack, the better. The more teammates, the better, and that's what's happening here. The knights are going toward the king. The white queen will eventually appear too. It's now blocked by the knight, so Will did manage to block the queen because of this jump. And I do like the fact, by the way, that he's using his queen to retreat and be close to the king, because we know of the queen as the strongest attacking piece, but it's actually also a great defending piece, and that's what Will is doing. He's keeping it close to the king. It's not for activity, it's not for attacking, it's for protection, it's for defending the most precious piece there, the king.
I actually think Will might enjoy his position right now. In his head, he might be thinking that he's got king to h8, rook to g8 with h5, with the idea of potentially attacking on the king side. I know we're seeing it, you know, with a bit of a engine, expert lens, whatever you want to call it. But this is not all that bad for black, because he does have these opportunities on the king side. It's not like that clear that this is super easy for white to attack, because you can't really bring the queen in. This bishop on b4 is doing a good job of keeping the rook out as well. And he does go for king h8.
I love it. And I think that we are biased here, as you said, because of the evaluation bar showing that it should be better for white, for Sardoche. I do think that he is seeing that attack opportunity, and he's that's why he's going into the corner with the king to free the square for the rook. And as for Sardoche, it's not that easy to tackle this. The rook is coming, the pawn is going to be pushed. What do you do as white to prevent it?
I mean, the knight is just going to have to sit on e3 when that happens. The other option Sardoche has is just to move the king and perhaps defend with the rook. But I don't think he's the defending type, you know? So he's probably going to be only looking for ways to attack in this position. And he just needs to be a little mindful that Will does have some very, very easy plans. I don't love queen b3 because of a5. a5 can just defend the bishop. I can't draw arrows, apparently.
No, that was a great one. I do love your drawings, Nemo, and I think he will. No, actually, he retreated. He's not listening to you. He's a good student, but he didn't listen to you in this one particular moment. He's retreating with the bishop. To be fair, that bishop, his idea might be that he's bringing it to where he wants the action to be. He wants to attack the white king, and so the bishop is maneuvering in that direction. It makes sense.
It does make sense. I'm just a little bit worried about this rook to c7 idea that might be coming through here for white. So we might actually see some trades of the rooks, and neither side is going to get an attack, and we're actually going to head towards an endgame. So everything we discussed might be going out the window. But we'll also take a quick look at Tyler versus Samay over here as we let Sardoche and Will battle it out. Samay is
the attack we talked about for Will is actually happening here on the board for Samay. The queen and the rook are already lined up toward the white king, and he's threatening to capture the pawn that is right there. Knight takes f3 was the threat, and also the white queen was hanging. The queen comes back, but you can still take the pawn, as Nemo is showing. You can take it because there's a pin. Oof. Will he take it? Will he see it?
I think Samay is going to see it. I feel like Samay's... Oh, wow. Didn't even get to finish my sentence.
Yeah, he says we should never doubt him. He's capturing the pawn, and it's either checkmate next move or white has to give up the queen. What a beautiful attack by Samay, and an action recap here by Nemo on how everything happened. It started out just very calm as Samay is in his meditation right now. How did the position blow up? He captured the pawn and then the king went to f2. Oh, the pin and the knight hanging. Oh, goodness me. Oh boy.
Oh. Oof, this is very rough. This is very, very rough. Unfortunately, it did look like Samay was able to pick up a pawn out of the opening with just some better positioned pieces, I would say. That H pawn was absolutely free, and then everything from there just kind of tumbled down. So unfortunately, Tyler1 is going to be hanging on in his game number 2 against Samay with the black pieces, where he actually does not quite play the cow.
All right, there's a bit of a change. He's adjusting. He realizes that all of his opponents are prepared against the cow and he needs to mix things up. This is good strategy in a competition, as hard as it might be for him to change things, but he has to. All of the participants are prepared against the cow. They came here with very good coaches. For Samay, it is Gotham Chess, who has already showed him how to play against the cow. So good thing that Tyler is trying to change things up and he's trying to strike back in this match to even the score and get to a tiebreaker.
For sure. I mean, Tyler has picked a slightly more active opening. The pawn on a5, while it is a pawn push, it is at least taking up a little bit of space. The knight is on c5. You know, we are seeing some activity. It's also opening up the diagonal for the light square bishop. The bishop can get fianchetted on g7. And because he's already blocked the g6 square for his own knight, which is, you know, this is a traditional cow opening setup, he can maybe even go knight to f6, and then we'll have some pieces above the third rank.
Yeah, this definitely better that he changed things up. And we also see the other evaluation bars. Huge advantage for Sardoche with this attack on the 7th rank. You see him being confident, nodding his head. For Will, he did set up that attack with the queen and the rook, but unfortunately for him, the knight retreated to the correct square. That knight is guarding the spot that is the most precious here in White's position around the king. So there is no checkmate on g2. And White's attack continues on the other side of the board and the 7th rank. The rooks are so powerful when they get into the camp of the opponent on the 7th or 2nd rank, and that's what White is doing. Really powerful piece there. And the extra piece helps, of course. I don't know where the piece disappeared, but unfortunately for Will, it's a problem. He's attacking the rook, so there is... I
think it was, yeah. I think he missed rook to c7. Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You saw it. You told us that this was the threat and he didn't find a way to stop it. So unfortunately, too many pieces were hanging on the 7th rank. He's still fighting. He's still trying. There's still, of course, some chance because of the activity of black spaces against the white king. But as long as you don't move the knight away, it's impossible to attack it. It's impossible to undermine that knight.
You don't have a knight. You don't have a dark squared bishop. This is very likely going to go in Sardoche's favor. But speaking of evaluation swings going for White, Samay has also garnered himself another advantage straight out of the opening.
Oh wow! Look at that! Look at the confidence with which he has taken over the open file for the queen. And he has so much space in the center of the board and also has gained space on the left side of the board. I find his preparation and his competitive but also zen-like mindset very impressive. He's the sole leader of the tournament and he thought that he wasn't strong enough to play SuperPogChamps.
Samay, come on, man. We can't all be comedians and funny and great chess players.
I know, right? This is unfair with the rest of us. Like, he must have been joking when he thought that he's not strong enough. I don't believe it.
I don't know if he was. Maybe he was. But I have a feeling that he really thought that a lot of the players here, well, obviously a lot of the players here are really strong. But I do think he hasn't had the time and the opportunities to play as many games. He mentioned he was trying to get a rapid game last night at I guess midnight, 1 a.m. my time. So, he was trying to get that last minute practice in.
That really is last minute preparation, but it worked. It worked. And he's doing really well. He's the leader of Group B and he is on his way to win this match again 2-0. Tyler1 trying to make a comeback. He's trying to fight his way back into this match. And the game is not over. It's looking very promising for Samay, but there's still so much complexity here. So much can go wrong for either players, honestly. No one has castled and no one has really finished development. So there is still a lot to be played for here.
I do think Tyler is going to have a little bit of difficulty with, getting himself out of the center with this king. Unfortunately, right now, if he castles, he is going to lose the pawn on h6, which is defended by the knight. And this knight is also in a slightly precarious position because it is pushed up. Samay can kick it out at any time with pawn to h3.
And that is a problem indeed. I wonder if Samay is planning to do that. I would think yes, because he has lined up the bishop and the queen against Tyler's pawn. Now Tyler is trying to trade the bishop so that the pawn would not be hanging, but there's 3 pieces of white attacking that square, so Samay can take it and grab the pawn regardless.
This is looking like a free pawn coming in for Samay, which is, a pawn is not the end of the world, as I like to call it, but at their skill level, at 1700, playing a 10+5 game, it can very much be the end of your game.
And also, just when you look at Samay, and he's so calm and collected. He knows this is a critical moment, and he just sits back, takes his time, just enjoying what's happening here, calculating it through. This is incredible to see, just how calm and cool as a cucumber he is, no matter how tense the position might be, and he's about to convert his advantage to an even bigger advantage.
Yeah, it is a quite drastic posture difference between Samay and Tyler. You can clearly see, just looking at the two of them, who is potentially doing better in this position. And he doesn't even take on g5. I love this. This is defending. This is making sure that you don't lose the h-pawn, or sorry, you don't exchange the h-pawn for the g-pawn, and instead you win the g-pawn outright.
Very high level move, pushing the knight away. For Tyler, I wonder if he will notice that that pawn of Samay is pinned because of the rook in the corner, and the white rook in the corner too would be hanging. So if white wants to take that knight with the pawn, you would end up losing your rook. So he could try to use this moment to not move the knight, but try to protect his pawn instead. Only move to protect it is to push the pawn. It's not looking very pretty, but he might try it. He might want to do that.
He might want to do that. The issue is, if he does do that, and let's say white just castles, gets the rook out of the way, the knight is going to h6.
Not pretty, but at least the pawn is still alive. He might
at least it's still alive.
For that. Yeah, the game would still continue with equal material. Not a very pleasant position for Tyler, but I think he needs to try. If he retreats with the knight, Samay will capture the pawn, will be up a pawn, and also by taking on g5, the white pieces are getting closer to black's camp.
I see, this is where chess is so complicated, because we have been mentioning that it's really important for Tyler1 to develop his pieces, to get that, to, you use your army. But this is actually not one of those spots in which to play bishop to b7, because not only does your bishop end up on a diagonal that has 2 pawns in front of it, so it's essentially not going anywhere, but he's also missed that Samay is going to just win this free pawn.
He has seen that the knight is untouchable, but you are right, he did not care about the pawn, he didn't protect it, and also it was very well explained by you, Nemo, that not every developing move is the same. Sometimes you need to leave that bishop on the back rank. It was actually more active on the original square rather than where Tyler has moved it because of this wall that the bishop is now staring at. The pawn is captured, Samay is up a pawn, and I wonder if Tyler will try to attack those pawns by pushing his pawn, or does he have a follow-up idea to this bishop move, I wonder?
I'm not sure. I have no idea. Apparently c5 was the follow-up move.
Okay. He's offering an en passant capture, but Samay says, not interested. I'm going to close everything. And now the bishop is so passive. It's so passive.
Sad.
Everything is blocked.
Wait, but Anna, I thought en passants are forced.
I know. I think that's why Tyler played it, but Samay didn't read the rules.
Samay didn't read the rules, and unfortunately here, queen to f6, threatening, queen takes f2 is probably going to be met by a short castle, which is very intuitive. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I can never get my English idioms right. But you get your rook out of this pin. So your castle, king safe, and then you can also take the knight next move.
That's a great move indeed, and that leaves Tyler with no choice but to retreat the knight, place it on the edge of the board in order to save it. So it is a safe king now for white, but oh, Samay goes for an immediate attack, and it's not the best approach, apparently.
Oh, I mean, e takes f4 just lets the queen get over to d4 with this double attack, hitting the king on g1 and the bishop on d3, and it's going to be really difficult, actually, I think, for Samay to defend against that. I mean, what, you have to play like queen takes f4?
And he found it.
Oh,
Tyler
no,
has found it, and Samay immediately takes the pawn with the queen. He thinks it's a good move, but it's actually a double question mark because of the knight hanging on c3. That knight was guarded by the queen, but now he went in for the attack with the queen, and he's forgetting about his own knight.
He has completely forgotten about his own knight. Or maybe he didn't forget about it and thinks that in this position, after queen takes c3, there is maybe knight takes f7. However, black does not need to take back. Even if black takes back with knight to f7, it's totally fine.
Out
but there's also rook to 8 ideas. Oh,
will he realize? Over 100, his heart rate. Will Tyler1 realize that he can take the knight or give the queen check?
I don't care. Dude, it's like, bro, we're 1-9. What am I doing? Or we're not 1-9. We're not going to be 1-9. But
Tyler1, aka Cowler1,
right? Where can he move his knight here?
He does give the check. He finds
maybe I could pin
one
his
of
knight
the
by
great
going
moves for black to win the piece, to win the bishop or the knight.
By going here.
Okay, his pulse is getting more stabilized. Here. It's no longer above 100.
He still defend it with this.
Is he gonna capture the white bishop or the white
knight?
Both hanging. And yes, they're both hanging. Tyler, will you take one of them?
He's not gonna take it first with
the
queen.
You?
Which one?
I guess this is also hanging right now. Oh my god. Also, I guess he could just go right here. If he goes,
is he too worried about white's attack?
I don't.
This is such a tense moment.
Scared. Very tense.
Very critical.
He's really zoned in, focusing on the captures for white, the attack.
They want to take this.
Is he gonna take the knight or the bishop, or is he too scared of the attack? Tyler, it's your time. And he does it! He takes the knight!
Oh. And Samay responds instantly. Wait, is he going to respond?
He has one move. Okay. He wants to take, and he does. Of course, he continues with his attack. He captures the pawn next to the black king. But this is the moment where Tyler needs to play precisely and not be scared of that check. You can actually take the white knight with your knight and allow the queen to capture it. And your king runs away. There is no checkmate. Tyler will be up a piece.
Tyler just needs to recognize that the check is not a big deal at all. The king will just hide on d8, and then it will go over to c7. And everything will be fine, because white is running out of material to go for the attack here.
He's calculating it. He's looking at that move. So the right move, the only way for black is what he did. He found it. He's capturing Samay's knight. Samay is in meditation mode, and he needs it because he's now down a piece, and white's attack is not enough. The black king is running away. It's a powerful check, but it's not enough. You step out of the check, and then the king can hide between the knight and the bishop, tuck it away. There is no further attack. The bishop of white is still hanging too, so Samay needs to react before that bishop gets captured.
Now black also has a really strong move with rook to f8, trading off that rook of Samay's. Because once again, once you're up material, which Tyler1 now is, he's up a whole knight. You just want to trade off your opponent's pieces so you can go into that endgame, play that endgame calmly down, and win with your extra piece.
And he, I think, is likely to spot this move because it is to bring the rook into the game, activate it, attack the queen. You want to attack and push back your opponent's most aggressive, most attacking pieces. You want them far away from the king. So rook to f8 is a very logical move. I think there's a good chance that he will find it. This is
why, yeah, this is awesome. This is some like really, really good stuff. And you can see how, you know, when you're playing in the SuperPogChamps, when you're playing at these ratings, like, yes, you can be in a better position, but your opponent's always going to be looking for these opportunities. And Tyler found it, found Queen D4, is now up a whole piece, has found Rook F8.
And this could be another great comeback story for Tyler1 to make it to a tiebreaker against Samay. And honestly, for Samay, he hasn't lost a single game yet. This is the first game where he's in trouble.
This is the first game he's in trouble. And he is in so much trouble right now. After Rook takes F1, yes, White does have 3 pawns in exchange for this piece. However, you can't really confidently push pawns in front of your king because Black still has that queen. This bishop will be online at some point, not right now, but at some point it'll be online. Or perhaps this knight is going to come to e5 and you're going to be in so much, you know, trouble here. However, Tyler does also need to be careful about d6.
He does, and I wonder if he will trade the rook first. He does. He captures the rook. That's a check. The bishop takes back. And now you are right, Nemo. Black needs to do something about that pawn or attack something that's more valuable than a pawn. For instance, he could bring his queen to the back rank, to c1 or to e1, to attack the white bishop and pin it at the same time.
For sure. There's a lot of options here for Tyler. He could even use his queen to defend on e5. But I do think king c7 is also a quite logical move here. And you don't have to worry too much about whether or not you're going to forget the d-pawn in the future. So
I like this move, and I wonder if we could listen in with Tyler, because this is a change, a turn of events in this match. He is now winning a game where he was on the defensive in a match that was also going downhill for Tyler. I would love to hear his thoughts.
No way this guy feels so confident. 4, 5, 6 to 3 pawns.
He knows it. He knows that there's a couple of pawns for the piece. He's offering a queen trade.
This does align with, yeah, as you're going into, it usually aligns with the concept that when you're up material, you want to go into queen trades or you want to trade off pieces, right? But this case is just a little different, which is why it's so difficult to play chess, because some principles are meant to be broken.
And this was one of those cases because there
I
are
guess my
3
bishop
pawns
has
for the
literally
piece.
no squares.
Yes, it will need to retreat and be placed elsewhere. You need to maneuver it back, Tyler. You realized it. It's not doing well where it is. So a piece, a knight or a bishop, is worth 3 points or 3 pawns. And White has 3 pawns, but they're not very advanced. This is the moment when somebody tries to push them. He's pushing the g-pawn. He's launching those pass pawns. If the pawns get further ahead, they could compensate for the piece.
God, I'm trolling.
Will Samay push the pawn that Tyler is showing? No, knight maneuver accomplished. But that does allow White to push the pawn and chase it away. Samay coming closer with the king. Very well played. In the endgame, you need your kings. Both of them are activating the kings. The pawn push now chases the knight back. Those are the 2 pass pawns of Samay. He's going to have to try to push them as much as possible.
At least this helps Tyler get that knight onto e5, which I think is a much better square for him.
True, he's heading now toward the correct square. Will he now spot that that's a great location for the knight? He's about to do it.
Here, down check.
Oh, this king to f4 move by Samay was also really important to not allow the black king to get to e5. You absolutely cannot allow your opponent's king to get close to your pawns, because that's how you lose your pawns in the endgame.
Indeed, they are both playing this endgame really well. Samay is back in the game with now the pass pawns being really advanced and strong. The bishop retreats, so you can't capture it. And now Samay with the pawn push and the second pawn push, both of those pass pawns are now so much more advanced than how they used to be. And that's why you see the evaluation bar on absolute level, equal. It's saying that no matter the Tyler has an extra knight, the 3 pawns are compensating. As we mentioned, a knight is 3 points or 3 pawns, but it's also here the advanced, how far those pawns have been pushed, and they are pass pawns. You need to take care of them. You need to somehow prevent them from getting to the promotion square.
Ooh, this does allow for the opportunity to trade off the bishop, though.
That's something that somebody might have missed, that the king going back is no longer guarding a crucial square. Nemo, will Tyler realize that swapping those bishops is beneficial to him? Because that white bishop is guarding so many of the white pawns, including the base of the pawn chain on the right side of the board for Tyler here. Will he see it? 84, his heart rate is still quite calm and steady. Will he find it? He did it! He did it!
Wow.
That was the chance he needed in order to get rid of his passive bishop for white's bishop, and that bishop was crucial. Now, black will have a chance to collect some of the pawns of white. You cannot guard the c4 pawn anymore. He's going for it, and then black will have a pass pawn too.
Black is going to have a pass pawn. Black does still have the knight and still has the king in front of both of white's pass pawns. Tyler...
Look at the heart rate going above 100. Yeah. Crucial moment in the game. Tyler is winning again, but he needs to be precise because white's pawns are so far ahead. You need to be careful.
You need to be so careful in this position because one misstep means that your opponent could just promote potentially.
Wow.
You just want to...
Good knight back. I think this is not the best. Not the best at all.
This is not an obvious winning position by any means.
It's not, but he finds the right move, the right idea to bring the knight back, and then he can push his pass pawn. So the black knight is helping to stop the white pass pawns, and it at the same time allows a path, a free way for the black pawn to be pushed and promote in 4 moves.
And check. And I have to go here. Check up. Well, can I actually just take this here?
Wait, he wants to take the pawn. He thinks that by sacrificing the knight, he will stop them. But I don't think he's got it right. Unfortunately for him, this is not the right idea. His problem is that white can create a second pass pawn and Samay finds it. He's sacrificing the pawn.
Down.
He found it. He's creating a second pass pawn.
Wow, Samay found that so quickly as well. He just understands that he needs to push that pawn to promotion. Now if d takes e5, the d pawn can just push and promote on d8 to a queen. And if he doesn't take, then the e pawn's going to promote and comes with checkmate.
Oh, this is incredible. The turn of events in Samay is so cool and collected for Tyler. What a heartbreak. This game, he was winning. He was winning even a few moves ago with his knight finding the right ideas. He's now realizing it. He's
these games
one
all
move
start
too
off
short.
so fucking bad, but they're so winnable.
They are so winnable indeed, Tyler. You had it.
I can't do shit. If I take it, he just goes down. Up, down, check. I don't mean it's checkmate actually.
It's checkmate with the up and down. You're right.
This one is exceptionally tough because he really did come back. Played so well for so long.
He just forgot that it was not necessary to give up the knight. He forgot about this pawn break. He gets some extra nourishment, some extra food. It will be needed for the remaining games, but oh boy, what a heartbreak for Tyler. Now the pawn is about to promote, but both of them will get the queen, but the white queen is the one that arrives with a check, and that is the issue. It's gonna be checkmate. He resigns.
The fucking wins, bro.
Oh boy.
He has every right to be angry and upset and feel his emotions. This was a tough game.
He had it. He fought his way back into the game. He was up a piece and he found the right idea in the end game all the way until the moment he gave up his knight willingly. To be fair with him, it was hard to see how to stop those pawns. It wasn't that simple. And he thought that by giving up his knight, he was going to promote, but it was too slow. That pawn break, the pawn sacrifice of Samay, that was an incredible move. And he found it immediately. We have still 2 games underway. And look at the king's situation. I'm worried about that delayed bonklat by Daryl.
I am a little worried about that too. Typically, you know, we want to be castled around this time, this part of the game. Wirtual has every advantage in this position. He has the knight on d3. He's got the development advantage. White has some weak pawns with those double pawns over there. It's a tough position here for Daryl. It's a tough
Very
one.
tough. Very tough. I wonder if he's gonna find a way to free his pieces. The knight's still stuck on the back rank. You need to move the knight in order to connect the rooks, but it's not easy. You only have that one square available on the edge of the board. It's really sad when you need to move a knight to the edge. We say a knight on the rim is dim, and that's for a reason. And oh gosh, yeah, that arrow you have drawn, Nemo, would immediately punish the knight on the rim.
It wouldn't even be dim for very long. It would just be gone, unfortunately. So
dim is
Daryl's
better
in a
than
bit of
gone,
good-
you're right.
Exactly,
Yes.
right? Like, we would rather still be there. And you know, Daryl is actually giving himself an opportunity here. He recognizes that he can't play knight to a3 because there was a skewer with rook to a8, not to be confused with a pin. And if the queen moved, then the knight would have been lost. But now with a4, the knight can at least jump out here. However, Wirtual is concerned about none of this because Wirtual just wants to bring his rooks into the center of the board, open up the position, and start attacking White's king.
He's got the right idea. You need to punish the opponent's king if it's in the middle of the board by opening up the middle of the board and get access to that white king. I like the idea of Daryl of trying to guard the d4 square so that there is no pawn push that could break open the position for now. But it also means that his development is slowed down. The pawn is vulnerable on c3, so the knight needs to be holding on to the protection of that pawn, meaning that then you cannot develop that. Wirtual making a small mistake, moving the rook away from where it was really well placed, chasing the white queen back. It doesn't look like a terrible idea, but it does give Daryl a bit more breathing room. That rook was very well placed where it was.
It's also interesting because a move like this, while yes, you are threatening your opponent, it actually would have helped Daryl retreat the queen to the optimal spot in this position for him, which is in the center of the board. B6, queen b6, however, is faced with a double question mark because d4 punches through in the center. This was Wirtual's idea all along, and unfortunately, Daryl wasn't perhaps aware or hadn't recognized that this was going to be such a big issue because it does look like a free pawn right now. However, there's all sorts of things that are going to happen. Knight to d5, knight takes f4, threatening the queen.
This is a great move to realize that you can give up that pawn, sacrifice it so that it frees a beautiful and so important square for the knight, for the black knight. That is very, very advanced to see to such extent a sacrifice. It's not for a checkmate. It's for giving a square to your piece that is badly needed. Now the knight is attacking the white queen. And where can that queen go? Where can it go? Nemo!
It is fully trapped, and that is insane. Like, you would have never thought in this position that, oh, the queen's just going to be trapped, and it is just trapped. It has nowhere to go. It's kind of crazy. It can't go to c5, can't go back to the a file, that's for sure, and every single square along the 6th rank is protected.
And Wirtual knows it, he sees it. I wonder if he saw that he's trapping the queen when he sacrificed the pawn, because the idea was good regardless, but now it's even better. He's winning a queen.
I love the way that Wirtual has played so far. Obviously, you know, everyone has blunders and all that stuff, but it really seems like when he recognizes that there is a tactic, and perhaps this is obviously and thanks to Anna Cramling as well, but he sees the idea and he executes it. And I think that is perhaps a skill that is even higher than what his rating currently is. We see him here at 1549, but these are some high level concepts. This d4 pawn push sacrifice, trapping your opponent's queen, it's crazy.
Very high level. And now the check, which is not only a check, it opens the path for the black queen and the rook. He didn't mind that his rook is hanging. He's giving a check, and now the queen is hitting the white knight. This is, unfortunately for Daryl, not possible to hold on to the position anymore. The queen is coming in and will be capturing that knight.
This is just lost on so many different levels, unfortunately, for Daryl. This is not a game, not a position in which you can be like, oh, well, you have some counterplay. No, this is just being down a queen. Neither of the rooks have yet moved, which is just so sad because, once again, right, when you're playing chess, it is a game of using all of your pieces. You need to use all of your pieces. And in this case, Daryl didn't even have the chance to bring his rooks out.
It's really tough, and that's been the story of this game. He couldn't castle, the rooks were not connected, Daryl was behind on development. He's bringing his bishop back to try to cut the connection between the queen and the rook of Wirtual, but this is so much extra material for Wirtual. I wonder if he will follow up with a check with the queen. He's giving up his rook for the bishop.
This is
he's
so
simplifying
clean,
the
though.
position. Yeah, no, that's very instructive. The rook is worth more than a bishop, but he just doesn't mind. He's
But I think it's
sacrificing
more
his rook
forcing.
to go in for the checkmate attack.
It's plus
This
11.
is, I mean, this is just clean. It's so clean.
Very clean, very impressive conversion by the Norwegian YouTuber here with the knight coming in, threatening checkmate on f2, and there is
it was
no
plus
way
one,
to
plus
guard
6.
that pawn. The king has to
Okay,
run, the
so we
white
can go
king
into
needs to
this.
move.
He's so technical about it, too.
Here.
Very technical, and he sees all the
Can I not just
checks,
repeat?
checking whether to go with the knight
No,
to
not
attack
quite.
the other pawn.
And I think he
Also, it's
said
a
plus
pass pawn,
11
yeah.
because that's the actual material count that he is up. He is
Yeah,
he
he's
goes
up.
about it
Maybe
in
there
a
was a
very,
forced
very
checkmate,
technical
but
way.
I like that he is just going for the sure way, capturing that pawn of white so that he has a nice square now for the queen. The knight can jump away. Black also has a pass pawn if he wants to try to get a second queen.
hope coach is proud of
Just
me. I'm
for
gonna. Oh, this is way easier.
I'm sure coach is very proud of you.
Coach is very proud, I believe. Shout out to Anna Kramling for preparing Wirtual very well for SuperPogChamps. He is on the verge of winning this game, and I love that he pushed his pawn next to the king just to get a bit of a window for the black king and never ever have to face back rank stalemate, back rank checkmates, not stalemates, but back rank mate would have been the one last thing you want to blunder here as black.
And I think he also has experience, unfortunately.
GG. Maybe I didn't play that correctly at the end there by sacrificing the rook and everything, but I just saw it was easier when the bishop wasn't defending f2. But okay.
Thanks everyone, that's the end.
Very impressive by Wirtual, converting it with multiple sacrifices, sacrificing a pawn and then sacrificing his rook. This is how we are doing so far, Nemo. We still have one round to go, but the clear leader, Samay, with his 12 points, he's already qualified to the championship bracket. We do see Sardoche on 9 points and Wirtual on 7, but he could still be caught by Benson because a win in SuperPogChamps is 3 points if you win in the rapid match. Tyler and Daryl at the bottom of the standings, but there's still really so much to fight for, also for your own confidence and how you feel about your chess. There's a lot more to go with the next and final round.
There is a lot to go, and I hope everybody here has also been enjoying the games, because I personally, and I think Anna has also, we've been enjoying all of these tactics, all of these fights, all of these swings. It's been really interesting seeing how, Tyler is sticking to the cow, and he's coming out of the opening still that much worse, but he's fighting in that middle game, and he's fighting to the point where he's almost winning now, and it feels like he's warmed up a lot since the start of the day.
He nearly took down Samay, and Samay hasn't lost a single game in the event so far, so that would have been huge. Tyler was this close to winning that game. We'll see if he can do it in the next round, in the final round of today. We will take a short break, but before we go, I do want to tell you about a really cool short, War is Over. You can use the ! War is Over command in the chat to get more information on this Oscar-winning absolutely masterpiece. I already have seen a little sneak peek of it, and I would definitely recommend for everyone to check it out. It is based on John Lennon and Yoko Ono's iconic anti-war theme, and it is the story of two soldiers fighting on two very different sides of the same story. So make sure to use ! War is Over. We do have a short sneak peek to show to you. We're going to take a very short break, but when we are back, this is it, the final round of the day for SuperPogChamps.
When you know, your opponent's piece goes out for its first move on the 2, and then you can obviously take that pawn and en passant across.
There's a pawn, and the pawn next to it moves like 2 squares, and then you just like take it when he's like right next to you.
Fork, it's when you literally, like, it often happens with a knight. It's when the knight attacks 2 pieces at the same time, or like a pawn literally attacks 2 pieces at the same time. A piece attacking 2 pieces at the same time, where you're forced to lose a piece.
A fork is when one piece is attacking 2 or more pieces.
Oh, I knew this, but I don't remember.
Oh my gosh, do I remember this? Well, I know it, but how do I explain it?
I mean, my best guess is with the bishop just having like a long diagonal look.
A piece on a diagonal. Not even, no, wait. Okay, wait, pause. Oh my gosh.
Skewer is when a bishop literally is lining up itself, or a queen is lining itself up against 2 pieces where you're probably going to lose.
Probably something to do with, I don't know, with a bishop or something.
One piece attacks 2 pieces along like the same file or rank or diagonal, and that piece in the middle can't move without either like losing an exchange, losing a piece, or like it just simply cannot move because the king would be in check.
Windmill? I have never... Windmill?
Explain. I've never heard this.
No, I've never heard that before.
Windmill?
I've never heard of a windmill, but I'm gonna assume it's probably adjusting your knight.
I have no idea. Is it when you like castle your king by hand? Oh, I forget what this means, but I once knew. Okay, wait.
When you are forced, every single move you make is a bad move, no matter what. No, hold on.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't remember. Can you tell? Wait. No, I have to try.
Switch and Zug is when you have like it's like an in-between move where you can attack something first. Yeah.
Is it when like a piece is like immobile, basically on the board, like it can't really move anywhere?
Oh, I know that one. It's when it's your turn and whatever move you do is a bad move. So like you usually want your opponent to make the move first, but since it's your turn and like you're in the 6th one, like every move you do is bad.
Maybe it's like the reverse, so you don't ignore the move that the person makes.
That is when you make an intermediate move and force your opponent to make a move that they don't want to make. I never knew this, just for context, but is it when
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at it. You're forcing someone to move that leads to checkmate.
Never heard of it.
Zeetnot? I have literally never heard of this. Zeetnot?
Like when your opponent is forced to make a move that will checkmate themselves.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of SuperPogChamps, the strongest, coolest PogChamps yet. This is where PogChamps champions meet and players that may have been a little too strong for your PogChamps editions. Nemo, I am so thrilled to be hosting this show with you. We've just been chatting in the break that we have never gotten to work together, which is like insane. Like this needs to be a daily
so
thing.
glad.
I love you.
I love you too, and I'm so glad to have you here because your energy is perfect for the excitement these games are. I mean, we have seen some crazy stuff, and I don't know. It feels like, yes, this is SuperPogChamps, and yes, these players are expected to be performing at a certain level, but I think they're going above that, right? Both on, you know, the pieces, the moves, the games, but also in terms of content.
Absolutely, going above and beyond. We see the final rounds pairings here. Samay, the tournament leader in Group B, is going up against Daryl. Morey. Daryl has made some really good comeback in the previous rounds, so maybe we'll see an upset, a potential upset there. Tyler1 still wants to get his first match win, but Will Benson is trying to get to the championship bracket. He's the only one who can still make it if Wirtual doesn't win, and Wirtual's opponent is Sardoche, the PogChamp 3 winner Frenchman, who has been doing really well and is already qualified to the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot riding on the line here. The only person who is for sure to go through is Samay. Samay has completely killed it. So that's always really good to see as we are going into the very last rounds of the day, guys. I hope everyone here is excited. Group A did play yesterday, so today these are going to be the deciding games for who moves on to the championship bracket and who, I guess, remains in the consolation bracket. Either way, it's going to be a good time.
It's going to be an incredible time, and we do see some incredible opening choices. Not a surprise by Tyler1. He is sticking to the cow opening. We do see a Scandinavian defense by Daryl Morey against Samay Reina, and a slightly unusual structure by Sardoche as his choice against Wirtual.
A slightly unusual structure. It almost looks like a cow, but it's a little bit better than the cow, I would say. Instead of moving that knight over to g3 and b3 like the cow's ears, we have a b3 and bishop b2 instead. Still, you know, does remind us of the cow with the e3 and d3 pawn structure over there, but at least the bishop is out and it's not hiding behind pawns.
That's a very good point. That it's a better version than how the knights would be in the cow opening. Where should we start, Nemo, if you want to dive into any of these positions? I do see Tyler already slightly complaining. What is he complaining about? Can we listen in with his stream? I'm so curious.
Let's do it. I do think that Tyler is... Yeah, Tyler, I love it. I love his hand movements.
Yeah, you can see him very animated always. I wonder what was he exactly talking about in that moment. He did get his knights to where he wants them to be. It's an improved version, actually. And he may be castling next move? Question mark, the maybe, because he struggled a little bit with development in the previous rounds, but now he's ready to castle.
He should be ready to castle, and I also think that this is a very, like, you know, this is a much better version of the cow compared to everything else we have seen. He isn't worried about putting that bishop on b2, which is good because we had covered over how it's actually not good on b2 and it's better on this diagonal because the bishop is no longer blocked by two pawns. If it gets traded off, that might be even better for him. So all things considered, this is a very solid position for Tyler.
He's doing the right thing, definitely. He has improved on the way he handles the cow opening. He realized that all of his opponents came very well prepared against his one favorite opening. And look at that move by Will, by the way. He's not trading the bishop, but sneakily attacked the white rook in the corner.
Yeah, I really like this. Now the rook is on b1 though, which does put little pressure on b7, and this is something that Will is going to have to defend against. And he chooses to with knight a5, which I do not love. Knights on the rim are dim, right, Anna?
Yeah, this is a little bit of an unpleasant situation for the knight. It's not a move that's losing the piece, it's not a blunder, but it is just not a good placement for the piece. We have mentioned knights on the rim are dim, and that's because they are very limited in space. You can see how the knight only has a square to go to. That is where it came from if you wanted to move that knight. So it's a passive piece there on the edge of the board. It does guard the pawn, so in that sense, it's good that Will is holding on to his pawn. And Tyler, he has castled. I think that's something that we can celebrate here. His development is completed.
Oh, castling on the queen side in this position is also a very brave move. As the rook is already on b1, this is what is considered a half open flat, which means that, you know, the rook has activity. Right now it's potential activity, but maybe down the line it will be a little bit more than just that. However, Tyler does also hit back in the center with f5. I think this is also really good because you're just trying to weaken Black's center. Overall, a great cow game coming in by Tyler.
This is the best cow opening he has played so far today in the entire event. This is really impressive. I think Anna might be analyzing this on her YouTube channel because look at that pawn push, opening up the rook's file, getting more space for the bishop if they are not traded. Tyler1 is in control of this game. I think this could be potentially, I don't want to jinx it, but this is the best position he has had so far. It's looking promising for him in this match.
This is looking very promising. I do want to say Will is primarily a c6, a Caro-Kann only player. So I didn't tell him anything specific about the cow, but I just told him to control the center. And perhaps that was the mistake because it felt like all the other players had actually prepared something. They all had, what, the h5, a5 pawn pushes up. They were like really, really stopping Tyler's like pieces from coming out. But this one didn't go that way. So this potentially is coach's fault, which is okay.
Never blame the coach, Nemo. You have done a wonderful job coaching Will, and I'm sure he appreciates all the knowledge, all the strategies you have passed on to him. And who would have thought that Tyler will play the cow opening? I mean, like, how could we predict that?
Yeah, you know, who was going to guess that? That one is really that was tough. That was going to be a difficult one, but yeah, I mean, jokes aside, this is a beautiful position to come out of the cow. You got the bishop over here hitting the king. You got the rook over here hitting the king. You're going to bring your bishop out. Oops. Bishop out to f3, hitting the king. You're going to bring your knight over to f5. This is looking really good. This is how I can see this might go.
Potentially, those will be the moves. If Tyler is on fire, vibing with this position, he likely will find those attacking moves. And this really is looking very promising for him. Also, more time. He's got a couple of minutes of time advantage.
And I mean, really, he had e5 in this position too, which would have been really, really strong, kicking away that knight and then getting that bishop over to g4 for this pin. However, I think this move is a little passive.
Yeah, we were just praising how he went with the initiative, how he found the best moves, but now he's making a bit of a passive decision. You are right, Nemo, that retreat was not needed. The bishop was standing really well where it was. It was an active, strong attacking piece. I think he wants to trade it because he's trying to get to the knight. I think he wanted to probably get his queen onto that diagonal and attack Will's knight on the edge. Now, after the trade, he's going with the rook to attack the knight. So he's really zoned in on that knight, but it's not the best approach.
Because the knight is actually doing horrible on the rim, right? And if anything, rook to b5 actually asks your opponent, well, where are you going to place your knight? And the knight wants to go back to c6. So this is once again one of those moves that actually helps your opponent improve their position.
Yeah, and this is something we can all learn from. If your opponent has a bad piece, just let it be. Don't attack it, don't trade it, just let it be. Don't chase your opponent's bad piece away. Don't help them find the right idea.
Right, I think that's a very difficult concept in chess though. Because it makes sense, right? In your head, you're like, oh, that's a bad piece. I want to go win it. But sometimes it's more about just letting that piece be bad and you improving all of your pieces.
Indeed, and if you have a bad piece and you want to improve it, you're going to have to spend a couple of moves, a couple of tempi on improving it. So now with Will back in the game with this back in the night moment, I think this is again very complex and 3 possible results. He's lining up with the rook. I think this was potentially his idea. He's lining up the rook and the queen against the king of Will, but pushing the pawn is the correct defense, and Will has just played it. He found it.
He has found it, and a4 pawn push is going to come for the attack. This is not anything that's too scary for Will if Will is, keeps his cool about him. But while we were looking at this game, there was also a huge eval bar swing between Sardoche and Wirtual. So we're going to hop on over here and take a quick look at what this is about.
Oh gosh, I think we need a quick action replay because there was
and then have some,
Oh gosh. Wirtual, does he see it?
Like, oh no, he hung the piece kind of, and then he's gonna take it. So I'll give it like 10 more seconds and he takes my piece.
Oh.
Rip.
He sees it.
7, 4, 3.
Oh,
there you go.
No.
It was about 8 seconds.
He knew it. How did he even predict
But the piece was taken.
time?
Okay.
Crazy.
So that did.
Oh,
that
boy.
is rough.
Yeah, Wirtual was doing well in this game, actually. But when Sardoche moved his knight, that was a very sneaky move. It opened up the diagonal of the queen, and that's how he blundered his knight. It was a knight move, but the queen attacking, because now the diagonal is freed.
This diagonal is freed, and Wirtual, I think, should have just continued his idea. I'm sure the knight went on to h5 for a reason. Wirtual has a strong coach, knows that knights on the rim are dim. So maybe he should have continued his plan. I'm just assuming this was his plan, but it makes a lot of logical sense to put that knight on f4. Should have just continued that plan of putting the knight on f4, and then he would have saved himself the issue of losing this knight. I don't have insight into why bishop e7 exactly was played, but perhaps it was for bishop g5, but unfortunately this does mean he is down a knight against a very strong opponent.
Yeah, this is looking rough for Wirtual, and for him, it's crucial to not go down in this match because Will can still overtake him. He can jump ahead of him in the standings and take his championship bracket spot. So Wirtual really needs to try to fight his way back into the game. Down a piece, he's trying to set up a pawn push. I think he retreated with the bishop so that he could push his f pawn and open up that file for the rook and free his pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over. It's never over, especially in PogChamps. And f4, f5, f4 is perhaps an idea. Maybe bring that rook over to f6. Maybe trying to go rook to g6. However, White does have both of his rooks on f1 and g1. And I'm not sure if f5 is actually helping Wirtual because Sardoche now hits back with f4, hitting in the center. And if anything, Sardoche is the one that's a little more ready to go for this attack. He's got his queen over there. He's got his rooks lined up. So while I really love that Wirtual is still trying and putting up a fight, this is going to look a little rough.
It does. And that pawn push by Sardoche, by the way, was very impressive too. Just keeping the tension, letting black capture the pawn, because now I'm guessing he wants to take the black pawn. Oh, no, he's pushing. He's sacrificing the pawn. He wanted to give up his pawn so that he frees the path of his pawn. That's very deep. That's really advanced.
Whew. Give these SuperPogChamps players another 2 years and they'll be coming for the I'm not a GM Blitz championships or something. That's a really interesting move. That's a really good move. It cuts off the queen from defending f4, which means that your rook can take on f4, and this is a rook lift idea without having to go through too much effort, really.
Very impressive. I would love to listen in, by the way, with Wirtual if he has a plan or a strategy on how to try to find some counter chances. He knows he's down a piece, but he needs to fight and make it difficult for Sardoche to convert this into a full point. If we could listen in with Wirtual, he has been doing such a good job giving instructive analysis on all of his games.
Wirtual's coming for our jobs for real.
No, like the queen is kind of low on squares. She has this diagonal, but no, and no, and no. So, and no. Well, couldn't go there. But if we could somehow trap the queen. That would be
Yeah.
great.
Trapping the queen would be great. I agree.
I also think even if he doesn't, even if, ooh, so we're going into this. Is this the point that after this he takes rook takes? That seems crazy, no?
It does seem crazy. Is he going to capture the knight and to try to win the pawn of white in the center?
Like that. Well, we've gone into it, so
for it.
I still have to go for this. He's gonna double the rooks probably.
I like it. Taking any
And
material.
I'm just opening the
That would be
diagonal
great.
for his bishop.
Yeah,
Okay.
and with the queen capturing the pawn, he could line up then
One
the
has to
queen
try.
and the bishop on that diagonal and try to checkmate the white
play
king.
this.
There's a
This is
chance.
tricky.
He's back in the game. It is tricky.
This is a little bit tricky.
White absolutely cannot move that rook on f4 at any given point because the h knight is just going to be checkmate.
Yeah, this is
we can't
now
play here, we
critical for
checkmate.
Sardoche. Yes, Wirtual sees it.
Can't
That
threaten me
rook
here.
cannot be touched.
I suppose you can play this and then that, but maybe we're in time with this. Then the queen goes here and he still actually has space.
He's fighting hard to make it back
It
in this
might have been
game.
very
and the
important for my
position
bishop to stay here, but this just feels more juicy.
It is. It is very juicy, that
Juicy.
diagonal, the queen bishop battery. I love it. And white can go wrong in so many ways. Moving the rook would lead to checkmate, but even if you move the knight to attack the black queen to try to chase it away, then
Can't
your
play
rook will
this.
be
I'm just
hanging
never
and
gonna
contact
take
connected
twice, you
with
know,
the rook.
for now.
Yeah.
Maybe
White has
this
to
and
tread
this is an
extremely
idea.
carefully here. I think for white, white has to play something like bishop to c1 just to get out of this and then hopefully swing the knight over. Oh, and Sardoche actually does play bishop to c1. But that's pretty logical, and it's just going to rely on if Sardoche can hang on to this extra piece without making any further mistakes as the clocks do tick down a little bit more. Wirtual's very good at time management. 5 minutes for Wirtual, 3 minutes for Sardoche.
Really impressive time management. By the way, Tyler1 is completely winning against Will Benson. We might need to switch to that game before it's over. It looks like the king of Will is in trouble. Queen and rook on the a5 for Tyler and the bishop coming to the diagonal. What happened?
What happened is a great question because we left the position we actually left right when Tyler has sacrificed an exchange. And I'm saying sacrifice here. He definitely didn't blunder it because I think this is very intentional to open up the A file for his rook. And it looks like Will decided to defend using the queen, which is perhaps not the best defending piece in this specific situation because of how weak his light squares are. And white still having a light squared bishop.
And that's what happened by bringing the bishop over to the long diagonal. The knight of black is hanging, but Tyler is not even taking it. He just keeps attacking with the bishop, with the queen, chasing that black king.
I really like the way Tyler plays chess, mostly because I think it feels like he's playing this as a PvP game. You know, he approaches it with the perspective of like, I want to beat my opponent. His opening doesn't say that, but the way that he plays after the opening says that. And he's just trying to checkmate here.
He said he wants to destroy everyone, not just win games, but destroy his opponent. And look at that king. Poor Will has to come all the way to the middle of the board to try to hide. But how do you hide that king? Now with the file for the rook opening up the e file, you might come in with rook e1. Can we listen in with Tyler, by the way? He's got to be like singing praises here of
I got
his
a fucking
attack.
another knight being added to the party. This guy's getting mated. You're getting mated. Resign. Resign, Will. Resign.
He is right. That
The longer
he is
this
getting
tournament goes on, the
checkmated.
fucking more my level's increasing.
That I agree with. It feels like he's very warmed up.
He is, and this is just the first
Not right
game in their match.
Check.
Will he bring the rook in with a check? Will he capture the pawn of black with a check? The heart rate is going back to more steady and regulated. It was above 100 in the moments earlier with the checkmate attack.
Then what? Kind of can't.
Very well played by Tyler. Yeah, so many great attacking moves here, Nemo.
It's a great position for White. I mean, it can't go wrong, basically, right? You're just going to go for checkmate. You've got, you know, an extra exchange now with a knight and bishop for a rook. It's literally like a mate in 5 or something.
Right? He's got to go here.
Yeah, but he needs to find it, and one of the key moves will be the square. He's highlighting that the black king cannot go there. The white queen will need to join the attack, potentially through those squares, and he sees it. He's hovering over those squares.
Oh, yeah. I mean, king to e6 is certainly a choice. There weren't many other choices.
Now, how will Tyler continue?
Okay, should I go for I can just wait. It's even right now.
He's counting the pieces, but the problem is the black king. It's not about how many pieces.
No one cares about the king right now, Tyler.
Okay,
no one.
Back over.
He
now I
realized that the count of is even, but the black king is the huge issue. Rook check is brilliant because then the king can come in.
Right, has to be.
It's checkmate in just 3 moves. If he brings the queen in, check. Then the bishop, he sees it. He knows it. He's doing it.
F5. Bishop takes F5 will be checkmate if he just... He's seen it. He's seen it.
Inevitable. The bishop comes in and black has to block with the pawn. That's the only move for Will. Unfortunately, his king has nowhere to go.
Doesn't matter. Let's go! Let's go! I fucking saw that shit, baby! Come on! Come on! You kidding me? You kidding me?
I love his energy.
Come on now!
He saw it all the way. He says,
let me level up!
Now, back for the second game. This is the first match where Tyler1 is winning, takes the lead with game 1. And if he wins this, he's still cannot make it to the championship bracket, but his confidence needs this, I think, for the remainder of the event. For Will, though, it could be a really big heartbreak if he goes down in this match because he has a chance still to qualify. He is fighting for the 3rd place with Wirtual.
He is fighting 3rd place with Wirtual, and as they are going into game number 2, Sardoche is still has just won against Wirtual, actually. So they are also going to be going to game 2. I mean, a lot is riding on these last 2 games. Samay has already cleanly clinched first of his group.
He has clinched 1st place, but he's still playing his match against Daryl, Morey, and we could check in with that. But by the way, Tyler's already in for the 2nd game. He has won the 1st, and they are playing now the 2nd one. Samay won the 1st game against Daryl, and now Daryl is trying to make a comeback. Reminder that if the match is 1-1, then we're going to get to see a tiebreaker in sudden death format, which is really exciting and even shorter time control. So we would love to see some of those tiebreakers here for the end of the day. Daryl with the queen move to target the pawn of Samay. Will he... will he push the pawn or the c-pawn to protect it? Instead, he develops the knight, sacrificing his pawn.
Yeah, if queen takes b7, there's a lot of ideas here with like rook to b8. I imagine a bishop to b4 will shortly follow. It's not that clear that this would actually be a worthwhile pawn to take. It's not exactly, I wouldn't call it exactly poison though either. It's just a dynamic position.
It is. In some positions, there's variations we call the poisoned pawn variation. I agree with you that even if it's not the traditional way of a poisoned pawn, it's not worth capturing it because black's pieces will be really active. The rook coming to attack the queen, the bishop coming out. Daryl instead jumps into the center with the knight, and the computer criticizes it because that knight has already moved. All of the white's pieces, other than the queen and the knight, are on the back rank. And at the start of the game, in the opening, you need to try to use your moment, your turn, to develop your pieces. If you move the same piece more than once, you're not using it for the rest of your pieces. That's why it's criticized. The rest of the pieces are still sad on the bench.
A really important lesson coming in here from Anna. And I think for everybody who has watched today, this has been a reoccurring theme throughout the course of the day. And to think like, you know, we have all of these amazing players here playing in SuperPogChamps, but in the opening, what do we want to do? We want to control the center. We want to develop our pieces, and then we want to castle.
Oh, Nemo, Tyler1. Oh gosh. Sorry, that was really destructive.
Wait,
But
what
Tyler1 is
the
going
heck?
down. A checkmate attack by Will Benson to make it back in this match. Goodness me, what an attack. And how do you prevent the rook from going to the edge of the board? The queen is cutting the black king. We need to listen in with Tyler if we can.
How did this happen?
Oh boy, Tyler1 in trouble
that
after
fucking
winning a
pawn,
brilliant
bro.
game. Oh, he blundered that pawn earlier.
I don't know if he blundered a pawn, but I think there was a really, well, we'll have a look at it later, but Will actually found a brilliant move, double exclamation mark, sacrifice earlier to be in this position down that bishop, but with lots and lots of compensation.
And now he has won the
I'll
rook
be real.
thanks
I
to
don't think
that
this one's
queen
playing
check.
out. Worth playing out.
Tyler needs to fight. He's right. He needs to keep going. He has a bishop for the rook, so it's not a full rook. We call this an exchange up for white because white has a rook against a minor piece, a bishop. But white also has a lot of pawns, and the black king has no defense. All the bodyguards, the pawns in front of the king are gone.
All of the pawns in front of the king are gone, and Tyler's pieces are still not involved in the game. So effectively right now, Will has a extra rook advantage just because, you know, Tyler hasn't moved his light square bishop, hasn't moved that rook over there.
Yeah, and I think we have a quick moment here, Nemo, for that action replay that you mentioned that Will has found a double exclamation mark move. So we need to show how this attack was so powerful for Will Benson here. After losing the first game, he strikes back, going out with the queen and bishop attacking the black king, and he sacrifices his bishop for the 2 pawns of black to eliminate the bodyguards, to get rid of them, to get access to the black king, and then the rook lift. This is what we call a rook lift. The rook is coming through the 3rd rank to join the checkmate attack.
And it's beautiful because not only does he find this rook lift and is now threatening effectively checkmate, he also gets material back when black is forced to defend against this checkmate, and this just puts him in such a good position. As you mentioned, yes, Will is down that exchange rather, but has 2 pawns for that compensation and still has that aggression. He still has that attack going. And Will loves to attack. Like, this is his dream scenario. This is his dream position.
What an incredible comeback to find this brilliant bishop sacrifice and then a rook lift. His rate is 1600, but he's playing like a 2100 at the least with moves like that.
I agree. It's really felt like some of these players here today at SuperPogChamps are giving us a run for our money. There's been some crazy good moves.
Very impressive. And this is after a painful defeat. So psychologically and emotionally to make a comeback straight away and then go for this brilliant attack, he still needs to convert it. He still needs to find a way to convert this into a full point, but looking good so far for Will to tie the score and earn a tiebreaker against Tyler1.
For sure. And I think this is also another great spot for the queen. Just active pieces, keeping yourself centralized, because queen takes b7 here. Yes, it does drop the knight. It is a free pawn. You also get the rook on a8. So he doesn't see this, well, or maybe he just doesn't want to consider it. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter that much because the pawn is not the big focus of this position. Obviously, the focus of this position is black's completely exposed king. And it's really interesting to see that Will just wants to go probably for a second rook lift.
Very impressive. The only thing he needs to be a little bit careful about if he goes for those rook lifts is that it's gonna leave his back rank wide open. At the moment, there's no black piece coming to the back rank, but that's a potential checkmate that you need to have in mind so that you don't blunder away your victory. Speaking of victory, I think Samay is on the verge of winning against Daryl Morey, and that game just exploded. In the last couple of moves, suddenly everything opened up for black's pieces, and look at that White King struggling.
Well, go back a couple of moves because we left the game after knight to e5, which we had mentioned that it's a little ambitious. None of your pieces are developed yet, so you don't typically want to open up the position. And we can see how Samay was punishing Daryl's decision up until bishop to g6.
But he blundered now. Well, blundered. I think he's sacrificing his bishop on purpose because he sees this discovered attack that the knight will jump away and attack the queen because the bishop will be attacking the queen and he could use his knight to attack the rook of white. Maybe he's doing this on purpose. I would guess that that's the idea.
I would guess that is the idea as well. However, I do believe the issue here is after bishop to b4, maybe something like knight to g3, you can go for a queen to d2 trade. And then once the knight ends up on h2, it is trapped there completely. It can't go back out the way it came from. It can't really, I mean, it can take on f2, but then it actually ends up with Daryl being up in exchange.
Yeah, this is a great chance for Daryl to make it back in the game. The problem for him is that his position is looking so scary. He needs to calculate this calmly and realize that Samay has made a mistake. Black's position was really beautiful and very much of a crushing attack. But bishop to g6 gives the chance back to Daryl, and you need to sense this moment that you are back in the game and not believe too much your opponent, not believe that all the moves of your opponent are great.
See, it's so difficult to do that every time I talk to a student and they're like, oh, I hate my position. And meanwhile, you know, they're up a knight and they've got the attack on their opponent. I'm like, why? And everybody feels this pressure, but I'm really, it's great to see that Daryl does not feel this pressure and takes on b4. And yes, this is
not.
a
He
discovery
seizes
attack.
the moment. This is it. Daryl is back in the game.
Yeah,
Samay
Daryl is back in the game.
I wonder if Samay has missed that idea that you mentioned, Nemo, that even though he's going to be able to capture the rook in the corner, that knight is not getting out of there.
Yeah, that knight is not going to be getting out of there, which just means that, you know, Samay is going to be playing down an exchange in this endgame, and it's a pretty nice endgame for white to play up that exchange. And we do also have game 3 coming in for Tyler1 and Will Benson. With
So Will managed to win. He managed to convert that beautiful attacking game that he played to make a comeback in that match. And there's going to be a tiebreaker, you're right, Nemo, with Will Benson having the white pieces in a game that is a sudden death format. 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus is the time control. And whoever wins that game is going to win the tiebreaker. If it's a draw, they're going to keep playing until there is a decisive result. What a comeback by Will Benson. And he still can make it to the championship bracket. If he wins his match, he can catch Wirtual. So Wirtual's match and Will Benson's match, that is crucial for who qualifies to the championship bracket.
That is very crucial, and we're actually going to tune into this game between Will Benson and Tyler1. Will taking the white pieces. He always goes for this London structure. Tyler, as usual, going for the cow, and it's going to be another tough battle over here. This is going to let Black's pieces come out of their, you know, shells a little bit more than some of the other structures you could choose to play against the cow. So Tyler might be feeling a little bit more comfortable in these positions relative to his previous games.
He is. He has certainly improved the way he handles the cow opening throughout the day, which is really impressive, by the way, because there's no time to analyze the games. He has just realized it throughout his games that he needs to adjust. He needs to make a bit of a change in how he plays the cow opening. And now this is, as you said, Nemo, a great version of the cow. There are no knights on the board being clumsy. They have been traded.
And he has the pair of bishops. White has made this a little too easy for Tyler. When your opponent has no space, usually you want to keep making sure they have no space. And the answer to that is not always...
Sorry, but I think Samay has just blundered and he's completely losing against Daryl Morey. Goodness me, he has castled queenside, being really brave, but that just leaves the knight hanging. He didn't take the rook in the corner because he wants to give checkmate. But if you take the knight with the pawn, that gives us free space, an escape route for the king.
A 2-for-1 here. Obviously, Samay has already qualified into the championship bracket, but this is still a very, very major loss coming in potentially for Samay, and hopefully it will be also a big mood booster for Daryl. But bishop to d6.
Daryl believes the attack. He saw
no.
that black was threatening checkmate, so he's blocking the open file. Honestly, it's very logical. It was hard to calculate what happens after the capture, and even to start calculating that when you're threatened checkmate in one, to be that calm and collected.
Yeah, with only 2-minute 44 on the clock, you start seeing ghosts, right? When the time control is this fast, and you only get 5-second increment, you really don't want to take those risks like, oh no, what if I just get checkmated after this? So I can't blame Daryl for playing bishop to d6, but it does seem like Samay's tricks potentially has fooled his opponent.
Yeah, we gotta go back to the tiebreaker. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a decisive moment here, but the game is back on. Samay is back in the game and in the match. Tyler1 here with the black pieces has just developed his bishop, pair of bishops and no knights in a cow opening. Now Will, though, he has taken the initiative because he already has castled and he's opening up the position. He's about to capture that pawn. That would be a free pawn.
That would be a free pawn. He's choosing to capture it with the knight, which I don't like as much because it does leave the king side a little bit weak. Capturing with the pawn was totally fine in case black did take the knight. There was e takes f6 in between move, which hits the queen, so then you would be able to hit the bishop back. But the way this goes about is a little bit worse for Will because this is a really weak pawn. It has no defense, and that knight was the one that was offering the defense on this pawn.
Indeed. So we do have a situation where it is an extra pawn, but not the strongest of pawns for Will. They are doubled and isolated. I wonder if we're going to see castle by Tyler, and to which side, because he could still castle on either sides of the board.
I was going to say, I personally really like long castling because it also brings your rook out onto this open file to counter your opponent's rook that's already on the open file. And Tyler is not one to step down from a challenge. So I do really like that. And obviously queen to a4 is just going to hit the a7 pawn, which makes a lot of sense. And this king b8 idea, which we have seen previously. So yeah, just some really good ideas coming in by both players with only 3 minutes relative compared to like 10 minutes. Or, sorry, I guess in this spot, there'd be like 7 minutes or something like that. They do have to make decisions and make plans a lot faster.
Yeah, this is the sudden death tiebreaker. 5 minutes and 3-second increment is the time control for this one. Great moves by both players, and this game is wide open. Anyone can still win this. Material advantage for Will, but Tyler1 has activity and a very healthy pawn structure. He might be able to grab one of those white pawns down the line because it's hard to hold on to isolated pawns. And so he's attacking them immediately, showing how vulnerable those pawns are. And all 3 pawns of white are a target here.
All 3 pawns of white are our target here. And pawn structures is a very difficult concept because you have to there's already so much going on in the game to keep in mind. So you just have to decide here, which pawn are you most willing to give up? Which pawn are you most willing to sort of, have your opponent take? And I'm actually not sure about the answer to this question. So Will decided rook e1 to defend the e-pawn. This gives Tyler the option to take on g2 or e5. Personally, I'm leaning more towards the g2 pawn just because we can keep the double pawns in the center weak, and we can always come back later to capture those. And it creates another weak pawn on h2.
I agree. I would love to listen in with his stream, by the way, in case he's pondering over the decisions and might tell us what he thinks about those captures.
Then I can take this one. I take this one. I can still take this one. He can go down, actually.
All right. I mean, this one's good too. It attacks the h2 pawn.
Yeah, and he has been looking at both versions, both captures, and what would be the outcome. He chooses to capture the central pawn.
Unless I fucking brief, I like my shit better. Look at his pawns versus mine. Come on.
He does like his shit better for a reason. That queen is very well placed in the middle of the board.
He should be enjoying this position. And he also has 2 pawn islands, whereas his opponent has 3.
Indeed, this is equal material, but the structure of black is healthier. And that matters when there's just such a minor difference, no material difference in terms of the quantity, but in terms of the quality, as Nemo highlighted, white's pawns, especially that e3 pawn alone on its own, is a weakness.
Yeah, that pawn being on its own requires a full rook to defend, which is not great when you can clearly see that Tyler's trying to double rooks on the d-file. It's going to take away from Will's own opportunities to double on the d-file, and fighting over an open file is just really, really important.
Is so important, and that's what he's doing. He's ready to double his rooks on the open file. That's a great move. That is how you activate your rooks and make them even more powerful, bringing both rooks to the open file. And it's not that simple for Will to proceed, because he's going to need his rook to be guarding his pawn. He cannot just go and activate it or move somewhere else. He is going for a queen move. The computer is not that happy with it because black is doubling the rooks, and now he's threatening to capture the white bishop.
Threatening to capture the white bishop. A very uncomfortable position here for Will, as he is also lower on time than Tyler, so all signs pointed towards this not being the best game for Will. And Samay has won his final game as well, which is crazy.
He has been dominating Group B. He is the sole winner of Group B today, so he's qualifying to the championship bracket, and I hope that we will get a chance to interview him later on. But for now, this is still so crucial for the qualification. Will Benson trying to make it a championship bracket too, but it's not the right way, Nemo. Unfortunately,
that is not great. There's queen takes e4 here after bishop takes e4. There is just a free pawn on a2. In fact, black doesn't even need to take this queen. He can just go queen a5, which just keeps up the pressure, and then sets up for all these bishop f5 ideas, which just hit the bishop. It's like a little skewer idea over here.
And that's what he does, and will protect his pawn, but he's missing the bigger threat that you mentioned, Nemo, the skewer with the bishop move. And Tyler spots it and seizes the moment. He is winning the bishop. Now the queen is attacked, and if you move the queen, the bishop will be captured. This is a moment that he'll be celebrating.
Game over. Game over.
Game over.
I just want to set. I want to set. Told you, baby. Shit's over. What am I
Maybe
starting
it's a
this
bit
with?
too early to celebrate, but he is winning
wait,
the
never mind.
bishop.
Just,
He has a decisive advantage.
Oh, it's over.
I mean, I think he has warmed up to a point where he can definitely just, and you know.
He does capture the bishop. The queen of Will is hanging. He takes the bishops. He's going to be down a full rook. That was not necessary.
That was not necessary at all. I mean, in Will's defense, it was already looking a little bit rough. So, you know, there's always the chance that your opponent might have pre-moved something else and not expected this. So I can't entirely blame Will for that one, but it does look like Tyler is going to be winning game 3 in this match.
And this is a crucial tiebreaker. Will was fighting for the qualification of the championship bracket. For Tyler, this is for his confidence for the rest of the event, because the constellation bracket will still have an incredible field and a lot of prizes to fight for. He is so clinical. He's training queens because he's up the rook.
No back rank mates, no accidental back rank mates.
I wouldn't necessarily call it disrespectful. We tell every of our students to fight on, because they could be still stalemate.
Dude, I'm not going to stalemate you.
Well, that has happened in the past, Tyler. That has happened in PogChamps so many times, even in bigger material advantage positions. So it's actually very instructive that you fight on. No matter how losing the position, your opponent can still blunder. Mouse slips can happen, stalemates can happen. Fighting till the end is what we tell all of our students.
Should always fight until the end. You just never know.
Checkmate. If White had promoted, that would have been checkmate.
Exactly. All right, well, now, okay. Will does resign.
You have a pawn, bro. What are we doing? Thank you. Show some fucking respect. Like, I know I'm fucking 2-8 or whatever, but come on. I know how to. I'm not gonna stalemate you, bro. Let's go, baby.
It would have been
Give me this
poetic
set
justice
win.
if it happened.
I would have loved to see a continuation, and of course,
CP3
Tyler having
with
to
a
show
huge
his
three to
checkmate
cut the lead
patterns
to
and
40.
techniques. Wow, we have one last game to cover, and that is Wirtual with the white pieces against Sardoche. Wirtual lost the first game, but this is a great chance for him to make a comeback, and he's just played a really strong move, that queen move, that is attacking the 7th rank and the Black Knight at the same time. So he's threatening to capture the pawn on d7, a skewer that would win the Black Queen, and the Black Knight is hanging too. This is a great chance for the Norwegian to tie the score, and I mean, I would love to see more tiebreakers. So yeah,
More tiebreakers means more
rooting
games for all of us. Exactly.
More chess.
More chess. Knight to e5 is the logical move in this position, but unfortunately, it actually opens up this diagonal to the queen coming to b2 for this fork. Now,
but Wirtual didn't see it. He didn't spot the opportunity to win the black rook. He's attacking the knight, which, to be fair, it's natural
makes so
and
much
it's logical because he wants to win the queen. He wants the knight to go away and take the pawn. So this too should be a really strong move, but the other one would have picked up the rook immediately.
yeah, now Black's only move in this position is actually knight to f3, which is extremely unintuitive.
Okay, that's near
because
impossible to find.
That's near impossible with 18 seconds left on the clock. I agree.
No, knight f3 is a brutal move, but no human in PogChamps would find that move. I don't think we would find it, Nemo, with 8 seconds in such a stressful situation. Queen to c6, that's a lot more logical, but that does leave Wirtual with the same ideas. He can take either the knight or he can win the rook. Will he see that he can win the rook, or will he capture
My
the
rook
knight?
is covering, so there is that, but I do have to be careful now. There's this check. Has this been here a long time? Wait, this check also looks very good. But yeah, I think this check. Okay. And now
He's
why
going a
don't I
little
play
off track.
here?
That square was for the queen.
I could take the knight, but the knight is like... It feels secondary. Of secondary importance.
Interesting thought. That's an extra piece right now for Sardoche. So by eliminating that knight, he would even the material. He takes it, and that's the right move. That's the right way to go. The white queen is coming in. This is looking so dangerous. Absolutely critical. Oh, black is attacking with the queen. The
does he get there
but
first?
That leaves some squares undefended.
I think he gets there first.
He should always look for checks.
Unless I
Look for
play
checks,
this.
captures, and threats.
Oh no, his rook is hanging.
No, he still gets there.
His rook is hanging.
Wow.
Will he see that he has a queen check? The queen check will win the game if he spots
Do I
the
have
queen
anything?
check.
He's gonna play this and try to back rank me. He played this,
He
I
has
guess.
a check that if he finds it, he's
But my
gonna
rook
win
is
the
hanging,
game.
so I can't.
But he needs to find it. The queen check is crucial.
He has to look for checks.
I do have one check. Wait. I didn't see this check.
Now he's seeing it.
Oh
he
my
sees
gosh.
it. He plays it. Now it's gonna be the black
We have
king
to try
that
this.
gets checkmated. It's such a key moment.
He has to go here, right? Only move?
That's
Yeah, what's
so
his only move?
crazy.
2 squares. Oh
This?
goodness me! He found it.
King
He
goes,
sees it.
and queen h6 is a6 is checkmate. Check.
He
Only
sees
move
it. He sees the checkmated
gosh.
too.
Only moves
He's
down.
making a comeback.
and checkmate.
Oh, that is insane.
Wow.
What a find and
Always
what
look
a
for
comeback
checks,
by
captures, and
Wirtual.
attacks, baby.
Always look
That
for
is crazy.
checks.
That is crazy. I thought he would get there first.
Or actually, sorry, Alex, you do your thing.
What an
Wow.
incredible attack
we are all
by
done
the
round five
Norwegian
except
YouTuber
for
who
Wirtual
finds
and
all those
Sard. You guys
checks. Wow.
Wow.
And that's our team behind the scenes, of course, because now that means a tiebreaker for us, Nemo, for all the fans out there, for more chess. We've got it. We have it. It's a sudden death time control, 5 minutes and 3 seconds, that is. And whoever wins, what sudden death means, whoever wins this game will win the tiebreaker. If it's a draw, we're going to keep seeing them play game after game. Goodness me, Nemo, what an attack! That was so intense.
That was so intense. That was so close at the end there. This is why when we listen in on people's, thought processes, it might not be as clear as we saw it, right? Like if we hadn't heard Wirtual's thought process, we might not have known how close it was, that there might not have been a tiebreaker. He might have just lost that game if he hadn't found queen to c8 with the check, which is why, once again, everyone always look for checks, captures, and threats.
Always look for them. This has been so instructive, and that means we're gonna get to see one more game. Maybe this is it for Wirtual. It's so crucial because he wants to qualify to the championship bracket. And actually, yes, Will was not doing too well to try to take over him. So that's something he doesn't know. I think for Wirtual right now, he's going to be busy with his tiebreak match. And all he knows is that he needs to do his best, not look at the scoreboard, not look at how everything is going with the other games. He needs to focus on his game. And I am so excited about this final game of the day. Sardoche with the white pieces, Wirtual pushing the D and C pawns to gain space. Again, the time control is 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus per move, and whoever wins this game in sudden death format is the winner of the tiebreaks.
Whoever wins this is going to be... I mean, this is an interesting opening coming in here by Sardoche. It's effectively a King's Indian defense, but like reversed on the X-axis or something. I'm not exactly sure, but it is very interesting because it's something different. It's something that Wirtual probably had to prepare specifically against Sardoche for. However, this is their third game, so that means he might have made some adjustments from game number 1.
Yeah, and that's what we have seen throughout the tournament, that the players adjust very quickly. There's not much time between the games, but they find a way to think through what happened in the game and how they can improve on it, which is really impressive. That's high-level competitive chess when you get to adjust your opening as you are playing an event and you don't have anyone to help you. You don't have a time or break to actually check it and analyze it. So good adjustments by many of the players here throughout the event. We see both players castling. That's great. King safety is first, and we have seen so many kings being in trouble in today's action and being left in the middle of the board.
I would say both of these players have some of the best fundamentals.
True. That I agree with you.
Yeah, they really understand the concepts behind why they make the moves they do, or at least from what we have seen, it looks like they do. So I'm going to go ahead and make that assumption. But I think like castling move is great. Controlling the center is always great. Now this is kind of going to like a Miran-Coley setup where it's gone c takes d5, e takes d5 already. So yeah, it's just going to be like a really safe, solid setup for white.
It's very solid and so classical. I feel like we are watching two grandmasters here in the opening because this is just very well played. Development, focus on the center, everything has been so far just perfectly in the right moment. The bishop retreats, doesn't capture the knight. You want to keep the tension there. Now Sardoche with the knight development doesn't go to the normal, the usual square of the knight, because this is more harmonious to not block your own bishop.
Yeah, and this also gives white that question. Where are you going to place this knight? Because you do have a d4 pawn that you somewhat need to defend. So if you go to d2, at least you can take back on e4 later. But if you go to h2, then maybe black can just take on d4.
That's a great point. So it's crucial that Sardoche finds the idea that he needs to counterattack the central pawn of black, and so he does. He goes to d2, so he's losing his own central pawn, but he's gonna pick up black's e pawn in return.
After e takes d4, knight takes d4, the idea here is that you can play either, well, you play queen takes e4, taking back that pawn, but it does go into a very how should I call it, like traded down equal middle game without a lot of dynamic play, which is probably not in Sardoche's style and is probably very beneficial for the side playing black, because don't forget, there is a slight advantage to starting with the white pieces in chess.
Yes, and that means that Wirtual has done a really good job equalizing and going for the simplification of the position, as you mentioned, Nemo. I do feel like we are watching a much higher level game than what their ratings say. This is really not the level. They are playing way above their ratings.
I absolutely agree. And I also think Wirtual is a very tough opponent for Sardoche because of the way he plays. He's very solid. He finds these ideas. He's not really necessarily going for these outrageous 3-move potential tricks or anything. He's just playing games. He's just playing the game, and it's really interesting to see. But yeah, strong games coming in, strong chess coming in from both players here. Obviously, this position doesn't have that much going in it. Pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Both players have the exact same pieces. So it's just going to come down to perhaps who uses their time better and who is better at the end game that I'm sure it's going to come down to.
Yeah, who is going to be better? It's now no longer any pawns in the center, but open files. So the rooks will be coming to the open E, D, or C files. There's so many open files. I'm curious where those heavy pieces will be placed. And if there's going to be any tactics, because there's a slight tension here on the long diagonal and with the knights placed the way they are. So there could be tactical patterns depending on how the players proceed.
Yeah, this will be kind of interesting to see what the game plan here really is, like just game plan, period, because it's a tough position sometimes. You have to be a little bit cautious of all these discovered attacks. The queen is aimed down at d2, the bishop is aimed down at b2. King to h1 is always a good hiding move. It avoids any potentially dangerous checks, but it does still leave 2 of your pieces unprotected, which is not something you want to do when the position is this open, because you have to be extremely careful about tactics.
Yeah, and that's why it looks like a good idea what Sardoche did. It's not the most ideal square for the king, but it does step out of those potential checks of the black knight. Now the rook is targeting the white queen. The pawn was free to capture, but there would have been some messy complications after. So Sardoche just goes instead to g4 to try to put pressure on the king side of Wirtual.
I like this queen to g4 idea because I assume he's also thinking about bishop takes f6 for simplification reasons, just threatening that checkmate, not having to worry too much about losing exchange or whatever might happen. So, this is keeping it safe and solid. Once again, not the dream, not the ideal position you want to be in with white, especially if you are playing for a win, knowing that these are sudden death games. So if you draw one, it goes to the next one and you get colors reversed, I presume.
Yeah, it's such a solid game. I really cannot believe how well both of them are playing. Their accuracies must be really high, above 93 and 94 for both players, and they have already played 20 moves near impeccably. Now the knight is jumping to the center to attack the black queen. Where will Wirtual go? We could listen in with his stream and hear his thoughts on the position.
Problems. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, quick check. Could I just place myself here? Maybe? You go to the side, I take your queen. Trade it, but trying to play simple chess. Maybe he beats me in the endgame with technique, but I'm also threatening a fork, so I'm also threatening to win the knight, so.
That's a great idea that he spotted the fork, so the queen trade happens.
Yeah, simple chess is good.
He's going for what? Just a threat? Do I have time? I feel like I have time, could be wrong.
I love the idea that he's going for the counter-attack indeed. Instead of defending the pawn, he goes to attack the opponent's pawn.
Importantly, let's go here.
Being active is so important in endgames.
This is
you really
a level match, Nemo. This could be our first draw in a tiebreak, and that would lead to even more games because it's sudden death. They're gonna play until there is a decisive result.
I hope
Well, did I
chat's
say it too
excited for
soon?
this.
Did I say it too soon? Because now Yoshibar
Oh!
is saying that this last move was not the best. The 2 rooks of white's gonna be very active, coming to the 7th rank. That's an incredible spot for the rooks. And if you get both of your rooks there, it means trouble. Trouble for the
In
opponent.
English, I've heard this saying that 2 rooks on the 7th are like pigs, but I don't know if you've heard of that or if you have something similar.
Well, with Misha Carre in PogChamps, we just said, I mean, she said it was her idea that it's Castlemania. And they have Castlemania merch ever since. I love it. Castlemania. Shout out
That's
to
really
Michelle,
good.
such an incredible competitor of PogChamps and the host of Challenge Accepted. Castlemania
Michelle's
coming
amazing.
next.
Castlemania coming next. Yeah, rooks on the 7th is just so powerful because there's so little you can do. Not the checkmate in 2!
Checkmate in 2! The rook is covering the square where the black king could escape. Let's listen in with Wirtual. I think he sees it. I think he knows it.
Il a complètement trollé.
Oh, we've
Il a
got
complètement
Sardoche
trollé.
instead, Nemo. I'm gonna need some translations here.
Voilà. C'est un énorme misplay. Ouais, bon, GG. Bon, les amis, c'était la dernière game de la journée.
GG. I think I understood that.
J'affronte Lina Diaz en quart de finale. Et ça fait chier parce que c'est une 2000. Ouais,
He pre-moved the checkmate. He pre-moved it.
Je suis assez content.
Yes, his opponent completely trolled is basically what he's saying. Something along those lines. But I think that was well played by both, obviously, until the very end. But one mistake can really be the deciding factor for your entire game here, as we do have the final standings!
Oh goodness me, Wirtual with that heartbreaking blunder, but he did fight really well and he does get the 3rd place. Top 3 of this cross table, Samay, Sardoche and Wirtual qualify to the championship bracket, while Will Benson, Tyler1 and Daryl Morey will compete from tomorrow on in the consolation bracket. Do not go anywhere because we're gonna take a short break just in order to bring in the leader, the highest performing player of the day, Samay Reina. And in the short break, you will be able to see, I believe now, our short, the sneak peek into War is Over. I'm sorry I promised it earlier. I'm gonna take the blame even though it was the producer. See you on the other end of this break, and we're gonna be here with Samay. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of SuperPogChamps, and we are super pogged about the presence of our winner of today, the sole leader of Group B, Samay Reina. Samay, welcome to the show, and tell us how it feels to beat everyone.
It feels great, actually. I had no expectations. Yesterday, I had called Nemo complaining about how I hate what I have signed up for. I'm going to lose. I was not expecting this at all. It feels very good.
I literally told you there was nothing to fear. You know, today you went in, you won every single game. How did you win every single game, Samay?
Even I don't know. So the thing is, the games were at 8:30 p.m. my time, and at 8 o'clock I was out chilling with my friends, and I was on the way back, and I happened to have messaged Levy yesterday saying, "Hey brother, can you help me in any way?" And he sent me like a 10-minute video in the morning that I saw on the way back from the club to my house. Between 8 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. I saw that video, and everybody just played what he said in that video. That guy is a prophet. Please buy Levy's course. He's the best. He's the best guy.
Hashtag ad.
He told me to play this random variations and all of that, and I played it, and that's what everybody else also played, and they fell into all the opening prep.
Incredible preparation by Gotham Chess, and goodness me, Samay, you with the last minute preps and last minute getting ready, but it so worked. It so worked that you beat everyone. Which matches were you feeling like you had it all, you had everything under control, and in which matches were you slightly nervous that maybe it's slipping out of your hands?
I was very excited to play Sardoche because I've always heard very highly of him, and he played the opening that I was expecting him to play, and I was very nervous actually to play against him. My heart rate was highest playing against him, but I'm glad I managed to win those games, and I think they were comfortable as well. There was one game, I don't know with who, this guy was playing the cow opening. That was really...
Tyler1.
The guy was playing the worst opening in chess, but he really pressed me in the second game. And dude, is there anything you can do to cow opening? Because even in the video that Levy sent me, he told me, you know, kryptonites of all openings except for the cow opening. He said, dude, I don't know what to do against this one.
Against the cow opening, I feel like what you did was really good, though. You controlled the center, and he was in just such a passive position both of the games. And then obviously what happened later in the second game, you pushed f4, and there were just this tactics with like queen e4 check and stuff. You missed that, but other than that, I think your opening was actually extremely good.
Yeah.
We thought you were really well prepared, so shout out to your coach and to your last minute preparation. Samay, you have taken every match and proven that you not only belong in this field, you have dominated Group B. Do you have any message to all the participants in Group A in the semifinals and the finals where you're gonna meet them?
I'm just excited now. The last thing I wanted to was to be in the consolation bracket. So now that that's passed, now I think I just want to have fun playing all the Group A players. Andrea is very strong, and there's also one more person who is actually 2000 rated, I heard. like FIDE 2000 rated.
Masuoka, yes.
Yeah, so can't wait to lose to him.
I mean, you're gonna do
Samay.
great. Like you made it this far. You were, not so confident yesterday, but today, hopefully going to semifinals, you got a little more confidence, or are we still?
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, I'm really happy now that I played, because I just have never played this kind of a time format before. I didn't know how to play, because usually I play 10+0. You can flag opponents. I'm very good at flagging people, but I had never played 10+5. In fact, I don't think anybody in the world plays 10+5. Every time I used to wait in the Chess.com lobby for like 10 minutes, just waiting for some loser to play 10+5. 10+5 is the worst time control after 3+2. Nobody in the world wants to play that that time control. And I think maybe that's why Chess.com wants to promote that one.
Oh
We
my!
need
Just so
more
we have
love
some
for
more
10 plus
people.
5.
Yeah, more people in the
Yeah,
pool.
you either play 5+5, or you play 10+0, or you play 15+10. What is this 10+5? Have you ever played 10+5, Nemo and Anna?
No, I have never.
Possibly not. So you've got a point there, Samay. But we do think that for Super PogChamps, this is an incredible format. And to see you guys fight it out to this extent, by the way, the chat absolutely loves you. They have been spamming the BM emote every time you were on the screen. Can you tell people why you love to have that title? BM, what does that stand for?
So the BM stands for Blunder Master. I am. It's just a small flex, but I'm the only one in the whole world to have an M title. And many times people who randomly play against me, they ask me, "Hey, what does this BM stand for?" And I say, "You will know by the end of the game." And and when I lose, I say Blunder Master. When I win, I say something I can't say here.
Oh, okay. Well, I
we're
mean,
gonna keep that secret. We're gonna hold on to that.
Tell us after broadcast. Tell us after broadcast.
Yeah,
But I do think
yeah.
everyone here would love to know when you're going to stream chess again.
Right now, I'm busy making a lot of money, so I don't think I want to play this game. It is really a toxic game. Just because I'm winning, I'm smiling. But had I lost, I'd be crying. I don't know why I should feel either of these feelings. It's just a game. It's just we're moving some, pixels on the screen, but it really hurts the ego. Like, I'm smiling, but I'm sure all the other people who have to play consolation tomorrow, they are really, hurting inside right now. So I don't think it's a great game to play. Uh, I, I think once I retire from my comedy, my shows, maybe this is a good retirement option. So I'll stream at that time.
Sounds
We
good. We'll be looking
appreciate
forward
the
to
comedy of that comment too, Samay. You have been such a great promoter of chess in India.
I mean,
and-
I regret it now, to be honest, because I see it is one of the worst kind of addictions you can have. I know people who have ruined their lives playing this game, just addicted. When we are out, going to some party, they're just sitting playing 1+0, 3+, what is this? So, I don't know, man.
Cut stream, guys. Cut stream. This is not good for the chess
Upgrade to
talk.
diamond membership right now.
Thank you for the comedy, Samay. It's great to see your success in comedy, and it's also great to see your success here at PogChamps. I know you yourself perhaps didn't have as high hopes or weren't as confident in yourself, but hopefully going to the semifinals, it's going to be the Samay finals now because you're crushing everyone. You're 10-0.
Wow.
I love it. The semi-finals, and Samay gets a bye in the quarterfinals. All the winners in Group A and Group B get that privilege, and I think it's much deserved. So we will see you, Samay, in the semi-finals. All the best with your last-minute preparation with Gotham Chess, and let us know later on what BM stands for when you win those games that you have done so well today. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again for absolutely ruling
so
Group
much,
B.
guys. Take
Thank you,
care. And
Samay.
shout out to Sagar Shah as well. Sagar Shah, my man. Levi Rosman. And thank you so much, both of you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Much deserved shout out to Sagar as well, and Chess Base India, Gotham Chess. So many amazing promoters of chess in the world and in India and globally. Samay Reina gets to go to the semifinals or semi-finals.
Semi-finals.
I don't know how to say it anymore, Nemo. You know, it's in my head. The semi-finals.
I mean, it's crazy that Masaoka is also 2000 rated FIDE. I don't believe Samay is a big fan of slower time controls if anyone here listened to his interview, but we don't quite yet know who he is going to play against. So depending on that result, he might even end up in the finals against a 2000 rated FIDE opponent. And we'll see.
He might do that if Masaoka manages to continue channeling his inner Nakamura. Sardoche and Linda Diaz is the quarterfinals that will decide who will be Masaoka's opponent, and Andrea Botes and Wirtual will fight it out for that qualification spot to the semi. Oh my god! I cannot.
I'm sorry, Anna. I'm sorry.
Semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be saying that for the rest of the day. It's gonna be super tough. But we also do have the consolation quarterfinals. There is still a decent chunk of prize on the line, and in the consolation quarterfinals, we have Tyler1 against Spargo, and the winner of that will go on to play Voyboy in the semifinals. And on the other side of that, we do have Will Benson making it to the consolation semifinals straight, while Sonic Fox is gonna face off against Daryl for that last semifinal spot.
What an incredible day this has been in Group B of SuperPogChamps. We had a very deserving winner, Samay Reina, who makes it all the way to the semi-finals. And who will be his opponent? That will depend on tomorrow's quarter-finals. Nemo, this has been such a treat to commentate with you on these incredible matches. So many back and forth and absolutely cinematic thriller action here at SuperPogChamps.
SuperPogChamps has been one of the most exciting PogChamps, and I'm obviously not just saying that because, you know, the level of play has been so good, but it's so great seeing Tyler1 play in these environments. It's so great seeing the competitive spirit of Sardoche, of, Samay, or maybe not even necessarily the competitive spirit, the fact that he came into this thinking that he was going to get crushed and actually ended up crushing everybody else. It's been crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like we have multiple different storylines going here. It's truly remarkable to see everybody coming from all these multiple different walks of life and joining us here for chess.
So true. And Daryl Morey nearly beating Samay. He already made a big comeback earlier and won his first match. And he nearly took down the leader of the group, Wirtual, and Will Benson fighting head-to-head for the qualification spot to the championship bracket. And that went down. The final match of Wirtual against Sardoche went all the way down to a Rooken game that was so well played. It could have been a Grandmaster game until the very end where there was a blunder. Incredible fighting spirit, very high level chess, so much good preparation as well. What will happen in the quarterfinals? I'm so thrilled. I'm on the edge of my seat, and we will be back tomorrow to cover the rest of the action. To make sure to be here on Chess.com, whether on Twitch or YouTube. We would love to see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals of the strongest ever PogChamps yet. Nemo and Anna signing off in the name of the Chess.com team. We love to thank you for your presence and see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.
Thank you all so much.